Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is true potential in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 51, End of a War. Just a warning, though, since this Yagura reeks of Madara's influence, the man's essence should be in his mind, controlling him. You'll have to destroy that essence, meaning you'll have to fight it. Even if it's just an essence and Madara will not be at his actual strongest, this will not be an easy fight. You must be prepared to fight immediately, Naruto. Kyuubi stated. Understood. Naruto verbally replied as he began channeling his chakra. In an instant, Naruto made his mental link and entered Yagura's mindscape. The first thing Naruto noticed about Yagura's mindscape was the color and sense of life. Unlike the bland sewer that characterized his mind, Yagura's mind was reminiscent of a shallow pond. The water was colored a light blue that appeared completely clear in certain areas. Different colored flowers were growing out of the water. The most predominant flower featured in the pond, however, was a flower with green petals similar to the flower on Yagura's staff. It's so clean and calm here. This looks so different from my mind. Naruto commented absent-mindedly as he walked through the pond. The red chakra that surrounded Naruto's body reflected off the pond water, adding a dark red color to the area and making it feel more alive. Of course it is. If Yagura has enough control over himself to fully control his Bijuu chakra, then he has enough control to change the layout of his mind. This is probably the type of scenery that he finds most peaceful or something. The Kyuubi replied. At the sound of the Kyuubi's voice, Naruto turned his head around to look for the fox. After a few seconds of looking, the Uzumaki turned his head upward. In the sky above him was a floating cage. The Kyuubi was lying down in it. What are you doing up there? Shouldn't you be out? Naruto questioned. No. Your seal is different than others. There was a key placed on it. The fox replied. He snarled quietly, saying something about the fucking yondaime, before turning his head back to Naruto. Never mind that. I'm still here and I can supply you with necessary chakra. Now go find Madara. I can feel his presence here and it's close. The Jinchuriki nodded his head in understanding before he turned his head forward and started running through the pond in Yagura's mindscape. He had no clear direction or sense of where to go, but there was something inside of him that led him down a particular direction, a gut instinct. Naruto continued rushing through the pond. After nearly a full minute of walking, he found a figure lying down in a patch of green flowers growing in the pond. As he got closer to the figure, he recognized the figure as Yagura. It's him. Naruto ran faster to his side. Yagura's eyes were completely shut. His lips were twisted into a scowl and it seemed like his body was moving in place, as if he was writhing. His body was unable to move too much, however, as the vines of flowers underneath him held onto him, preventing him from moving. That's got to be him, the real him. The Uzumaki realized as he tried to pull up Yagura's body from the ground. His efforts failed, however, as Yagura's body remained rooted to the flowers. Naruto continued to apply more force to his efforts, but nothing was working. Yagura remained stuck to the ground. The Uzumaki sighed as he stood back a few seconds and looked at the Mizuki's body in contemplation. Ugh, what's going on? Why can't I pull him up? He questioned. Whatever technique that filthy Uchiha is using to control him probably has him stuck like this. You probably will not be able to help him until you deal with him. The Kyuubi replied. The fox's eyes then widened. Kid, look out. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Naruto immediately jumped away at the Kyuubi's request, avoiding a giant fireball in the process. Naruto then turned towards the direction of the fire. Approaching him was a man wearing a black full-body cloak with purple lines on the collar. He wore an orange mask over his face with a black flame on it. No defining part of his body was truly visible, other than his black, spiky hair. Naruto's eyes narrowed at the sight of the man. That's him, isn't it? You. The Kyuubi snarled from his cage. Madara. Kyuubi, it's been a while. The man, Madara, commented. How long has it been? 11 years? 12 years. Almost 14 now, you bastard. You ripped me out of Kushina and put me in your control 14 years ago. The fox growled. Oh? It's been that long. Madara almost seemed to chuckle. My apologies. I'm just an imprint placed in Yagura's mind. Time becomes almost irrelevant in a place like this. I'm only really aware of things and places associated with Yagura, and these last few years have been pretty static. You're the man who caused everything. Naruto hissed. You're the reason the Kyuubi was sealed in me and why parents had to die. And you're Minato's son. The masked man commented, now looking at Naruto. You do look a lot like him. I do apologize for having to kill him, and your mother, but it is all part of a much larger plan. It's for the betterment of the world. What betterment? Naruto shouted as he started getting into a position to fight. Killing people, forcing the Kyuubi to do your bidding, trying to destroy Konoha, how does any of this make the world better? It would take too long to explain to you. And it would be a waste of time. Madara replied as he started to reach inside the sleeves of his cloak. I know why you are here, you are interfering with my plans in Kiri. As such, you need to be eliminated. It may push the plans back a couple of years, but I'm sure my original self can simply collect the Kyuubi a few years from now when he reforms. He'll understand why I had to do what I had to do. My apologies, but you aren't going to be alive to see the new world. A small distortion in space developed directly on Madara's body. Within seconds, his body quickly moved into the distortion before completely disappearing. Naruto's eyes widened again. Where did he dash? Naruto's words died on his lips as he felt a presence behind him. He jumped into the air, avoiding a kunai to his back. Naruto turned his body around in time to see Madara had reappeared right behind him. Madara released a black chain from braces on his wrists and quickly moved around Naruto's body, tying him up. Using the chains, he then slammed Naruto to the ground. The water on the pond softened the impact slightly, but Naruto still felt himself cough up blood from the force. The Uzumaki tried to pull himself off the ground, but the chains continued to hold him down. Well, that was quick. Madara stated as he reached into the left sleeve of his cloak and pulled out a series of red explosive tags. You may be Minato's son, but you aren't nearly strong enough to put up a fight like he did. You tried a couple years too early and now you'll have to pay the consequences. With those words, Madara tossed the explosive tags towards Naruto's tied-up body. They quickly attached themselves to his body. Kid! The Kyuubi shouted to Naruto. Damn it! Naruto closed his eyes tightly. Come on, Naruto. There's gotta be a way out of this. Find it. The explosive tags on Naruto's body detonated, creating a massive explosion and causing water and smoke to fill the area around him. Madara remained still, looking at the cloud and waiting to see Naruto's destroyed body. After a few seconds passed, he was greeted to a different sight, Naruto, still alive, standing up and breathing hard. The chains that had surrounded him were now destroyed and lying on the ground, and a few burn marks on his skin were the only evidence that the explosive tags made contact with his body. His body was surrounded by even more red chakra. His chakra cloak adopted a blackish tint, but it did not cover his entire body. 2 more tails of chakra were now behind him, bringing his total number of tails to 6. So, you channeled more of my chakra in order to strengthen the chakra cloak around your body to act as a buffer from the explosion. Not bad, the Kyuubi thought to himself. He then looked down at Naruto and noticed his expression. While Naruto's eyes were narrowed further in an animalistic manner, he still seemed to be conscious. And you haven't succumbed to my power yet from using 6 tails. Very impressive. So you avoided death there. I suppose that would have been too easy. Madara admitted. I'm Namikaze Minato's son, after all. Naruto replied as he a singular hand sign. And I'm not going to let you get away with everything you have done. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 100 clones of Naruto joined him. Immediately, the clones charged forward directly at the masked shinobi while Naruto remained in the back, watching. The first clone attempted to punch the man in the face, but his fist went directly through his mask. What? He gasped. Madara responded by releasing another chain with the braces on his wrists and running forward. His body and the chain moved straight through each clone, as if he was intangible. Within seconds, the masked man ran through all 100 clones. As soon as he did that, his chain became tangible again, capturing all clones at once. The masked man then made a snap of his fingers, causing the chain to ignite on fire. All of the clones screamed out for a moment before they all dispersed. The original Naruto quickly charged at Madara before he could divert his full focus to him again. He attempted to land a punch on him, but the Uchiha managed to turn around in time and grab his fist with his hand. The action caused Naruto to smirk. Okay, so he's not completely intangible. If he was, he wouldn't have bothered with trying to block. That means he's limited with how he can use it. I just need to figure out those limits and take advantage of them, Naruto told himself. Madara shook his head upon seeing Naruto's smirk and tightened his grip on Naruto's fist. The Uzumaki's body immediately vanished in a poof of smoke. Madara proceeded to turn around in time to see Naruto attempting to kick him in the head. He proceeded to catch his foot. Did you think the Shunshin would be enough to catch me by surprise or something? Madara taunted. Naruto, in response, made a series of hand signs, wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto breathed out a massive gust of wind from his mouth directly at Madara's face. The wind, however, blew straight through him without hitting him. The Konoha shinobi, however, remained focused on maintaining his jutsu. A second passed before he changed targets and directed his jutsu towards the hand Madara was using to hold onto his foot. The wind made contact this time, cutting into the hand slightly. Madara immediately jumped backwards, letting go of Naruto's foot. There we go, one limitation found. Another grin developed on Naruto's face. Seems he can't make every part of his body intangible if he's holding on to me or doing something that requires a part of him to be tangible. It seems like a technique of yours connected. Not bad, Madara admitted. However, you still don't have the strength to defeat me. And I'm not even at my strongest, I'm just an imprint of fading chakra placed inside Yagura's mind to control him. This is not even a fraction of my full strength and I can still take you down. It'd be almost amusing to see you try and fight the real me at full strength. I don't care how strong you actually are. I'll deal with the real you later. For now, I just need to make sure the imprint of you standing in front of me is destroyed so Yagura and the Sanbai can be freed. Naruto replied. He wants to free Isabu too. The Kyuubi blinked upon hearing Naruto's words. He's not easy to provoke. Guess he's more in control of himself than I thought he would have been. The taunts aren't working and are just a waste of time, Madara realized. Guess I'll change tactics and simply overwhelm him. You want to free the Sanbai too, huh? So you know that he is under my control as well. Well, is that really the wisest decision? I don't think you have ever seen the beast at all. Madara spoke as he started to make a series of hand signs. Why don't I introduce you to him and show you why that is a bad idea? The masked man slammed his hand onto the ground. A second passed before a loud, rumbling noise occurred throughout the area. A massive creature jumped up from beneath the ground under the pond and landed directly in front of Naruto. It resembled a giant turtle but had a shell similar to a crab and 3 large tails. It had arms and hands that resembled a human's but had no hind legs. There was a red-colored tissue underneath its shell and spikes covered its entire body. Its jawline and forehead were heavily pronounced, which covered its face, making its red eyes the only visible feature of its face. That's, Naruto gulped. Isabu. The Kyuubi shook his head. It's been a long time. It's a shame that I have to see you like this. The giant turtle, Isabu, said nothing in response to the Kyuubi's commented. His eyes were focused solely on Naruto. Well, you said you wanted to save the Sanbai, so here he is. Regret that statement yet? The masked man questioned. Because you're going to now. Immediately, the Sanbai charged at Naruto. You. Kisame. The rebel leader hissed at the sight of him. What are you doing here? Ah, Mei-san, it's great to see you again. Looks like you and your buddies managed to give Yagura-san a good beating. The man, Kisame, commented with a snicker. He grinned, showing off his shark-like teeth. I didn't realize that we were having an old team reunion and fight, so I'm sorry for showing up late. I'm here now, though, so let's get this reunion started. Before Mei could respond to his statement, Kisame was already reaching for the sword on his back. Immediately, Mei started rushing through hand signs, lava style, expanding flame rings. A ring of melting flames surrounded Kisame's body and closed in on him. Kisame jumped quickly, avoiding the flames. The flames proceeded to change direction and fly towards him. He then made a series of hand signs. Water style, water shark bomb. Water in the air began to develop into the shape of a large shark. Kisame extended his hand forward, causing the large water shark to rush forward at the approaching melting flames, completely consuming each of them and putting the flames out. After the final flame was put out, the water shark evaporated. With their jutsus cancelled, Kisame pulled out his sword, Samehada, and jumped towards Mei. The Kirigakure rebel leader jumped away just in time. Kisame slammed the sword down onto the ground, creating a small crater. He then turned his head towards Utakata and rushed towards him, gripping Samehada tightly. The Jinchuriki attempted to dodge, but the swordsman reached first and his sword made contact with the man's left arm. The bandages on the sword unraveled, revealing a shark-like teeth-covered blade. The blade shaved Utakata, causing him to bleed heavily. Kisame attempted to hit Utakata again, but he blew bubbles from his pipe outward directly into the man's face. The bubbles exploded upon contact, causing Kisame to wince back slightly and giving Utakata a chance to place more distance. He then took in a deep breath while Mei started to make more hand signs. Lava style, melting apparition jutsu. Acid scattering. Mei released lava-like acid from her mouth while Utakata breathed out a white corrosive gas of acid. Both forms of acid closed in on the swordsman. Kisame immediately slammed Samehada into the ground, causing water to rush forth from underneath the earth. The water formed a defensive barrier around him that blocked the acid. After a few seconds, Mei's and Utakata's acid began to dissipate. Kisame picked up his sword, dispelling his jutsu, and looked around at his opponents smugly. That all you got? I watched your fight with Yagura and I assumed the jutsus you all used were stronger than that. Are the two of you tired or something? Kisame questioned with a smug grin. He was waiting for us to tire out so this fight would be easier for him. Utakata shook his head. Quite smart of him, but that's unfortunate for us. We need to think of a way to get out of this issue. Mei focused her attention solely on Kisame. She grit her teeth as her eyes narrowed in anger. Kisame, what the hell are you doing here? She demanded. What are you so mad about, Mei-san? Last time I checked, we both ended up leaving Kirigakure and betraying Yagura. Why would you be mad at me for doing exactly what you did? The swordsman questioned. You know the circumstances are different. Mei hissed. I'm trying to better Mizu no Kuni and end tyranny. You, on the other hand, were in favor of it in Yagura's regime. The reasons you left were because you got greedy and attempted an assassination on the daimyo of Mizu no Kuni. Greedy? Well, you can look at it that way if you want. Kisame shrugged. Then again, you just admitted your reasoning. You're upset that I chose to side with Yagura over you initially. I'm upset that you betrayed your comrades and supported the idea of killing innocent people. The rebel leader snarled. You agreed with the man controlling Yagura and slaughtered so many. Oh, so you actually know about that? Interesting. Kisame chuckled in response. You did know about it. Mei's eyes narrowed even further. Killing intent leaked from her body. Don't know why you are pissed, though. Such a thing should make sense to a shinobi who knows about the world as much as you do. It's a fucked up, deceitful world, after all. I'll support anybody who is truthful in this world of lies, no matter what they may want me to do. Kisame replied. He then made the snake hand sign. Water style, exploding water colliding wave. Kisame spat out great volume of water from his mouth and aimed it downwards. The water formed a massive wave that grew in size with every passing second. After a few moments passed, Kisame rode the wave forward towards Utakata and Mei. The two shinobi attempted to get away, but the wave collided with both of them, smacking into them and forcing them underneath the water. The wave drenched the cemetery battlefield, creating a lake of sorts. Mei and Utakata both pulled themselves out of the water and looked around for Kisame, breathing heavily and with completely drenched clothes. While looking for their opponent, Mei noticed that the mini lake Kisame created did not touch the part of the cemetery where Naruto and Yagura were at. Her eyes narrowed in confusion. I know Kisame did that on purpose to prevent the two from drowning while they are immobile like that, but why? Isn't here to kill all of us? Mei questioned. Her eyes then widened as a thought occurred to her. Wait, is he potentially here to kidnap Yagura? Mei was pulled from her thoughts as Kisame jumped out of the water directly underneath her. The rebel leader was knocked in the air from his movement. Kisame took this chance to swing Samehada at her, the bandages on the sword unraveling and preparing to shave her. Mei, however, spat out volcanic acid from her mouth directly at the sword. The acid hit it with enough force to knock it, and Kisame, back slightly. She then took the opportunity to land safely on the newly formed lake's surface and place distance. Yotakata blew a bubble that darted through the air towards Kisame's body. Upon contact, the bubble began to consume Kisame's body, completely encasing his left arm. While it captured more of his body, Kisame swung his sword against the edge of the bubble, causing the shark teeth exterior of the blade to connect with the bubble and pop it. Kisame then placed his left hand on the lake's surface, water-style, 5 feeding sharks. Chakra was released from his hand into the water, forming 5 large, ferocious sharks made of water and chakra. The sharks swam rapidly towards Mei and Yotakata before swimming in a circular pattern around them. One of them jumped into the air, flying towards Yotakata. The Rokubai Jinchuriki jumped backwards slightly and threw a kunao at the shark, causing it to dissipate and turn back into water for a brief moment. The water, however, upon making contact again with the water reformed into a new shark. It then swam forward at Yotakata again and jumped at him. As Yotakata moved away to avoid the next attack, one of the other sharks jumped from underneath him and bit into his leg. The Rokubai Jinchuriki winced in pain from the attack before he got dragged by the shark down under the water. Yotakata-san. Mei gasped. Before she could do anything to help her comrade, the remaining 3 sharks jumped out around her and charged at her. Mei made a series of hand signs before spitting out lava-like acid from her mouth and formed a barrier around her body. The sharks made contact with the lava, but were unable to break through it. They, however, continued to try and destroy it, smashing their heads and chomping at the barrier. This is bad. I know how this jutsu works. Kisame will be able to sustain those sharks so long as there is water around him. I need to do something about that. I can't keep staying on the defense forever. Mei told herself, realizing what she must do. I got it. Instantly, Mei's barrier of acid dropped. As the sharks closed in on her again, she made a series of hand signs before slamming her hands against the water. The sharks bit into her, causing her to close her eyes in pain, but she remained concentrated on her jutsu, boil-style, evaporation. Channeling chakra into the water of the lake, Mei began to rapidly evaporate the water. The water of the lake changed into water vapor, drying up the battlefield completely and revealing the cemetery. The sharks, which still had portions of their bodies in the water, evaporated as well and disappeared. Yotakata, who had been trying to free himself from the shark that had dragged him under the water, was now freed. He fell to the ground for a moment and took in a deep breath upon being out of the water. Mei darted over to his side and helped him up. "Are you all right?" she questioned. "Fine," Yotakata said as he managed to control his breathing. "I don't know why I let myself get hit like that. The words on his lips died as Kisame rushed the 2 shinobi, gripping Samehada tightly. Yotakata turned his attention to him and blew on his pipe downward, right along Kisame's path. The bubbles erupted upon contact with the ground, briefly stopping Kisame's charge. Mei then made hand signs before releasing a thick cloud of mist from her mouth directly at the swordsman. Kisame, however, made a series of hand signs before creating a large shark from the water vapor in the air. The shark collided with the mist, piercing it. It then continued to fly towards Yotakata and Mei. Yotakata jumped away in time, but Mei was unable to escape and was hit by the shark. It forced her backwards into a tree and pinned her. The water from the shark kept applying pressure on her until it managed to destroy the tree. Mei's body immediately fell to the ground. Kisame charged forward at Mei, but Yotakata jumped in the way. The Jinchuriki blew a singular large bubble directly between himself and Kisame. Kisame raised his sword and quickly swung it at the bubble to destroy it. Instead of popping the bubble, however, his act caused the large bubble to split into hundreds of smaller bubbles that now surrounded his body. Water style, bubble hell. The small bubbles that surrounded Kisame's body exploded, creating a massive dust cloud. Yotakata braced himself, preparing in case if his jutsu did not kill the man. While Yotakata for his next move, Kisame jumped forward from the cloud at the Jinchuriki. Before he could properly react, Kisame swung his sword at Yotakata's body. The shark teeth shaved Yotakata's skin, causing him to bleed further before getting sent flying backwards towards Mei's position. His body collided against hers, causing them both to groan in pain. Heh, that jutsu was actually pretty good. I felt that. Maybe that could actually kill person. Kisame commented. He keeps mocking and provoking us, trying to get us to not focus fully. Yotakata shook his head after the swordsman's comment. This is going nowhere. Mei realized. I'm pretty certain that I or Yotakata could take Kisame if we were at full strength, but after Yagura, we're both drained. And hell, after evaporating that entire lake he created, I'm starting to run low on chakra. She looked over in the direction of Naruto and Yagura. Naruto-san, please hurry. We could use any backup possible, even if it's just you. After a moment of staring into each other's eyes, Jiraiya and Itachi broke apart from each other. The two shinobi had jumped backwards. Unlike their interaction in the world of Tsukuyomi, the two shinobi were back in a tense, fighting position. Jiraiya was breathing heavily and panting while Itachi looked at him in what appeared to be quiet silence. Damn you! Jiraiya hissed at him. Even after experiencing my Tsukuyomi, you still remain able to fight. Itachi commented plainly. I should have expected something like that. The title of Sunin wasn't bestowed to you for nothing. I'm not going to let you hit anything like that again. You die right here, right now. Jiraiya shouted as he bit his thumb and make a series of hand signs, summoning jutsu. Jiraiya's jutsu called forth Gamabunta. The giant toad boss stood directly between the two shinobi. He took a moment to look at his surroundings before briefly looking at the man in front of him and his summoner. Have I really pushed you enough to use your toad summons, Jiraiya-san? I'll consider this an honor. Itachi stated. Jiraiya ignored the Uchiha's comment and turned his attention to the toad boss. Gamabunta, you'll receive sake sometime tomorrow after this battle. For now, I need the help fighting. Fighting Uchiha Itachi, huh? In Kirigakura of all places. Gamabunta questioned. Whatever, I won't question it. I'll do what I can to help you take down this traitor. Instantly, Gamabunta spat out oil from his mouth directly at Itachi. The Uchiha jumped away before making a series of hand signs. 5 clones of the Uchiha appeared, directly above the toad boss's head. Before they landed on their target, Gamabunta pulled out the blade on his side and sliced through each of the clones. Upon contact, the clones exploded. The attacks, however, did not faze the toad. Itachi decided to change tactics and pulled out a series of shuriken. He tossed all of the shuriken at once, then started to make hand signs, fire style, phoenix sage flower nail crimson. Itachi exhaled fire from his mouth directly onto the shuriken, igniting them. The on-fire shuriken darted through the air towards Jiraiya, the fire increasing their speed. The Sunin dodged, avoiding getting stuck by the shuriken. Itachi then made a gesture with his left hand, causing the shuriken to change direction and fly backwards towards Jiraiya again. Once again, the Sunin dodged the attack. Gamabunta opened his mouth and unleashed a deluge of water directly at the flame-covered shuriken. Itachi made another gesture with his left hand, changing the direction of the shuriken and getting them away from the toad boss's attack. The shuriken were now circling around Gamabunta's body. Itachi started to make more hand signs. Fire style, Grand Shuriken Inferno. The flames that had surrounded the shuriken magnified and expand inward, causing the area within the circle to be caught on fire. Gamabunta winced slightly, getting burned, but jumped into the air to avoid the flames. The shuriken, however, started to rise, expanding the overall range of the flames. The toad boss, however, moved through the air at a faster rate than the shuriken. He managed to escape the circle and continued to move through the air until he was directly above Itaka's body and started to descend. Itaka quickly moved out of the way, avoiding getting crushed. Jiraiya quickly rushed over to Itaka's new position. He created a massive, spiraling orb of chakra in his hands. Itaka turned around just in time to see Jiraiya slamming it into his body. Otama raised non. As soon as the jutsu made contact, Itaka's body erupted into a murder of crows. The crows screeched as they flew into the sky to get away from Jiraiya. The Sannin then looked over at Gamabunta and nodded his head. Gamabunta proceeded to build up oil in his mouth before spitting out a massive ball of oil into the sky, directly above the crow's position. Jiraiya then rushed through a series of hand signs. Fire style, toad oil fire rain. Jiraiya released a singular fireball that rushed through the air towards the oil ball. Upon contact, a massive explosion occurred in the air before the oil ball, now on fire, turned into multiple fireballs that rained down from the sky towards the crows. Each fireball made contact with the crow, causing it to scream in pain before disappearing. After each crow had disappeared, Itaka had reappeared on the ground, gripping his left arm. The cloak had been burned through on the arm, exposing his skin and revealing a burn wound. "Looks like I had caught you." Jiraiya smirked at the sight of the Uchiha. "So it seems." Itaka replied as he let go of his left arm. He started rotating around slightly before it bringing his hands together. "I hope you do not think I am through, Jiraiya-san. I have more in me. If you have any intent on surviving, you better." The Sannin replied, as he prepared for their battle to continue. "Although Itaka, you better hurry up and get to a point where it's realistic for you to retreat." The Sannin resisted the urge to request. "I know you're afraid of this Zetsugai suspecting you, but we need to hurry this up. Naruto and the others may not have much time left." With that thought in mind, Jiraiya rushed forward towards Itaka, with Gamabunta following behind. Isabu, as he charged forward at Naruto, launched himself into the air and flew until he was directly above him. He then fell downward. Naruto jumped away in time just as the Sanbai's body made contact with the ground. Upon contact, coral spikes sprouted from the ground under the pond. "He can create that coral too." Naruto's eyes widened. "Where do you think his Jinchuriki got the ability from?" The Kyuubi replied. "If you remember anything from that fight, do not, under any circumstances, get hit by one of those. Just focus on the original mission and take down the Uchiha controlling him." Naruto nodded in understanding. He turned his attention back to the masked man and made a singular hand sign. The Uzumaki created another 100 clones before they rushed in unison towards him. Before they could get close to him, however, Isabu rolled himself into his shell. The spikes on the shell proceeded to increase in size. He then rolled forward towards Naruto and his clones in his shell. The Uzumaki noticed the movement immediately and cursed. "That technique Yagura used already. We gotta get away." Along with the original, each of the Naruto clones jumped out of the way in time as the Sanbai, within his shell, barreled forward. He turned around instantly, however, and continued to move towards them. This time, the shell made contact with 10 of the clones, crushing them instantly. Isabu continued to roll around towards the other clones. "We won't be able to get anywhere close to Madara if he keeps doing that. We need to get him out of the shell." Naruto realized. Maybe with content with his idea, Naruto pulled out a piece of sealing paper and a pen from his jacket. Seeing his action, each of the clones did the same. As Isabu rushed through 15 more clones, destroying them, the original and the remaining 75 clones managed to finish their seals as quickly as possible. They then all grouped together, directly in front of Isabu and tossed the tags forward just as Isabu approached them. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation Barrage. All of the seals activated, each releasing a massive tornado upward. The tornadoes managed to capture the Sanbai and hold him in place. The winds prevented him from moving and cut into his shell. After a few moments, the combined force of each tornado managed to pull Isabu upwards, knocking him out of his shell as he was sent flying outside the tornado. "Alright, guess I can get him out of his shell," Naruto stated as he turned his attention back to Madara. Just as he turned his head, Isabu adjusted his body in order to face Naruto and his clones. He then started accumulating a massive amount of water in his mouth. Water style, Great Water Mass Bullet. Isabure released a humongous ball of water from his mouth towards Naruto and his clones. None of them reacted in time. The water ball collided directly in the middle of the group and expanded further. All clones were destroyed instantly. The original Naruto was knocked away, rolling on the ground for a moment before remaining still, face down in the pond water against the ground. He pulled himself up and looked up momentarily. His eyes widened. Shit dash. Naruto was forced to jump away, the rest of his thought dying on his lips, as Isabure landed on the ground directly where he had been. Coral, once again, rushed upward from beneath the upward. Naruto ran quickly through the area, avoiding the rising coral spikes that followed him as he rushed away. Once the coral stopped, Naruto stopped running and turned his attention back to Isabure. I can't keep my attention away from him, even for a moment. Naruto realized. The second I do, he attacks me. I'm not able to fight Madara at all like this. Maybe Kyuubi was about to speak, but he stopped as he saw a mist being released from Isabure's mouth. Kid. Make sure that doesn't hit you. That mist will trap you within a genjutsu that will force you to relieve the traumas of your past. It'll hold you still while either he or the Uchiha kills you. Naruto's eyes widened. He quickly started to rush away as the mist grew close to him. The mist, however, moved faster and gained on him. In response, Naruto quickly turned around and made hand signs. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. The Uzumaki released a gust of wind from his mouth. The wind blew away the oncoming mist, preventing it from reaching Naruto. The mist, however, eventually overcame the wind and continued on its path. Naruto decided to change tactics and pulled out another sealing paper. He quickly drew the scene just as the wind was about to reach him and placed on the ground beneath him. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation. A singular tornado-like developed and blew upward directly over Naruto's body. Naruto then jumped upward, allowing himself to move along with the wind. The wind skyrocketed him upwards, preventing the mist from reaching him. Naruto was sent straight through the top and flew in the sky above. Naruto then angled his position, making it so that way his body was facing Madara's, and allowed himself to descend onto him. He then began to channel chakra into his right palm. A massive orb of chakra developed. Otama Raise Non. The masked man turned his head towards Naruto just in time. As Naruto's orb of chakra was about to make contact with his body, it moved straight through his body instead of hitting him. Naruto, and his Otama Raise Non, continued forward and slammed into the ground underneath, creating a massive explosion that developed into a crater. None of the debris of dirt and water hit Madara's body as it shot upward. After a few seconds, after Naruto's jutsu faded, Madara became tangible again and grabbed him by the neck and held him upwards. Naruto struggled and began channeling chakra into his right hand again, but Madara quickly slammed Naruto's body downward, cancelling the jutsu. The Uzumaki choked out blood. That was clever. You managed to sneak up on me like that and could have hit me. Good thing I turned back in time. The masked man commented. He grabbed Naruto again by the neck and held him up, his mask pressed against the blonde's face. Your father managed to hit me with a technique like that and nearly killed me. I'm not going to let you do the same thing to me. Now, why don't you relieve some torment while I kill you? Before Naruto could reply, Madara tossed his body directly into the mist Isabure had created. The mist surrounded Naruto's body for a moment as it slowly drilled itself into his ear. His eyes widened as he began to scream in pain. Kid! The Kyuubi shouted. Naruto could not hear him, however. He was already lost to the mist. Kid! Make sure that doesn't hit you. That mist will trap you within a genjutsu that will force you to relieve the traumas of your past. It'll hold you still while either he or the Uchiha kills you. Naruto repeated the Kyuubi's words in his head as he began to look at the world around him. He was certain that he was supposed to be recalling moments of his own past, but nothing about the world seemed familiar to him. He was currently standing in the center of a plaza of an unknown village. The sun was starting to set, painting the streets and the buildings in a red-orangish color. People were walking around him, acting as if they could not see him. It wasn't until one person, a shinobi wearing the Kirigakure Forehead Protector, walked by that Naruto was able to piece together where he was. I'm in Kiri, but why? Naruto blinked in confusion. I've never been in the village until now. And I've never seen this plaza. These can't be my memories. Mom. Dad. Please. Naruto heard shouting in the area around him. He quickly rushed in the direction of the noise in time to see a group of people in front of an apartment building in the plaza. There were two elder adults, both of whom were dressed like civilians, standing in front of a boy in disapproval. They were completely indistinguishable and unrecognizable to Naruto. The boy, however, was very familiar to him. He recognized the gray hair on his head. He also noticed the white shirt with green flowers that resembled a different green flower he had seen. That's Yagura. Naruto shouted. Yagura, nor the two civilians, heard him. They were too focused on their own conversation. Please. Mom, Dad. I didn't want any of this. Please. Please. The child Yagura begged. Tears were falling from his pink eyes. Stop calling us Mom and Dad. We aren't a family anymore. The male civilian said firmly as he looked down on the crying child coldly. You're the Mizukage's family, now. You're his weapon. He's not my father. He's not taking me away and he's not my father. Please Dad. Yagura continued to cry. You're his weapon, Yagura. Not our child. The female civilian replied with the same cold tone as her husband. You're not even human anymore. He already sealed that fucking turtle inside of you. Be but dash. Leave already, demon. The man hissed at the boy. Yagura did not move, he remained still, crying. I said leave. The man proceeded to kick Yagura's stomach. The little boy immediately fell down and gripped his stomach tightly. Hey! Naruto shouted as he rushed forward in between Yagura and the man. Get the fuck away from him. Naruto raised his hand and tried to punch the man and get away from Yagura. His action failed, however, and his fist moved through the man's body. Naruto's eyes widened as he turned his head around, wondering why he wasn't able to do anything. Instead, he saw the man deliver another kick to Yagura's stomach. I said get. You're not our child anymore. You aren't welcome here anymore. Go back to your precious Mizukage's mansion and go to some tool shack or something. It's where a creature like you belongs. The man informed him sharply. After the man finished his speech, the area around Naruto completely disappeared. The plaza, Yagura, and the parents disappeared. Naruto remained still as he watched the world around him change. He was now standing in a small park, covered with a few trees, a swing, a slide, and a jungle gym. Kids were climbing and swinging, playing in the park. What dash? Just as Naruto was about to question his surroundings, he heard laughter. He turned his attention and saw a group of kids kicking a boy. Naruto rushed forward to get a better look. There were 4 kids who all looked around the ages of 12 to 14 and were all wearing Kirigakure Forehead Protectors. One of the kids had his foot extended forward and on the body of another kid. Naruto looked a little closer and that the kid in the middle was Yagura. The boy seemed to be a few years older than he had in the previous image, but he still looked incredibly young. Ah, what's wrong little turtle? Can't get up, huh? The kid holding Yagura down with his foot taunted. That's what happens when you flip a turtle on its back. They can't do anything. They're useless. Another kid laughed. I'm in Yagura's memories. Naruto finally realized. The blonde's eyes softened as he watched the kids torment Yagura. He could feel himself tear up slightly as he watched Yagura try to pull himself off the ground, only for the kid holding him down to push him down again and keep him on the ground. It felt very reminiscent to him. A few of the kids in the academy behaved like this around him. But these kids, they are worse. They never got this physical. And none of them knew about the Kyuubi. If they did, would they have behaved like this? Naruto shook his head at the thought. Hey guys, shouldn't we stop this? One of the kids finally asked the rest of the group. What if the Mizukage finds out? We could be in big trouble. Why would the Mizukage care? The Sandaime doesn't care about any of us. He certainly won't care about a stupid, little turtle. The kid holding Yagura down replied. He immediately shoved his foot down harder, causing Yagura to wince in pain. He's weak, after all. He's supposed to be some cool, big weapon, but here he is, unable to beat a couple of genin. Humph. Some weapon, huh? Naruto's fists tightened. He wanted badly to intervene and help Yagura up and fend off the bullies holding him down. He wanted to be the person that never came to help him. However, he recalled the previous image. These were just memories. He couldn't do anything about the scene in front of him. This was, in some ways, harder than watching his own life. Please, stop. Naruto shook his head as tears fell down. As if to mock his request, the scene changed again and the world around him vanished. It was, however, quickly replaced by another image. Naruto was now standing in the middle of an office room that reminded him of the Hokage's office. Standing in front of the room was Yagura, who now appeared to be only a year or two younger than Naruto and was now wearing a Kirigaku or forehead protector. He was bowing his head in the presence of a man sitting down at a desk. The man wore the blue robes and the head of the Mizukage. Not much was definable about his appearance, other than the black hair that was covered fully by the Mizukage's hat and the vacant expression in his eyes. Yagura, I was expecting you to be combat ready by now. I need the Sanbai out in the battlefield. The man told Yagura. I understand, Sandaime-sama. I have not been a genin for long, but I promise, I'll be ready for combat soon. Yagura replied, still bowing. Not soon enough, though. All the reports I've received about your development concern me, Yagura. Your reports show that you skipped classes in the academy and seem to never contribute to any meaningful discussion there. You are on a genin team, now, but both Terumime and Hoshiga Kiki-same already outclass you. The Sandaime Mizukage's blank eyes narrowed slightly at the boy in front of him. I'm starting to wonder if I chose the wrong candidate for the Biju. At your current level, you're a useless tool like this, Yagura. Yagura looked up to face the Mizukage to protest. He was silenced, however, as the man held out his right hand. Focus on your development, Yagura, or I will rip the Sanbai out of you and find a new host. He stated sharply, causing the boy's eyes to widen. You're Kirigaku's weapon, your sole purpose in life is to kill enemy shinobi on the battlefield in my name. Naruto tried to close his eyes as more memories developed for him to watch. He watched Yagura get kicked out of a restaurant that refused to service demons. When Yagura was of age in a shinobi, Naruto saw a memory of a woman attempting to kill him for not being able to save her son when they went on a mission together. Memory by memory continued to occur. Each one caused him to cry more and caused him to hurt more and more on the inside. Please stop. Just stop already. Mazjinsha. A faint voice slowly entered his mind. Naruto closed his eyes and attempted to concentrate on the voice, anything to stop focusing on the images of Yagura's childhood. Kurama's. Are you there? Kurama's Jinchuriki, can you hear me? Naruto's eyes opened in surprise. The voice, was it calling for him? I can hear you. He finally said. Instantly, the images around him vanished. Naruto braced himself, preparing for another memory of Yagura's. Instead, however, he found himself in a black void. Floating in the void in front of his body was the Sanbai. Finally you broke free. I've been trying to get you out of that for a while. The turtle declared. Naruto's eyes widened further in shock. Was the Sanbai trying to talk to him? And not kill him? Are you? Naruto's voice was shaky, uncertain if he was hearing things correctly. Please don't talk and act like that. The Sanbai spoke harshly. I don't have much time, I couldn't put enough of my consciousness in my mist to engage in useless dialogue. Besides, it would be to your benefit to listen to me and get out so you can find that blasted Uchiha. I understand. Naruto nodded his head. I'm just shocked, I guess. Did you manage to break through Madara's control? No. However, his control was weakened slightly when you and Kurama entered Yagura's mindscape. He's had to divert his attention on you, so his control weakened slightly. Not enough for me to break free, but enough that I put a small amount of my consciousness into the mist so I could speak to you when he inevitably made me use the technique against you. The Sanbai explained. That's why I also used that technique to show you Yagura's past. I had presumed that you would have been too focused on your history if you had seen your own. I wasn't expecting you to be so focused on Yagura's life. I couldn't help it, it's not right. That's not something anybody should have experienced. Naruto shouted as tears came back to his eyes. I'm sorry for messing up and allowing myself to get focused on them, but how could I not? That's not right. That's immoral. No child should grow up like that. I suppose that is my fault. I should have realized that you would be sensitive to those types of memories. You are a Jinchuriki as well. You would naturally relate to him. The Sanbai replied. I stand by my point, nobody should grow up like that. Not Yagura, not me, not anybody. Naruto stated sharply as he brushed away his tears. He then looked the giant turtle in the eyes. Not even someone like you or the Kyuubi. The Sanbai opened his mouth to comment back, but he paused after Naruto's comment. He looked at the blonde in front of him in amazement. Kurama's Jinchuriki, what is your name? He questioned. Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto replied. Naruto-san, tell me why you would care about myself or Kurama in such a fashion. He questioned. Aren't we the root cause of yours and Yagura's suffering? Wouldn't you wish that on us? I wouldn't wish it on anybody. Nobody deserves a life like that. The Konoha shinobi's eyes narrowed. And you and I mean the Kyuubi. You too have suffered too, haven't you? You always get sealed up in some Jinchuriki and have to watch the same, sad life over and over again. His eyes lowered slightly in realization. You too, and the rest of the Biju, may have suffered even more than all of us. The Sanbai looked down at Naruto in amazement. The Biju had never seen a human speak so passionately like this. Even Yagura, who he had a good relationship with, did not speak like that. Naruto, however, was talking in a way that reminded him of his own father. Heh. The thought caused the giant turtle to laugh. Uzumaki Naruto, you amuse me. You speak like a man I used to know. A few more seconds passed by before he stopped laughing. Naruto-san, please, call me Isabu. Naruto's eyes widened at the gesture, but smiled brightly in response. Oh, of course, Isabu. I can tell you're a good child and I'd love to talk to you more, but we don't have time. Isabu stated sharply as his face stiffened. I need to make sure you get out of this mist as quick as possible. Once you get out, you need to destroy that essence of the Uchiha controlling me and Yagura. Only when he's gone will Yagura's consciousness be allowed to waken and he and I can take control again. Do you have any advice for that? Naruto questioned. I've been trying to destroy him, but he seems to move faster and stronger than me. He really seems out of my league. You are Kurama's Jinchuriki, I know you have the chakra and the innate abilities to do it. Isabu replied. But I can't control anymore. I'm lucky I can use as much as I can without losing control to him. Naruto's eyes widened in realization. But, in this case, maybe that's not a bad thing. Mention me to him. Kurama is honorable. He'll let you go. The Sanbai replied with a small smile. That smile quickly faded. Anyway, we've wasted too much time. I'm pulling you out of the genjutsu, prepare to act fast. With those words, Isabu and the void that had surrounded Naruto disappeared. Naruto returned to Yagura's mindscape to find himself being held up by his neck once again. Madara was holding him up with his right hand and had a kunao in his left hand. He rushed his hand forward, preparing to force the kunao into his heart. Naruto, however, managed to react in time and delivered a punch to Madara's face. The action took the man by surprise, causing him to drop Naruto and the kunao. The Uzumaki took the moment to jump away. You managed to break free from the mist? I thought you wouldn't be able to do that. Madara commented, frowning behind his mask. I guess I should have prepared in case you could have. I shouldn't have taken my time and let you suffer in those memories for too long. The Uzumaki paid no mind to Madara's words. Instead, he turned his head upwards toward the Kyuubi's cage. Hey, Please, channel as much chakra into me as possible. Make me enter that version 2 form or something. Naruto thought, hoping the mental link between him and the Kyuubi was still working even in Yagura's mindscape. The connection seemed to work, as he noticed the Kyuubi's eyes widen. Kid, there is no chance in hell you'll be able to keep control of your body in that case. The fox replied. You'll dash. Then why don't you take control? Naruto questioned. Once again, the fox's eyes widened. He was almost gaping at Naruto. You're not bullshitting me, are you? He asked quietly. We need to fight at full strength, and the only way for my body to have that full strength to beat him is for you to take control. I trust you can do it. I trust you that you'll give me my body back once this is all done. Naruto answered, giving the Kyuubi a serious look. This is serious, Kurama. This is so we can free both Yagura and Isabue from his control. The blonde pounded his fists together. Isabue met with me in the Genjutsu and he tells me we need to do this. I trust you can free him and manage to defeat the Uchiha. Naruto's request and words had stunned the fox so badly that he didn't even correct Naruto's usage of his real name. His container was willing to trust him with his own body? He was that intent on freeing both Yagura and Isabue? He even used Isabue's name. And he met up with him. He repeated the words in his head. Fine. We'll try it. Alright Naruto, let's do this. Kurama spoke out loud, causing Naruto to grin. This is going to be overwhelming and may hurt, but don't fight it. I'll honor your request this once, but for now, it's my turn. The Uchiha is dead. Naruto's body became covered by even more chakra. The chakra began attaching itself to his body, forming what appeared to be a layer of red-black skin. 3 more tails developed. Each of the tails that had surrounded his body became more pronounced and solidified. Bones also developed on Naruto's body, creating a skeleton that surrounded him. Madara looked at Naruto's new body in confusion. Are you entering version 2? Can you control that level of chakra? Naruto looked towards the masked man. A smirk developed on his face. He can't, that's where I come in. The Kyuubi, speaking through Naruto's body, declared. It's about time you pay Madara. Madara had no time to reply, the Kyuubi controlled Naruto already charged forward at him. Water style, for shark shower. A large orb of water developed in Kisame's left hand. He held out the orb slightly before all of the water in it surged upward. After a few seconds, the water turned into rain that covered the cemetery. The raindrops changed shape, resembling tiny water sharks. Mei and Utakata moved around, dodging each individual raindrop and preventing themselves from getting bitten. Mei, however, was unable to get away from all, and a water shark made contact with left leg. It bit into it hard, causing her to close eyes in pain as blood started to pour out. She quickly shook her leg, flicking the water shark off, before returning to her attempt at avoiding the attacks. Kisame, however, rushed her. The swordsman swung Samehada, trying to shave at her again. Mei, however, rolled out of the way in time. She made a singular hand sign before quickly stomping her foot on the ground. Water style, water blade. A column of underground water rushed forward directly underneath Kisame's body, causing him to move backwards to avoid it. Mei rushed over to the water and extended her hand into it. The column of water quickly changed shape, resembling a blade made of water. She swung it around slightly, adjusting herself to using it, before she charged at Kisame. Oh? Wasn't that technique made by the Yondaime Kazekage? Are you really going to use a water technique made by Asuna Shinobi? Kisame questioned with a smirk as he charged at her, gripping Samehada. Whatever. Guess I'll get a chance to see if your Kenjutsu got any better. Kisame's Samehada came into direct contact with Mei's blade of water. The weapons clashed and both shinobi were unable to get the edge on each other. Kisame quickly swung again, attacking lower this time. Mei, however, avoided the attack by jumping into the air. She rushed forward directly at Kisame, trying to stab him with her blade, but the swordsman reacted quickly and blocked her blade with his own. The two were at a stalemate. I'm impressed that you actually can hold me off with a flimsy water sword like that, Mei-san. Kisame admitted as he tried to overpower her. Certainly this is because of the jutsu, right? There's no way you could match me at like this with just Kenjutsu. You are right, it is the jutsu. Mei replied with a smirk. My water blade's strength is based on my own chakra, as it determined the amount and strength of the water used to forge it. It's a lot stronger sword than you would have expected. I see. Interesting technique. I'd try and learn it, but Samehada might get jealous if I try and use any other type of sword. The shark-like shinobi stated with a laugh. As the two former teammates attempted to overpower the other, Yotakata brought his pipe to his mouth. He channeled the Rokubi's chakra into his mouth as he began blowing. Acid bubbles. Yotakata blew a series of bubbles that were colored dark blue directly at Kisame's body. The swordsman looked over with his peripheral vision in time to see the approaching attack. He, therefore, stopped his attack and moved backwards just in time to avoid the attacks. Yotakata then made a hand sign, causing the bubbles to erupt, releasing a dark blue liquid. The liquid rushed forward, again, at Kisame. The swordsman, however, continued to dodge the attacks, causing the liquid to make contact with the ground and causing the earth to melt upon contact. Mei then rushed forward at Kisame, raising her blade of water slightly as she attempted to cut him down. Kisame blocked her oncoming attack with Samehada. He then swung his sword again at a slight angle. Mei was unable to block fully and the shark teeth on Kisame's body punctured her arm slightly, causing her grip on her blade to weaken. Kisame then took the opportunity to deliver a kick against Mei's hand, fully knocking the water blade out of her hand and causing it to turn to plain water. You see, that's how I know it had to have been the jutsu and not your Kenjutsu. You made a blade strong enough to match Samehada, but you clearly don't know how to fight against a swordsman with more experience than you. Kisame taunted his former teammate. He swung his sword once again at Mei's body. She was unable to get away this time, and took the brunt of his attack. The shark teeth ripped into the skin on her stomach and chest before shaving it off. Mei shouted in pain as she fell to the ground, blood dripping heavily. Had enough. Kisame taunted as he pointed Samehada at her body. Fuck you. Mei hissed as she pulled herself off the ground. Her hands started to glow green as she quickly brought them to her chest. Do you think you can just heal those wounds? In the middle of a battle. The swordsman laughed. Desperate, aren't we? Kisame prepared to rush her and Mei started moving backwards to place distance between her and the shinobi. Before Kisame could actually attack, however, he was bombarded by a series of bubbles. The bubbles exploded directly onto his back, causing him to fall forward slightly. He managed to catch himself before he actually hit the ground, however. Kisame turned his head to see Yotakata standing at a distance, blowing bubbles from his pipe. The shark-like shinobi shook his head. You tend to get some dirty hits on me, you know that, Yotakata? He asked with a smirk. I appreciate that in a shinobi. The swordsman darted towards the Rokubi Jinchuriki, avoiding any bubbles the shinobi breathed out. Seeing his attempts to stop the man were not working, Yotakata turned his body downward and blew another, larger bubble. The bubble consumed his body and started to float upward just as Kisame reached him and tried to swing his sword at him. Now in the air, Yotakata created a small hole in his bubble and began blowing out dark blue bubbles towards Kisame's body. He avoided each bubble, causing them to hit the ground and cause the earth to melt slightly after the impact. He then ran through a series of hand signs as a large orb of water developed in his hand again. Kisame held it upward, causing the water to surge upwards and create rain. The rain changed shape into tiny water sharks. The sharks rushed forward to one spot, Yotakata's bubble. The sharks were unable to pierce the bubble, but they shoved it downward to the ground. Yotakata bit his lip as he tried to push the bubble upwards again, but he was unable to. The constant barrage of water sharks were forcing him downward. As soon as the bubble made contact with the ground, Kisame charged forward and swung Samehada. The sword managed to break through the bubble. The water sharks that had been pushing the bubble downward now changed targets, focusing solely on Yotakata's body. The Rokubi Jinchuriki shouted in pain as multiple sharks bit into different parts of his body. A few seconds passed before he jumped away and shoved them off of him. Bite marks and blood covered his entire body, however. Yotakata jumped over to Mei's position. The rebel leader had used medical ninjutsu to stop herself from bleeding too extensively, but she still appeared to be exhausted. It seemed as if she was struggling to stand. "We need backup," Yotakata informed her. "Otherwise we are dead." "I realize," Mei hissed in response as she closed her eyes. They needed to either alert help or think of some way to defeat Kisame fast. At the rate the battle was going, neither she nor Yotakata would be able to remain fighting for too long. Toad conflagration. Gamabunta opened his mouth before exhaling a massive gust of wind from his lungs. The wind contained traces of oil inside of it and moved around the battlefield. As the wind-oil mixture was sent out, Jiraiya breathed out a spray of fire that made contact with the mixture. A giant, flaming cyclone developed and quickly ignited the area entirely. The flames managed to pierce Ataka's body, burning it up and causing it to disappear in a poof of smoke. Crows flew throughout the area, trying to get away from the flames. The fire, however, moved too fast and had expanded far too much. The crows were unable to properly escape and were burned. One crow, however, continued to fly and get away. It flew above the battlefield and seemed to be panting. That had to be enough. "Jiraiya-san hit me too many times for me to be valuable," Itaka told himself. "Any more development in our conflict and we will end up burning the village of Kirigakure to the ground. I've done my part and Zetsu will not be suspicious. I can retreat for now." With that thought, the crow continued to fly away further into the village, away from the battle with Jiraiya. As the crow started to fly away, Jiraiya made a signal to Gamabunta. The toad nodded before he spat out a deluge of water, completely engulfing the flames that he and Jiraiya had created, putting them out. With the fire gone, the Sunin jumped on the toad boss's head. "We need to hurry into the village, Gamabunta. If Itaka was here, his partner must surely be nearby. We need to make sure he hasn't done any damage. We need to contact Mei," Jiraiya informed the toad sharply. "Just tell me the direction to go." Gamabunta replied with a nod. Jiraiya pointed in a direction, urging Gamabunta to start hurrying. "I hope that was enough time. Naruto, Mei, Yotakata, please be safe." The Sunin closed his eyes to pray. Kurama, using Naruto's body, darted towards Madara, extending his hands out like claws. He swung them directly at the man's face, but the attack failed and the claw went through his body. "If you really are the Kyuubi taking control, I would have assumed you would have been wiser than to attack me like this. It's useless," the masked man commented. "And if you really were the man who controlled me all those years ago, you should realize that I'm not stupid and know what I'm doing," the Kyuubi replied with a grin. "Oh wait, you aren't that man. You're just a fragment of his chakra, a leftover essence that appears to have picked up a tendency to taunt to help it cope with the fact that it'll one day fade into nothingness." A scowl developed behind Madara's mask as he quickly jumped backwards. He brought out a chain from his wristlets and quickly surrounded the Kyuubi-possessed body. He then tossed him forward, directly in front of Isabu's body. "Sanbai, why don't you do the favors and extinguish this pathetic fox?" he shouted. Isabu nodded his head before it channeled chakra into his mouth. He then spat out massive balls of water directly at the approaching body. Kurama, however, grinned in response. The skeleton around his body extended outward, pushing with enough strength to destroy the chains holding him down. Now freed, the Kyuubi proceeded to move quickly, avoiding the Sanbai's barrage of attacks. He then jumped into the air for a moment before slamming his body hard against the ground. Tailed Beast Shockwave. The resulting impact of Kurama slamming himself on the ground created a massive shockwave on the ground, causing everything to shake. Isabu felt himself losing balance after the shockwaves. Similarly, Madara actually lost his balance and fell. Kurama noticed that and dashed towards his body. Kurama reached him quickly and delivered a slash at him with his claws. His attack connected and Madara's cloak was pierced slightly, blood to pour out lightly. The Kyuubi attempted to slash at him again, but Madara's body quickly vanished as a distortion in space quickly consumed his body. He reappeared from another distortion directly behind the possessed body. Madara held out his hands, causing the chains on his wristlet to rush forward again towards Kurama. The Kyuubi, however, turned around in time and managed to grab hold of the chains with his hands. He gripped tightly on them as Madara tried to pull on them. "These chains of yours have been pissing me off," the Kyuubi said plainly as he tightened his grip even further. Instantly, the chains ignited with fire. The wristlets on Madara's hands caught on fire as well and he was forced to drop them. The chain fell into the pond water on the ground, still burning despite being in water. "You shouldn't have done that," Madara said. Behind his mask, his eyes widened. Amaterasu. Black flames surrounded Kurama and closed in on him. He managed to jump away in time, but the flames did make contact, causing him to wince heavily at the burn. The black flames began to slowly spread over his body, causing Kurama to breathe out a gust of wind from his mouth to extinguish the flames. "This isn't my body, this is the kid's, and he's human. I need to make sure I don't get hit by those flames anymore. Too much of that could kill him," Kurama informed himself. Fire style, blast wave wild dance. The masked man released a large stream of fire that developed into a spiral pattern as it flew towards Kurama. The fox quickly dodged the flames before rushing at the Uchiha. The flames continued to fly forward until they disappeared in a distortion in space. As Kurama was about to reach Madara and strike at him, the flames reappeared from a new distortion in space directly in between himself and the Uchiha. "What?" The Kyuubi's eyes were wide. The fox was forced to jump to avoid the oncoming attack. He was too close to the flames to get fully away, however, and the flames burned at his legs, causing him to wince in pain. Seeing him in the air, Madara snapped his finger before pointing his finger at him. Isabu nodded his head, understanding the request, and began charging chakra in his mouth. A sphere of black and white chakra began to develop. By Judama. Isabu launched the sphere of chakra directly towards Kurama. His eyes widened in surprise as he quickly looked upward and inhaled. He proceeded to exhale a powerful gust of wind that pushed his body backwards, pushing him down towards the ground and, in the process, avoiding the attack. As soon as the Kyuubi landed on the ground, Madara rushed him. His eyes, beneath his mask, were open wide. Amaterasu. More black flames flew towards Kurama. The Biju jumped backwards, avoiding the attack, before inhaling and exhaling, sending another gust of wind forward. The wind extinguished the approaching flames. They continued to rush forward towards Madara's body, but the wind blew right through him, having no effect. "Frustrated yet, Kyuubi? Your attacks aren't working," the masked man remarked. "I'm biding my time," the fox hissed in response. "He has a point. I need to fight more carefully. It's been a while since I've fought, especially in a body like this. I need to not be stupid. His stupid intangibility technique has a weakness and I need to exploit it," Kurama thought to himself. He recalled the battle up to this point, even remembering Naruto's original attempt at fighting him. He made a note of every time either he or Naruto actually landed a hit on him. Finally, an idea struck him, causing him to grin. "Got it." Madara made a hand sign, urging Isabu to move forward. The sandbai rolled itself into its shell and started to roll forward directly at Kurama. The giant turtle attempted to trample him, but the fox was quicker than Naruto had been. Kurama managed to keep moving, making sure that Isabu's attack would not him. Each time, however, he would slowly inch himself closer to Madara. After getting sufficiently close enough, the Kyuubi swung his claws forward, Nine-Tails Twister. The gesture of swiping his claws created a tornado that rushed forward at Madara. The tornado reached the masked man quickly, but once again, did no damage. The Uchiha stood still for a moment in the center of the tornado. In the process, however, Isabu stopped rolling forward and trying to attack Kurama. After a few seconds, Madara walked out of the tornado, still completely unharmed. As soon as he walked out, Isabu continued to roll forward. Kurama paid no attention to the sandbai, however, and dashed towards Madara. He got dangerously close to his body and swung his claws at him again. The sudden movement and action took the Uchiha by surprise and caused his body to disappear in a distortion in space. Great. He did it. Now, Kurama, stay focused. Sense for his energy. Look for his negative emotions, the Biju told himself. Within seconds, the Kyuubi felt the emotions he was looking for, a sense of overwhelming despair that it was going to one day fade from existence, and a sense of anger that two intruders were attempting to ruin his purpose. Kurama turned his head just in time to see a distortion in space open up. There. Just as Madara started to exit the distortion in space, Kurama pointed the ends of each of his tails directly at him. He channeled chakra into each tail, causing them to light up. 9 tails beam. Each of the tails released a powerful beam of pure, reddish-orange chakra directly at Madara's body. All 9 beams connected at various parts of Madara's body, causing his body to grow limp. Blood starting pouring out of the points of his body hit. Ah! He yelled in pain. The masked man tried to pull himself away from the beams, but the power was too much for him to overpower. He found himself unable to even use Kamui to make himself intangible. He was stuck like this, forced to experience the force of this technique. Can't become visible, huh? You can't so long as your body is linked to the physical world. My beams will do just that. The Kyuubi said smugly as he maintained the use of his jutsu from his tails. I'd say look forward to going to hell, but you won't. You're not even the real Uchiha Madara. You're just an essence. A creature as unoriginal and despicable as you has no afterlife, there's only an eternal death and disappearance. Ah. The masked man continued to scream. Satisfied with his work, Kurama opened his mouth and began generating chakra. A black and white sphere began to develop in his mouth. By Jutama. The Kyuubi sent the sphere flying towards Madara's body. The sphere collided with him before completely consuming him. Within seconds, the screaming stopped. Once the sphere began to fade away, Kurama saw no signs of the body. The jutsu had wiped out all traces of the essence of Uchiha Madara. Not even a body. Figures. An implant of chakra like that has no worth in this world. The Kyuubi commented. As Kurama remained still, staring at the space that had once been the essence of Uchiha Madara, a loud thumping noise sounded throughout the mindscape. He turned his head around to see Isabu, passed out on the ground. Kurama rushed over to the giant turtle's body, climbed onto it, and placed his ear against his chest. A few seconds passed by before he sighed in relief. Isabu's alive. He's passed out. He told himself. He must finally be free of the control. Instinctively, Kurama's eyes wandered over to the body of Yagura, remaining still in the mindscape. The flowers that had been holding the boy in place had officially let go. Yagura was also no longer moving about on the floor and seemed to be at peace. Kurama jumped off Isabu's body and rushed over to the Jinchuriki, placing his ear against his chest. And it seems as if Jinchuriki is fine as well. He must be free as well. Kurama commented as he looked back and forth between the Jinchuriki and the Biju. It's going to probably be a little while before these two wake up. The fox remained still for a moment as his eyes finally focused in on Isabu. A small smile developed on his face as he looked at the giant turtle. Well kid. We did it. He said. Within his body, he could feel a presence seemingly glow. Naruto was as relieved and happy as he was. The boy, the Kyuubi could tell, was genuinely happy that both Yagura and Isabu were free. A part of Kurama realized that he still had an opportunity that he had been craving for years. Naruto had given him complete control in act of desperation. He could, in theory, keep control of his body for a little while longer until Naruto could wrestle up control back. However, the fox knew that Naruto would get control back eventually. There would be no point. Besides, the kid. He put his trust in me. Kurama noted, his smile growing a little wider. He shouldn't have. I've made it no secret what I feel about him. But he did it anyway. Because he valued Yagura's life and Isabu's life. He'd risk it all just for a chance to do good. A small chuckle escaped his lips. Heh. He even reminds me of my old man in a way. It's that same damn drive to do good in this world. Kid, no. Naruto. The Kyuubi corrected himself. I'm going to pull us out of this mindscape. I don't know how long, but both Yagura and Isabu will wake up in time. You will return to your body and have full control once we return to the real world. However, this experience battling Yagura and the essence of Madara is going to leave your body and mind exhausted. You're going to pass out. Just prepare to get some sleep for a while. Kurama closed his eyes as he began channeling his chakra, allowing for both he and Naruto to leave. Thanks, Kyuubi. The fox heard Naruto's reply within his mind. The fox chuckled in response, "Hey kid, if you want, you can call me Kurama." With those words, Naruto and Kurama left Yagura's mindscape, returning to the real world. Kisame raised Samehada up into the air, prepared to rush forward and strike at Mei and Utakata. He stopped himself, however, as he saw something appear in the sky. A singular black crow flew around the battlefield in a circular pattern. After flying in 3 rotations, it began flying away from the battlefield. Kisame's eyes narrowed at the sight. That's Ataka's signal. He's been forced to retreat and he's advising I do the same. The swordsman noted. That must mean Jiraiya defeated him and he's coming this way. Shit. I can't take him on. I'll get killed. Kisame's eyes lowered and focused in on his opponents. Mei and Utakata were still breathing heavily and bleeding heavily, but were standing and in position to fight. Mei had officially patched up enough of her wounds that she could still keep fighting for a little longer until she got forced down and Utakata's Biju had healed him enough. I can probably still take them, but not fast enough to get away from Jiraiya. That means I won't have time to get away with Utakata's body, Yagura's body, or the Kyuubi Jinchuriki's body. Shit. He cursed. With a sigh, the former Kirigakure shinobi moved Samehada to his back and rehooked it. Both Mei and Utakata tensed at the action and prepared for whatever Kisame was attempting to do. You both got lucky. You would have died if it wasn't for fate. Still, guess I gotta give you both props for lasting as long as you did to the point that help would come. Kisame admitted. The shark-like man let a smirk cross his lips. I'll remember this, though, the next time. And believe me, there will be a next team. Our team has unfinished business after all, Mei-san, and I intend to have that team reunion soon. With those words, Kisame's body disappeared. A pool of water had seemingly replaced him. Which direction did he go? Mei shook her head as she began looking around for any sign of movement. If we really do have help coming, then we can point them in his direction. The words on her lips died as soon as they heard some small movement from Naruto and Yagura. Both shinobi turned their heads and saw Naruto open his eyes slightly and start to stagger away. Mei and Utakata got over to them as quickly as they could. Naruto's eyes were starting to close, but a smile developed on his face. He's alright. We did it. Kurama and I did it. We got him. Naruto mumbled quietly. Mei and Utakata, however, heard loud and clear and were staring at him in disbelief. His words remained unfinished. Naruto fell into unconsciousness, succumbing to his exhaustion. Mei managed to catch him in time before his body could hit the ground. She continued to stare at him in disbelief before tears started to fall from her eyes. He did it then, my Yagura-kun is still alive. She said happily. A large presence landed in the cemetery. Mei looked over briefly in time to see Jiraiya jump off the head of Gamabunta, but she barely processed it. Her adrenaline was starting to fade and exhaustion was taking over her body. The weight of Naruto in her arms was also starting to prove to be too much for her. She quickly started to fall backwards, the sense of joy and relief completely overwhelming. She didn't even feel Utakata catching her body and making sure she, and by proxy Naruto, did not fall to the ground. Everything was over. The civil war was over. Yagura was freed. These were her last thoughts as she drifted into unconsciousness herself. Chapter 52, A United Kirigakure. Naruto's body tensed up as he slowly tried to pull himself up. He realized quickly that he was not in the cemetery where he had previously been. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes and fully pulled himself up. He then took in his surroundings. The blonde was now sitting on top of a hospital bed in a plain, white room. There was a potted plant in the corner of the room and a brown wardrobe with an ornate design, but they were the only things present in the room. 2 windows on the wall brought in sunlight from the outside, showing Naruto that it was most likely around noontime. He looked downward and noticed that his outfit was different. He was wearing a blue robe and pants, both of which had the Kirigakure symbol printed on them. He also had bandages on around his body. Ugh, my head. Naruto rubbed his head. How long have I been out? His eyes widened as he repeated that thought. Wait, how long have I been out? What happened in the war? He pulled himself off the bed and stood on the ground. His body stiffened slightly and he winced slightly, but he started to slowly walk around the room to get his body used to it. Once the pain started to fade away, he opened the door to the room and started to walk out. After a few steps out of the room, Naruto bumped into a man. The two fell down to the ground. Ow! Naruto rubbed his head slightly. He then looked over at the person he hit. Sorry about that dash. The words died on his tongue as he focused his eyes on the man. He recognized him as Doka Sujita, the medical ninja Mei had placed in charge of the Kirigakure rebels. Seeing the man walking around and seemingly alright brought a relief to Naruto. The war, overall, must have ended well for everyone. Naruto-san, I am surprised to see you like this. Sujita was looking at Naruto in shock. You've been unconscious for 3 days, so I didn't believe you would be moving about freely like this. 3 days. Naruto's eyes widened at the words. You were physically exhausted, your incredibly large chakra reserves were drained, and you sustained heavy wounds. I predicted that you would have remained unconscious for a whole week. Guess the Kyuubi expedited your healing. The medical shinobi said with a chuckle. Naruto shook his head as he tried to recall his last thoughts. He remembered the fight with Yagura and taking a lot of wounds from him. He also recalled the mental strain of fighting Madara and Yagura's mind and the physical strain of allowing the Kyuubi to take control of him for the fight. It made sense for him to be that drained, but the idea was still surprising. 3 days unconscious? And it was expected to be a full week? Heh. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Guess I am pretty tough then. His eyes widened once again as an image of his friends came into his mind. Hey. Where are Dash? Now that you are awake, Naruto, I must ask that you get dressed if you can and report to me. Sujita stated, interrupting Naruto's words. She wanted to talk to you as soon as you woke up. I can lead you to her. I can do that. The blonde nodded his head. But Dash. Great, then I must ask you hurry. Sujita interrupted Naruto again. She will be greatly pleased to see you're fine. She has things that she needs to discuss with you. So go get dressed. Your clothes are in the wardrobe. After getting interrupted again, Naruto sighed and walked back into his room. He would just ask Mei about his friends when he talked to her. As he closed his door, Sujita reached his hand forward, catching the door. Naruto-san. He called out. Naruto turned his attention back to the medical shinobi. Just to let you know, the Konoha shinobi are fine. Your friends are alright. They have been visiting you multiple times each day. I'll send you to them after your meeting with Mei. With those words, Sujita closed the door. A relieved smile developed on Naruto's face as he walked over to the wardrobe to get dressed. Upon getting dressed, Naruto was escorted from the hospital room through the streets of Kirigakure. The village was, surprisingly, intact. There were a few buildings that had been destroyed and a few areas that appeared to be under construction, but for the most part, Kirigakure seemed as if it had not been just invaded. It's a good thing the village isn't ruins or anything. Naruto mumbled to himself. He was not talking to his escort, but Sujita heard his comment and decided to respond. The village was worse immediately following the invasion, but the rebels started to assist with the repairs. We are not against Kirigakure and we're only trying to change the way the village was being run, so we made efforts to show. Every able-bodied shinobi has been helping and the repairs have been going remarkably fast. I believe that the villagers are just starting to come around. It was that comment that inspired Naruto to take note of all the people on the streets. Civilian villagers and a few shinobi were walking down the streets of the village. Most of the civilians were eyeing Naruto and Sujita fearfully while the shinobi appeared to be on edge. This feels familiar. It's just like it was years ago. Naruto shook his head, trying to ignore some of the looks and the tension in the air. The villagers of Kirigakure were not our enemies, so we did not kill more than necessary. Only people who could be confirmed as Yagura supporters were targeted, and we tried to minimize shinobi casualties to the best of our abilities. Despite this, though, Mei-sama's rebels do not have the best of appearances to the people still in the village. Sujata sighed. To them, we look like a warmongering group that overthrew Kirigakure. It's going to take time before they come around to us, but I'm sure it'll come in time. Yeah. They'll come around. Naruto nodded his head confidently. The people of Konoha have started to come around on me. I'm sure the people of Kiri will come around once they realize that the new government is going to be a lot better. Conversation between Naruto and Sujata died as they continued on their walk towards Mei. They headed in the direction of the Mizukage's mansion. In here, Naruto-san. Sujata instructed as he opened a door to Mei's office before walking off. Naruto nodded his head before entering the room. The room was very reminiscent of the room he saw in the vision he saw from Isabu's mist genjutsu technique. Sitting at the desk in the room was Mei. Directly on the desk in front of her was the Mizukage's hat. Standing by her side were Yotokata and Jiraiya. All three shinobi appeared to be in the middle of a discussion, but the conversation died as soon as Naruto entered the room. Both Mei and Yotokata smiled at the sight of the blonde while Jiraiya rushed over to his side and hugged him. I was wondering when you'd wake up, Naruto. Did you finally get enough sleep? Jiraiya laughed loudly as he tightened his grip on Naruto. Despite the joking nature of his comment, there was evident relief and joy in his voice. The Sannin was ecstatic to see his godson was conscious again. Naruto smiled back as he returned the hug. Long enough to heal up? Naruto replied with a chuckle. I'm good, Ero Sennin. Don't worry about me. Who said anything about worried? Jiraiya questioned as he finally broke the hug. He placed his right hand on Naruto's shoulder. I'm glad to see you're up, but I had no doubt you'd be waking up eventually and you'd be fine. You're a tough kid, Naruto. I knew you'd be fine as well, Naruto-san. Mei commented as she stood up from her chair. Naruto turned his attention to the rebel leader. Mei walked forward towards him until she was directly in front of the boy. She then brought her hands together and bowed to him. I may not know fully what you did to Yagura, but you managed to free him from his control and end the war in a way that he did not have to die. Mei stated. Tears seemed to develop in Mei's eyes, but the kunoichi quickly rubbed them away before they could fall. Words cannot express my gratitude fully. Naruto-san, you have an eternal ally here in Kirigakure for your support. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Naruto began to stammer. The sincerity and emotion in Mei's voice took him by surprise. He did not know what to say. You haven't even been Mizukage for a week and you're already bowing to a foreign shinobi, Mei-san. Yotokata commented with a chuckle. Although I understand why. Naruto-san, you did a good job. Thank you for your support, for not just Yagura's and Kirigakure's sake, but for the sake of all of Mizu no Kuni. The Uzumaki's cheeks brightened and he began to rub his head sheepishly. I don't think I deserve all of the praise. You two did most of the work during the fight with Yagura. I only did what I could to help him break free. Naruto admitted. How is Yagura, by the way? Mei lifted her head upward. A small frown developed on her face. Yagura is unconscious, just as you were. She answered with a sigh. He's considered to be stable and the medics I trusted to look after him are expecting he will wake up within the next 2 days, but for now, he's being held in a hidden room in the hospital, away from everybody else in the area. A hidden room. Naruto blinked in response. Why? Has anybody tried to kill him or something? That's a fear, yes. There are a few rebels that, if they knew that Yagura was still alive and just unconscious, they'd kill him. Yotokata replied. The fact that Yagura is alive and the truth of his control is going to be an S-rank secret. Mei said sharply. Huh? What? Naruto shouted as his eyes narrowed at the woman in front of him. You aren't going to force him to remain hidden for the rest of his life or something, are you? I am already in the process of creating an alias for him to live out his daily life, as either a shinobi or a civilian, whatever he wishes. Mei replied, her frown deepening. But as for him reclaiming his identity as Yagura, yes, he can never do that again. Why? That's not fair to him. Uchiha Madara was controlling him. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki declared. Unfortunately, Naruto-san, the truth comes across as unbelievable. I know I didn't really believe it fully, even though I was going on the mission to fight him. Yotakata admitted with a sigh. There are going to be plenty of people, especially amongst the former rebels, who will not believe it. I can attest to this. There are only a few shinobi amongst the rebel ranks that knew of what I was hoping to do with Yagura, but I tried to bounce out theories amongst everyone to see if they would accept the idea of him being controlled. Hardly anybody believed it. Mei added. The Yondaime Mizukage did absolutely horrible things in Kirigakure and people won't accept that he was just being controlled, without visible evidence. It's a horrible position, but the people view Yagura as having a lot of blood on his hands, so there is nothing that can be done for him. So what if it's unbelievable? It's the truth. Naruto crossed his arms and repeated his defense. It is, but their point stands, not many people will buy it. Especially once you factor Mei-san's and Yagura's former relationship. Jiraiya commented. The blonde's eyes narrowed further at Mei in confusion. Mei looked around the room for a moment, uncomfortable with the discussion. A few seconds passed by before she sighed. Yagura and I were teammates throughout our shinobi career and, sometime before the war ended, we became a couple. By the time the war was over, there were rumors that he was planning on asking me to marry him. She admitted with a slight blush on her cheeks. The blush faded almost immediately after it arrived, as her face became slightly hollow. It's going to look suspicious that I overthrew him and allowed him to live. At best, people will think I made an emotional decision and judge my rule on that notion. At worst, people could view the entire Yagura regime and the civil war as a political scheme between the two of us to ensure that we both became Mizukage. It could effectively destroy Kirigakure. What? Naruto's eyes widened at the thought. But, you would never. You would dash. She wouldn't, Naruto-san, but that doesn't stop the thought from existing. Conspiracy theories exist for a reason, and if people knew that Mei-san spared Yagura, it would spark multiple that could potentially jeopardize life in Mizu no Kuni again. Yotakata stated. Silence filled the room. Mei looked incredibly uncomfortable as she thought back to her time with Yagura and the amount of precautions she had to make to keep him alive and prevent outcry from spreading throughout the village. Naruto, meanwhile, was processing everything he had heard and was horrified. Jiraiya and Yotakata remained quiet, waiting to see who would break the silence first. So, the world thinks he's dead, huh? The people are going to think we killed him. Naruto finally spoke, asking his question quietly. Yotakata nodded his head in affirmation. It's going to go on all of our records, yes. To anybody not privy to the information, the three of us killed the Yondaime Mizukage. The blonde shook his head in response. I don't feel comfortable with that. At all. Neither do I, Naruto. Yagura, he really is. Mei shook her head for a moment as she resisted the urge to tear up once again. Yagura is the love of my life and I'm going to have to convince the world that I had a hand in killing him. But it's for the best. I don't want somebody doing something to Kirigakure and I don't want anybody trying to kill him. Silence, once again, filled the room. A few minutes passed before a knock on the door to the office sounded through the area. The four shinobi became much more attentive and turned their attention to the door. Enter. Mei stated. The door opened up and a Kirigakure shinobi, dressed in standard attire and wearing a hunter's mask over their face, entered the room and bowed. Go Dame-sama, the escort you sent to Kibo has arrived. The village mayor, as well as the lady you requested to be brought here, Hotaru, has arrived. The shinobi reported. Yotakata smiled at the mention of his companion. Mei quickly noted the look and a small smile of her own developed. The two shinobi shared a look before the Mizukage nodded her head in understanding. Understood. She said to the newly arrived shinobi. Would you be willing to escort Yotakata-san here to Hotaru-san? Of course. The shinobi replied. Thank you very much, Mei-san. I'll be back to discuss more things with you after I meet with Hotaru. Yotakata replied. Mei simply nodded her head. Yotakata followed the Kirigakure shinobi out of the room. After they left, Mei closed the door to the office and let out a small chuckle. Yotakata and Hotaru are together again at least, that's some good news. Hopefully their relationship will be able to grow organically and not have anything happen in it like mine. Mei commented to herself, her chuckle picking up a slightly bitter tone to it. Mei-san. Are you alright? Naruto questioned. I'll be fine. I just need Yagura to wake up already. The newly appointed Mizukage sighed. She then turned her attention to Naruto. Speaking of that, I'll put a notice to my trusted shinobi looking after Yagura that you are to be reported to when he wakes up. I presume that you may want to talk to him as well. I would like the chance, yes. Naruto replied. The blonde's eyes moved towards the door. Watching Yotakata leave the room to be reunited with his friend reminded Naruto of his own friends. He really wanted to go meet up with them. Mei-san, may I be dash? You may go meet with you friends, Naruto. They should be staying at the inn just across from this mansion. Mei interrupted him. Her eyes narrowed at Naruto. I've actually gotten to meet Anko-san, Hinata-san, Shikamaru-san, and Doso-san. I trust them, I think they are good people, and I believe they have Kiri's best interests in mind. Therefore, if you wish, I'm allowing you to inform the secret of Yagura's circumstances if you wish. However, I will hold them to the standards of an S-rank secret. I would advise you warn them of that and let them know that it is a secret that I will make sure remains secret with all of my might. With each word, the Mizukage began leaking more and more killing intent focused on Naruto. The blonde gulped once she finished her declaration, but he nodded his head in understanding. I will inform them of that, yes. He replied. Instantly, the killing intent stopped and a small smile developed on Mei's face. Good. Then tell them hi for me, please. Naruto, once again, nodded his head before excusing himself from the room. Mei and Jiraiya were now alone together. You can be a scary woman, you know that, right? Jiraiya questioned with a slight shiver. Even he felt the killing intent she was releasing and, despite experiencing war and the trials of being a shinobi for over 40 years, even he was intimidated by it. I am aware, but I have to have some fun from time to time, even if it's just messing with someone with killing intent. Mei replied with a sigh. These past few days have been draining and I'm still concerned about Yagura. I need to lighten up my mood somehow. I understand. The Sunin commented. Do you want to take a break? I know we have more things that you and I need to discuss, but we can put them off for a little bit. No point. The Mizukage shook her head. I'll reward myself with a glass of sake later. For now let's get back to business, let's talk about the alliance between Konoha and Kiri. Jiraiya nodded his head in understanding as his and Mei's business continued from there. Naruto rushed into the inn and quickly asked the worker at the front desk for the room of his friends. Upon getting the information, he quickly rushed up a flight of stairs and down hallways until he reached the door. He then proceeded to knock on the door. The blonde stood outside the door, waiting for someone to arrive. Nearly a minute passed by before he knocked again. We're coming, we're coming. Just wait a second. Anko's voice could be heard. Take your time. Naruto replied with a chuckle. The blonde heard no verbal reply. Instead, he heard the sound of loud, quick movement. Almost instantaneously, the door to the room was opened, with Hinata standing in the entrance. Her eyes were wide in surprise and were focused on Naruto. Hey Hinata. Naruto smiled at his girlfriend. How are you dash? The blonde was interrupted as Hinata closed the distance between the two of them and hugged him tightly. She squeezed him hard, causing him to wince slightly. Hinata loosened her grip slightly, but made sure to remain hugging him. He quickly returned the hug, keeping her close to him. You're awake. You're finally awake. She said happily as she smiled brightly at Naruto. I was getting worried, Naruto-kun. I'm so glad you are finally awake and well. Heh. I'm well, yeah. Naruto replied with a chuckle. A little sore, but I'm doing good. We'd been visiting you every day whenever we could. I wanted to be there when you woke up. Hinata admitted with a shrug. But whatever, you're good now. Now dash. You two can get a room. Both Naruto and Hinata turned their heads to see Anko, Shikamaru, and Dosu standing by the door. Anko had a grin on her face as she eyed her former genin students teasingly. This immediately caused the two of them to separate, blushes developing on their cheeks. Anko-sensei! Hinata nearly shouted. Get your mind out of the gutter. We're 13. Naruto exclaimed, equally flustered. Two things, Anko held up two fingers. 1. You're almost 14. 2. Old enough to kill, old enough to dash. Anko-sensei. Hinata's blush brightened. Lighten up, you two, I'm kidding. Anko laughed as she walked forward to Naruto. She placed her hand on his head and rubbed his hair affectionately. All seriousness, I'm glad you are alright, Naruto. No idea what happened in your fight, so it made it concerning to see you in a coma for a few days. Glad to see you're up and moving again. Indeed. Dosu spoke up with a chuckle. And while we don't know much about how your part of the mission went, I'm willing to bet most people in your situation would have been in the hospital for longer if they were in your shoes. You're strong, Naruto-san. Heh. Thanks, Dosu. Naruto smiled back at his friend. The blonde walked over and exchanged a handshake with the bandage-wearing boy. After greeting him, he turned his attention to Shikamaru. He held out his hand to greet him, but he was taken by surprise as Shikamaru, instead, grabbed his hand and pulled him closer, bringing him into a hug. Naruto quickly returned the hug. I'm glad you're alright, Naruto. We all are. Shikamaru replied quietly, a small smile on his face. While Naruto could hear the sincerity in Shikamaru's voice, he also detected a trace of sadness in his tone. There was something off with him, something he wasn't fully certain of. Nevertheless, Naruto ignored it for the time being and opted to simply greet his friend with a smile. And I'm glad to see you all are alright too. I got a lot of things to talk to you about. He said. Wanna go get food real quick, then? My treat and we can chat and catch up on everything. Anko offered cheerfully. Nah. We'll get food later, but I have a few things I need to talk to you all in private. Naruto said with a sigh. Some things that I really need to get off my mind that I just learned. The mood in the room sobered slightly after his speech. Anko nodded and the group all went back into the room, closing the door and making precautions to make sure nobody could hear anything that Naruto was about to say. Knowing that he was given the okay from Mei, Naruto told his friends everything, Mei's correct suspicions about Yagura, how the fight went, how the encounter with Isabu and Madara went, Yagura's current health, and Mei's dilemma regarding Yagura. It took him a while to explain everything and the group remained in silence. Hinata, Shikamaru, and Dosu all appeared visibly shocked by his statements. Anko, on the other hand, had closed her eyes as she processed everything Naruto had said. Well, fuck. She finally mumbled after accepting everything he told her. That's some messed up stuff right there. With the silence finally broken, the group finally found themselves able to speak their opinions. I feel so bad for Yagura-san. Hinata mumbled, shaking her head slightly. He's going to wake up and be forced to accept a whole new identity. And this begs the question, was he aware of what this Madara was having him do? Dosu questioned quietly. If he wasn't, then this situation could be even worse for him once he wakes up. I don't know if he'll be aware or not. Naruto shook his head. I don't really know what to do about this. I know that I'm going to be alerted when he wakes up and I'm supposed to have a conversation with him. I hope I can be of some help to him. I can't help but wonder if he'll be okay. His whole entire reality is going to be shattered, if it's not already shattered. Shikamaru said. It's probably going to take more than a few conversations. I'll do whatever it takes. The Uzumaki tightened his hands into fists as his eyes filled with determination. If it's many conversations or if it's just being a friend, I'll do anything. Shikamaru mumbled, as he closed his eyes. I'm also still processing the fact that you said the person controlling him was Uchiha Madara. Anko spoke up again. I mean, is it really the same Uchiha Madara from history? That's what Kukyubi. That's what the Kyuubi told me. Naruto stated, correcting his name choice. Kurama was apparently very picky with who he felt worthy to know and use his name. Knowing that the fox had not given the information to Naruto's friends, the boy made the decision to not use the name around them. That dude must be over 100 then. And that makes me scared about how he is alive and what he has planned in the world, if causing bloodline genocide in Kirigakure is part of it. The Konoha Jonin stated. In regards to his age, I know that Orochimaru-sama was experimenting with immortality. There is a chance that Madara may have that ability. Doso commented. The mention of her former master caused Anko to shiver. I feel like Madara is something that shouldn't be discussed without Hokage-sama. Hinata suggested. I think the concern should still be focused on Yagura-san and what we can do for him. Well, we can't do anything until he wakes up. Shikamaru sighed. He looked over to Naruto and shook his head. You should probably wait to try and think about what you can do for him until he's awake and you can figure out what he's thinking. Yeah, I know. Naruto nodded his head for a moment as a smile developed on his face. So, I'll guess change the subject. Is there anything good to eat here in Kiri? The conversation lightened immediately as the group began to chat about Kiri and Phil and Naruto about various places to eat and visit that they felt he would enjoy. Naruto eagerly listened and commented whenever he could. It felt nice for him to have just relaxed conversation, especially after the invasion and all the war preparations leading up to it. About 20 minutes had passed before conversation stopped. Naruto's stomach interrupted it. His friends all looked at him while he rubbed his head sheepishly. Heh, so, about food. He laughed. It is probably time to eat, yes. Doso nodded his head. His visible eye widened slightly as an idea entered his head. Why don't you, Shikamaru-san, and Hinata-san go pick food up and bring it here? Anko Teiku and I can work on preparing some tea. I like that idea. I like that a lot. Anko declared as she looked at the bandage-wearing shinobi intently. I've been meaning to see more of your recipes and it's been a while since I actually brewed anything. This should be good. I would assume so. He chuckled. I actually have a brew I've been thinking about trying and would like your opinion on it. Hell yeah, I'll give my opinion. The Jonin nodded her head fervently. Yeah, so in the meantime, we'll pick up food. Probably some type of meat or something. Shikamaru shrugged as he started to walk to the door. Naruto, Hinata, I'll be waiting outside. Meet me when you're ready to get food. With those words, the Nara left the room. Naruto turned his attention to Hinata and frowned. The thought he pushed away momentarily about Shikamaru had come back and was now stronger than ever. Is he okay? He asked his friend. I don't think so. Hinata shook her head. He's been quiet like that since the invasion after he woke up from a coma of his own. A frown of her own developed on her face. He hasn't really talked to me about it whenever I've asked him about how he's doing. I would like to think he was just waiting for you to get up so he can talk to the three of us together. I see. Naruto sighed as he turned his head towards the door Shikamaru had just walked out of. Shikamaru. Whatever's bothering him, we need to be with him. If he just doesn't want to talk, then we need to be with him. That's the motto I've been taking with him so far and I'm going to stick with him. Hinata stated as she held out her hand to the blonde. Come on Naruto-kun, let's go meet with him. The Jinchuriki nodded his head and took her hand. The two Chunin proceeded to walk to the door and left the room hand in hand. Anko and Doso were now by themselves and began to prepare tea immediately. Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru walked through the streets of Kirigakure together in the direction of a nearby restaurant to pick up food. Along the way, Naruto and Hinata engaged in small talk, catching up with each other. They tried to prod Shikamaru to contribute to the conversation, but the Nara was remaining quiet and slightly detached along the way. He only added few word answers and seemed more than content to have them talk without him. Both Naruto and Hinata frowned whenever Shikamaru dodged conversation, but he seemed to be almost unaware. He had a far-off look in his eyes, his mind was seemingly focused on something else. After a few minutes of walking, the trio arrived at a small restaurant and placed an order for food, teriyaki chicken, yakitori, and some dango for Anko. As they waited for the food to cook, Shikamaru sighed, and pulled himself away from his thoughts. He then looked at Naruto and Hinata. Can I ask you both something? Have either of you truly hated someone before? He questioned. Hated someone so badly that you want nothing more than to watch them die? Both Naruto and Hinata turned their attention to him, shocked at his question. Naruto paused for a moment to think about his answer while Hinata simply shook her head. I can't think of anybody, she said. I know I felt hatred for Ao once I met him, but I don't think I feel as strongly about him anymore. I'll never like him, but he's a person who puts his love for Kiri above all else. I can't hate him for that. Her answer brought a frown to Shikamaru's face, which in turn caused Hinata to frown. Shikamaru-kun, what's dash? I hate someone like that. Naruto spoke up, having come up with an answer. Both Hinata and Shikamaru turned their attention towards the blonde. The Nara made a gesture with his hand, encouraging him to continue speaking. I've told you both everything. About what happened to my parents, why I'm a Jinchuriki, and what really happened with the Mizukage. He whispered to them. His eyes narrowed as his thoughts became more focused. I know I've disliked and hated some people before, like that asshole Mizuki and the Orochimaru guy who tormented Anko-sensei. But I don't think my feelings for them compare at all to what I feel towards Madara. Our small talk before the fight showed me just who he was, a selfish asshole who doesn't value anything other than himself. I have never felt so strongly about someone in my life. I hate him. I hate him so much. And I can honestly say, he's the only person that I have met that I think truly deserves to die. Naruto-kun. Hinata looked at Naruto softly as she grabbed Naruto's hand again and squeezed his hand affectionately. He looked over to her and let a small smile cross his lips as he returned the squeeze. I see. Shikamaru mumbled. I think you feel about him the same way I felt about Karatoriki. Karatoriki. The Hyuga turned her attention back to Shikamaru. Isn't that the name of the executioner you fought in Kishio? And here. My part of the mission involved me fighting and killing him. He said. He's dead? You got him? Naruto asked in surprise. I did. Shikamaru nodded his head. Naruto, out of curiosity, does your hate for Madara make you feel like a hypocrite? Huh. The Jinchuriki blinked in confusion at the question. Because if you do get to kill him, you are getting your revenge. You're getting back at him for everything he did to you. But doesn't that make you just like him? Shikamaru's hands tightened into fists. I took pleasure in killing Karatoriki. A lot of pleasure. I killed him with an explosion, the same he killed the hostages in Kishio, and I loved the irony so fucking much. I felt myself getting revenge for what he did to him and the feeling was so strong. He shook his head before continuing to speak. But, in that moment, was I no worse than him, who took the same joy in killing those hostages because of some belief of revenge he had in his own mind? Wasn't I the same person? The same person? Naruto's eyes widened. He let go of Hinata's hand and put his hands on the Nara's shoulders. Shikamaru, you aren't dash. Because it really feels like I'm like him. He spoke over Naruto, his voice getting louder. I took some sick joy out of killing somebody and I was able to easily justify the other kills I made. It was about revenge. I let hate guide me and I feel like some kind of goddamn monster. Naruto shook his head again and tightened his grip on Shikamaru's shoulders. You know that's not dash. I can hear Karatoriki's voice still in my head. He exclaimed, interrupting Naruto again. His dying words cursing me and telling me that I am just like him in my head. I see and hear him almost every frickin' second of every day. And I'm sick of it. I'm absolutely sick of it. I dash. He finally stopped talking as Hinata walked forward and slapped him. She did not hit him hard, only enough to get his attention, but the impact seemed to stun Shikamaru. He looked over to the Hyuga with surprise and fright in his eyes. Hinata returned his look with a determined glint in her eyes. Shikamaru-kun, you are not like him. You are not like Karatoriki at all, and you know that. She said confidently. How do you know that? He asked quietly. For starters, I can tell that already from the fact that this is a concern to you. Based on everything I had heard about Karatoriki, he wouldn't regret making a kill out of revenge. Hinata stated. You're worried about this, you're worried about potentially being a monster. I think that concern itself shows that you aren't one. I suppose, but I still enjoyed killing him. The Nara repeated. But that wasn't why you killed him. That's not why you wanted him dead. Naruto spoke up, interrupting his friend. Didn't you want to fight and kill him to make sure he could never perform an execution again? Didn't you want to make sure that nobody died like those hostages did ever again? Well, yes, but But nothing, Shikamaru-kun. Hinata spoke over him. Karatoriki was motivated solely by a desire for revenge. You fought to make sure other innocent people wouldn't die. That's what your concern was about. That doesn't make you like him at all. It makes you a caring person. You asked me if I felt like a hypocrite for hating Madara, Shikamaru. Naruto said. I have a question for you then, do you think I'd be a monster for killing him? Is that what you would think of me if I did? Because believe me, a part of me probably would enjoy getting the kill on that bastard for everything he has done. After asking his question, Naruto tightened his hold on Shikamaru's shoulders. The Nara was unable to look him in the eye for a moment and opted to look down at the ground. He remained still for a moment before he finally looked back to Naruto and shook his head. I wouldn't. You wouldn't be a monster. He answered softly. But why? I just said I'd enjoy killing him. Naruto continued to question. Because that's not why you would be killing him. Shikamaru answered softly once again. Right. So why would you think of yourself a monster then? Because everything you said about me applies to you. The Uzumaki declared. Shikamaru gave no verbal reply. The trio remained silent. Naruto and Hinata stared at their friend while Shikamaru closed his eyes, processing everything they had said. The silence was broken, however, by the restaurant attendant, who delivered bags of food for them. Naruto and Shikamaru took the bags while Hinata quickly paid for the food. The trio then walked out of the restaurant. We mean it, Shikamaru-kun. Hinata said as she looked at Shikamaru as the group started to walk back to the inn. You aren't a monster like Karatoriki. You're a brave shinobi and someone I'm honored to call one of my best friends. And Naruto-kun and I will always be here for you. Always. Naruto nodded his head in agreement and smiled. Shikamaru stopped walking for a moment, prompting Naruto and Hinata to stop. Tears began rolling down the boy's face. Despite the crying, Shikamaru smiled brightly at his two teammates. I'll try and tell myself. I'm glad I have you two with me. He said quietly. He briefly set the bag of food in his hand down to rub the tears out of his eyes before picking them up again. What are best friends for? Naruto offered with a chuckle. I don't know. I always thought they were just there to whine about me being lazy and drag me into troublesome situations. Shikamaru commented, letting a small chuckle out himself. There's the Shikamaru I know. The blonde proceeded to laugh in excitement. His laugh was infectious, as Hinata and Shikamaru joined in. The three friends continued on their walk towards the inn, the air in the conversation much lighter. Shikamaru still appeared to be a little guarded and less talkative than usual, but it did appear as if there was definitive improvement in his mood. This improvement made the smiles on Naruto's and Hinata's faces even wider. Any little bit counted in their heads, after all. After eating and trying tea, the rest of the day went by quickly. Naruto spent every moment of it with his friends. By the time the day ended, he had been invited to stay the night with the group. The room had 2 beds and a couch. As the person just entering the room, Naruto offered to take the couch. Hinata and Anko slept in one of the beds while Dosu and Shikamaru shared the other bed. The 4 shinobi quickly fell asleep, while Naruto had some difficulties. God, I'm asking for the bed next time and not offering to take this again. He grumbled to himself. After roughly an hour of trying to fall asleep, Naruto finally started to find some peace and began to fall asleep. This peace was interrupted, however, by the sound of movement. The boy quickly opened his and looked around the room. Nobody was up in the room, moving around. Instead, Shikamaru was tossing and turning in his bed. Shikamaru. Naruto mumbled to himself as he got up from the couch and walked over to his friend. The blonde got a close look at his friend and noticed that Shikamaru had a troubled expression on his face as he moved around in bed. He frowned, realizing what was happening. He's probably having a nightmare. Naruto shook his head. Naruto placed his right hand on Shikamaru's body and rubbed it soothingly. The gesture, after a few seconds, seemed to calm Shikamaru down slightly. The Nara stopped moving around in his bed. However, he still had a troubled look on his face. Naruto's frown deepened slightly. He's probably going to be feeling like this for a while. He sighed. There's got to be something I can do. Something that can help him a little more, even if it's just a little bit. The blonde remained still for a moment as he tried to think of something he could do. After a minute, an idea entered his head. The frown on his face had morphed into a grin as he rushed over to the table in the room. He grabbed a piece of paper and an ink pen and started writing a letter. After 10 minutes, he finished writing. Once that was done, he bit his thumb and started to make a series of hand signs. Summoning jutsu. In a poof of smoke, Gamekaki appeared in the room. The little orange toad hopped in place for a moment before looking at Naruto with a grin. Hey, you're Naruto, right? I remember, yeah. He exclaimed. Yeah, that's me. But can you be quiet for a little bit? Naruto whispered to the toad. He received a nod in response. Good. Now, I have another question. How long does it take for you toads to get around places and deliver a message? Well, it shouldn't take long. It doesn't take that long for us animal summons to travel. Us especially, since Jiraiya has made precautions so that we can always travel to places whenever he can't physically get there. Gamekaki replied. However, it all depends on where you want to go. Do you have a message for me to give to somebody? I do. Naruto nodded his head. The Uzumaki proceeded to give Gamekaki the note he wrote. He whispered in the toad's ear where to go and who to give the note to. Gamekaki nodded before disappearing in a poof of smoke, heading towards the location to deliver the note. Feeling satisfied with his plan, Naruto went back to the couch. His eyes briefly went over to Shikamaru's sleeping figure. You'll like what I did, Shikamaru. Trust me. He thought to himself as he lied down. Now, Naruto went back to his earlier struggle, trying to sleep on that damn couch. The next day began quickly for the group. Hinata woke up early and announced that she wanted to go to a funeral. She, along with Naruto, Shikamaru, Dosuo, and Anko, proceeded to get dressed and headed in the direction of a cemetery. While on the way, Naruto realized which cemetery they were heading to, the cemetery directly in front of Yagura's house and the location of his battle with Yagura. A frown developed on his face. Whose funeral are we going to? He wondered. As the trio finally arrived, Naruto's eyes moved up to the gate. He read the quote written on it again, "You shall never die, for you shall remain in the hearts of those who inhabit the land." After reading, he joined the rest of his friends as a group of people began arriving at the cemetery. There was an open grave with a coffin inside. Directly in front of the grave was a picture of Akabino Jinin. I knew Akabino Jinin well. I have never seen such a hardy man in my life. He had an infectious attitude towards life. He looked forward for everything. There was absolutely no way you could ruin his mood. Mei informed the crowd of people at the cemetery, a sad smile on her lips. Even when his fiancée died the Third Shinobi World War, he still managed to soldier on. She wouldn't want me to be stuck in a rut, is what he would always say if you brought it up with him. Mei continued to talk about Jinin and his contributions to Kirigakure. All shinobi, even the Konoha visitors who had not known him well, were in somber silence as they paid their respects to the member of the Seven Swordsmen of Kirigakure. Hinata, in particular, had her hands together in prayer. If there is a god out there, please, take care of Jinin-san. Reunite him with his fiancée and let him have peace in the afterlife. Please. She prayed. The funeral lasted an hour and a half before the grave was covered with dirt and a tombstone was placed in the earth. Soon, the crowds of people began to leave the area. Hinata, however, remained. She informed her friends that she would meet up with them a little bit later and asked if she could have a moment by herself. She remained there, her eyes focused on the grave. She wasn't, however, the only person that remained. Ao, whose body was covered in bandages from nearly fatal injuries he received from Uchiha Itachi, remained. The man continued to look back and forth from Jinan's grave to Hinata. After staying silent for roughly 30 minutes, Ao finally walked forward to Hinata. The Hyuga briefly turned to look at him and acknowledge his presence before turning back to his grave. "How did you know Jinan-san?" Ao questioned her. "We met by chance." Hinata answered curtly. "He offered to help me train for the invasion and I accepted it." "Did you get to know him well?" he asked. I like to think I did," she answered with a frown. Tears started to run down her eyes. "We didn't talk too much about our personal lives much, but he just seemed to care about me. He told me in training that he was going to make it a priority that I made it out alive. And he told me to enjoy love and life with his dying breath." More tears began to fall, but Hinata didn't bother to try and wipe them away. She just let them free fall down her face. "He seemed to care so much about me for some reason. He was one of the nicest, most genuine people I've ever met." "That sounds like him," Ao mumbled, shaking his head slightly. "Jinan had an attitude about life that I really respected. He saw the best of everyone and everything and seemed to have just the right attitude to be a great shinobi, someone with a thirst for battle, adventure, and a desire to make a difference in the world. He didn't deserve to die," Hinata stated. "Nobody does, but him especially," the Kiri shinobi said with a sigh. "It's how war works, though." The two shinobi remained quiet for a moment as they focused their attention on Jinan's grave. 5 minutes passed before Hinata finally rubbed the tears out of her eyes and turned around to walk away. "Hinata-san." Ao spoke to her. She stopped walking away and turned back to him. "If Jinan wanted you to live, then live in his honor. I tell myself that I am living for every shinobi I knew that passed away from war. You should try and do the same." I will." Hinata nodded in understanding. With that thought, the Hyuga walked away. She repeated Ao's words and Jinan's final words to her in her head for a moment as a small smile developed on her face. I'll live in your honor, yes. I'll enjoy life to its fullest for as long as I can," Hinata told herself. She only wished that she could be telling it to Jinan himself. After Hinata left the cemetery, she met up with her friends back at the inn. After reuniting for a brief period of time, everyone went off in separate directions. Dosu left to meet up with Misora, Naruto, and Hinata went to go have lunch with Anoka, and Shikamaru decided to go try and find Haku. Only Anko remained, claiming that she needed to get ready for some important meeting that night. Shikamaru walked through the streets of Kirigakure, trying to find the ice-style user. After aimlessly searching throughout the village for nearly an hour, Shikamaru finally spotted him at the hospital. Haku was standing in front of the village, talking to a medical shinobi. As Shikamaru walked closer, he identified the medic as Kiri. Just as Shikamaru was about to approach them, the two shinobi embraced each other in a hug. The hug lasted for a few seconds before Kiri finally broke it and walked back into the hospital. Haku stayed outside the building, smiling slightly to himself. Shikamaru let a small smirk grace his lips as he approached him finally. "So, are you two a thing yet?" he questioned. Haku turned his head towards Shikamaru in surprise. The Yuki's eyes widened and his cheeks reddened as he processed the question. He proceeded to quickly shake his head. I have no idea what you are talking about," Haku replied quickly. "I already know about your feelings for him, Haku. I remember that conversation. And, to be honest, that looked a little more affectionate than just a friendly hug." The Konoha shinobi continued to tease. "Did you finally decide you want to pursue it?" I. The Kirigakure shinobi's face brightened further, now resembling a color that Hinata would be surprised to see existed. Maybe. I'm still not certain what I plan on doing about that." "Well, hope you find out soon. Just try and find some happiness, Haku," Shikamaru stated. "You deserve it." The blush on Haku's face started to fade and a sincere smile developed on his face. "Thank you for that, Shikamaru-kun. It means a lot," he said cheerfully. "As do you. I'm pleased to see you are in good spirits." Well, to be honest, I'm still not in the best of moods, but I'm getting better," Shikamaru admitted with a sigh. "My friends are helping me in that aspect." "At least you are getting better. That's a good thing," Haku commented, still smiling. "I'm always available if you wish to have another person to talk to." A small smile developed on Shikamaru's face, but he shook his head. "Thanks Haku, but I think I just need to do some thinking about things. I got a good talk out yesterday, I just need to think and deal with the rest of my demons myself I think." "I understand, but the offer is still there," Haku said. "I appreciated you being there when Zabuza-sama was out of the village for me, so I'll always be there for you if you just need to talk." "Thank you for that," Shikamaru replied, still smiling. "So, you have been doing good though? Other than stuff with Kiri?" Another blush developed on Haku's face, but the Yuki clan shinobi's smile seemed to grow at the question. "Things have been great just on virtue of the fact that the war is over. Peace can finally start to develop in Mizu no Kuni. I'm hoping this spreads quickly throughout the region and everything will be at ease in the next few years." "Hopefully." The Nara nodded his head in agreement. "I actually have requested Mei-sama to send me on missions throughout Mizu no Kuni, actually. I want to be a part of making sure that policies are enacted to prevent discrimination and violence towards any Kekkei Genkai users that are still living in Mizu no Kuni," Haku said, his smile picking up a sad undertone. "I want to make sure that nothing like what happened to myself and my mother can ever happen again. I think, with time, that can become reality and violence like that will be a distant nightmare. That'd be good. Sounds like a lot of work, but it would do good. And I think you'd be able to help make that happen," Shikamaru commented. "Hopefully," Haku replied. The boy then looked over at the Konoha shinobi and gave him a grin. "Shikamaru-kun, this may sound like a weird question, but are you up for a spar? I have not done any training since the end of the invasion and I don't want to become lax. I feel like I need to make sure that I'm at my strongest in case if anything happens." Shikamaru looked at Haku, processing his request. Truth be told, he had not done any training either since the end of the invasion and he told himself he was going to be taking his training and development more seriously since the mission in Kishio. He was uncertain how long he and the rest of the Konoha shinobi were going to be in Kiri anyway, so it would be taking advantage of a chance to spar with Haku again for what could potentially be one of the last times. Besides, maybe getting a fight in can help me get over some of my demons, Shikamaru realized. "Yeah sure, I'm up for a spar," he replied. "Lead me to a training ground." Haku nodded his head in affirmation before he started to walk off. Shikamaru followed behind, ready to start training again. "Thanks for meeting up with us, Anokane," Naruto told his fellow Uzumaki. "No, thank you both for meeting up with me," Anoka replied with a chuckle. Naruto and Hinata had quickly found Anoka and agreed to go get lunch together. They agreed on a nearby bakery and quickly ordered treats. Hinata got herself a plate of cinnamon rolls. Naruto, too, ordered cinnamon rolls, but the number on his plate failed to compare to the amount Hinata had. Anoka, on the other hand, decided to order Uro steam cakes. Upon getting their food, they immediately sat down and began eating. "The sweets here are great," Naruto declared after taking his first bite of a cinnamon roll. Hinata nodded in agreement but gave no verbal reply, she was too focused on eating her own cinnamon rolls to actually say anything. "Yup. I can tell that I'm going to enjoy staying here." Anoka grinned as she finished the first of Uro cakes. Naruto was about to say something else, but Anoka's comment made him notice something about her. Anoka now was wearing a Kirigaku or forehead protector on her forehead. The metal on it was particularly shiny, suggesting that it was brand new. "Are you officially a Kiri shinobi?" he questioned. Anoka looked towards Naruto and blinked in response. A quick smile developed on her face as she brought her finger up to the forehead protector and flicked it lightly. "Looks neat, huh?" she said with a chuckle. Yup, I'm a shinobi now. Got placed as a jonin and everything. I already did all of the paperwork and crap, so everything is official. Congratulations. Hinata finally took a break from eating to smile at the Uzumaki. Thanks. Anoka replied, grinning. I'm actually kinda happy with this. I was going to probably become a wanderer throughout the elemental nations and continue to do some mercenary work. I'm kinda relieved that I actually have a place I can settle down in and call home, especially now that the war is over and everything is at peace. If you're looking for a place to stay, you could come to Konoha. Naruto offered. Me and Teiwane are trying to find all of the Uzumaki scattered across the globe and try to revise the clan. You told me that. I think that'd be cool to be part of that, but I really feel like I need to stay here. Anoka replied as she looked towards the window of the bakery, looking outside into the streets of Kirigakure. I kinda got attached to some of the rebels and Kiri in general. I feel like I can do some good here and I'd like to keep doing things for them. I think this place is my home. I see. Naruto nodded his head. While he understood her logic, he was slightly hopeful that maybe she would take up his offer. He really enjoyed meeting another Uzumaki and someone passionate about Fuinjutsu. Having Anoka in Konoha would have been amazing for him. Anoka seemed to notice Naruto's slight disappointment. She quickly shook her head. Don't be upset, Naruto. I'm still here and you'll always have family if you ever are in Mizu no Kuni. She told him. She then pumped her fist, looking determined. Besides, the Uzumaki were a clan that had spread out around the world. I can help with that. You can establish them in Konoha and I'll establish them in Kiri. Together, we'll create two strong Uzumaki clans that can show the whole world just how powerful the Uzumaki clan is. Her comment seemed to immediately please Naruto. A grin developed on his face as he nodded again in understanding. Of course, Dadabia. He exclaimed, pumping his own fist in a similar manner to his cousin. The Uzumaki clan will grow. Do not worry about that. Hinata commented after finishing another cinnamon roll. She smiled at the two Uzumaki clan shinobi. We'll find more of your family around the world. And if there's anything I can do to help find them, then I'll do whatever it takes. I know we will. And thanks Hinata-chan. Naruto grinned as he smiled at his girlfriend. Hinata returned his smile. She opened her mouth, about to ask another question, but was interrupted by the sound of the bakery door opening. Doka Sujita walked in and quickly walked over to the table. The medic had a serious look on his face. Uzumaki Naruto, I was looking for you. He said. Why? Naruto blinked in response. Is Mei-san wanting to talk to me again? No, although someone actually did get sent to her to talk to her. Hopefully they'll report to her soon. Sujita mumbled to himself before shaking his head. I'm here to report to you about the information that Godame-sama wanted you to be informed of. You are to come with me. Naruto's eyes widened. He realized what this meant. Yagura was awake. Do you need to go somewhere, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, a slight frown developing on her face. She had been hoping to spend more time with him. It's important, Hinata-san. My apologies. Sujita bowed to her. I'm sorry, Hinata-chan. Naruto told his girlfriend as he stood up. I'll meet up with you as soon as I'm done. Hinata stood up and gave her boyfriend a hug goodbye. After bidding farewell to her and Anoka, Naruto followed Sujita out of the bakery. Hinata proceeded to sit back down with Anoka, turning her attention back to her cinnamon rolls. That kinda sucks. I didn't even get to the cool thing I wanted to share with you both. Anoka frowned as she turned her attention to her second Uro cake. What was that? Hinata looked at the Uzumaki curiously. You can tell me and I can tell him later, or you can tell him later. Heh. I can tell you now if you want to know. There's more to my appointment as a shinobi of Kirigakure than what could be considered normal. It's actually going to be a big deal. She said with a chuckle. Mama Kaizabusa needs to reform the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure to counteract the fact that Jinin, Jinpachi, and Kushimaru are dead and their swords have been reclaimed. He extended the offer to me, so I'm going to be joining the group. What? Really? Hinata's eyes widened at the information. Yup. He's going to have a meeting tonight to make this more official and give me sword, but it's going to happen. Anoka commented with a grin. She rubbed her nose with her index finger for a moment before looking at Hinata. Pretty cool, huh? This sparked a new discussion, focused on Anoka's appointment. Sujita led Naruto to Kirigakuru's hospital and escorted him through a series of secret passageways. The two ended up going deep into an underground floor underneath the building. The walls were made of stone and torches were on the walls, providing the only light in the hallways. After walking for 10 minutes through these hidden hallways, the duo reached a wooden door. Sujita opened the door before bowing and walking off. Naruto proceeded to walk inside. He was greeted with the sight of what appeared to be a standard hospital room. It was very reminiscent to the room he had woken up in, only the room had no window. Instead, 4 seals on the walls created the light that illuminated the room. Sitting on the edge of the bed in the center of the room was the Yondaime Mizukage. Yagura was not wearing the standard clothes that Naruto had remembered him in, he was wearing a green hospital robe that covered his body. There were a few bandages that could be seen on parts of his body that weren't covered by the robe. Naruto's entrance to the room alerted Yagura's attention. The now former Mizukage was looking at Naruto intently with blank, almost dead-like eyes. Realization seemed to appear in his mind, as if he recognized the boy in front of him. Yagura. Naruto said the man's name awkwardly. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I don't know if you know who I am dash. I know who you are, Naruto-san. You're a pretty central figure in my most recent memories. Yagura replied. The man's voice no longer had the harsh, sinister sound to it that Naruto noticed during their battle. It was seemingly replaced with hollowness. Yagura spoke with almost no emotion. So you remember me, huh? How much do you remember of what's happened? Naruto asked him. Most of everything. Just not in too much detail. Yagura sighed. Everything felt as if it was a dream, some type of ungodly nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. I don't remember specific events with the exception of our battle, but I remember general ideas. I can remember mostly every law that I enacted as Mizukage and all of the violence that I generated. Naruto's face turned into a frown. So he does remember. Silence filled the room as Naruto tried to think of something to say. Yagura remained still, looking at Naruto intently. It appeared as if he was looking through him, which unnerved him. After a few seconds to gather his thoughts, Naruto opened his mouth to say something. Before he could, however, Yagura decided to speak. In the brief time I've been conscious, Isabu told me about what you did in my mindscape. He stated. I must thank you for everything you've done for Kirigakure. Thank you for destroying that awful spirit that was acting as Mizukage. Don't thank me. Naruto shook his head. Thank Mei-san for that. I wasn't much help until I got into your mindscape. Mei. Both Yagura's voice and eyes softened at the mention of the rebel leader. He quickly shook his head. I owe her more than just thanks, I owe her an apology. And I owe her my life. The Yondaime Mizukage's eyes seemed to harden once again. Naruto-san, can you answer me one question? What question? Naruto asked. With that prompt, Yagura's hollow eyes narrowed. Why did you bother freeing me? He asked. Why couldn't you just have killed me? What? The Uzumaki gasped. You wanted me to kill you. Naruto-san, I've already been dead for the past 12 years. Yagura answered plainly. The only thing you did was free me from death in time to see, in person, all the death and destruction that was done in my name. That's not your fault. Naruto shook his head. Madara got the jump on you dash. I was elected to be the Yondaime Mizukage. Yagura shouted, interrupting Naruto. I was supposed to be able to keep Kirigakure safe from all possible threats. After the Sandaime Mizukage, who led our village into the Third Shinobi World War, one was expected to bring peace to our village. Instead, I let the biggest threat the village has ever seen take control of me and use my abilities to destroy not only the village, but the entire nation of Mizu no Kuni. I ended up doing more damage than the man who was responsible for all of the deaths in the last war. Naruto remained quiet for a moment as he watched Yagura. The man was releasing killing intent throughout the room, but the intent was scattered and not focused on any one thing in particular. If anything, it seemed as if it was focused on himself. I don't deserve to be alive, the man declared. Not after everything that I have done. I failed Kirigakure. The only fate I deserve is to have the gods send me to hell. No, you don't. You don't deserve death or hell or anything, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yagura gave no verbal reply. He remained focused on releasing killing intent towards himself. Naruto was now starting to become incredibly uncomfortable in the room. His eyes instinctively wandered throughout the room, making sure that there was no weapon in sight. He let out a quick sigh in relief upon not seeing a single one, not even Yagura's staff. To be frank, I probably deserve worse than hell. But whatever, I'm alive for now at least. Yagura let out a defeated sigh. I suppose I just need to live and accept the sins done in my name. Nothing was done in your name, Yagura. That was all Madara. Naruto insisted, shaking his head quickly. That man's a monster and he's done so much evil, even outside of Kiri. He also killed a bunch of Konoha shinobi and basically caused the death of my mom and dad. Ah, yes. I remember that you said that during our fight. You're Namikaze Minato's son, right? Yagura questioned. Naruto nodded his head. A small, sad smile developed on the Yondame's face. We were the youngest Kage ever at the time. I had always wanted to meet him. He was the ideal shinobi and I heard he was a great man. I wish I could have met him too. Naruto replied, letting the same sad smile develop on his face. My father was the fucking best shinobi ever. Please don't use language like that. The Sanbai Jinchuriki requested, his smile immediately turning into a frown. Huh. The Konoha shinobi blinked in response. That F word. It's vulgar. He said simply. What? It's just a word. Everyone uses it. Naruto exclaimed, letting a laugh out. That's no excuse. There are so many words you can choose from in our language, don't simply stick with the most inappropriate of the bunch. Yagura scolded. Despite the nature of his comment, his frown turned back into a small smile and he let out a small, brief laugh. Regardless, you are correct. Minato was a great shinobi. I had intended on making an alliance between our villages, but then he passed away. Really? Naruto looked at the Sanbai Jinchuriki in surprise. You could have still requested an alliance, you know. I realized, but I wanted to wait. Your village has a particular shinobi that I did not want to see come to power. Yagura shook his head, as if rejecting a memory. I wanted to wait a little while and see who would be in charge of Konoha. However, in that time, this Madara person decided it was the time to come to Kirigakure and hijack my body. He's going to pay for everything he's done. Naruto shook his head in anger. I'll make sure of that. I would like to be of assistance in any way I can with that, Naruto-san. Yagura nodded his head in agreement. His voice picked up an incredibly angry tone to it. I don't really believe I have any reason to be alive, but since I am, I feel I have a duty to make sure that that evil is cleansed from this world. We can do it. We can do it together. Naruto replied sharply. His face then proceeded to soften as he let a small smile cross his lips. But Yagura, you still have a reason to be alive. There's more to life. I understand that. It's a matter of getting purpose in life again. The former Mizukage sighed. My purpose, at the time, was to become Mizukage and try and bring peace to Kirigakure. I accomplished my goal, but I brought nothing but peace. So make that your new goal. The Uzumaki declared. I don't know how you would plan on doing it, but you have to understand, Kiri is going to need time and work to become peaceful again. You can play a role in its restoration somehow. Undo all the damage that Madara did and try and fix the village and the country. I suppose. Yagura sighed again. It's going to be a challenge, but it's irresponsible to not do anything. I'll need to try something to correct everything that's happened. The small smile on Naruto's face grew, picking up a teasing glint to it, and not even talking about that stuff, I think there's at least one thing still here in the village that'll give your life purpose. Oh. The Sanbai Jinchuriki turned his head in confusion. Before Naruto could answer, the door to the room was slammed open. Terumi Mei stood at the entrance, breathing heavily. Sweat was dripping off her body. It seemed as if she dropped everything and rushed over as quickly as she could. Mei. Yagura's eyes widened at the sight of the woman. Mei gave no immediate verbal reply. She was still trying to catch her breath. After taking a few seconds to recover, her eyes quickly zoomed in on Yagura. She stood still for a moment, her eyes widened slightly as she looked him in the eye. The two remained still for roughly a minute before she finally rushed forward and closed the distance. Mei grabbed Yagura's body and pulled him into a deep hug. Tears fell from her eyes. Yagura, I can't believe you're here. I can't believe I have you back. She sobbed. I thought the Yagura I had known had been long gone. I was gone. I should be dead. Yagura said, interrupting her. He closed his eyes as he returned her hug. I don't know why I'm still here. I don't know why you or Naruto-san or the gods have decided I get to live. Tears that Yagura had seemingly been holding in since his body had been taken over, finally fell from his eyes as he tightened his hug. But, if it means I get to hold on to you like this again, then it's worth being alive. Neither Mei nor Yagura said anything, the two seemed focused solely on their embrace. The only sound in the room was their sobbing. Naruto remained still in the room, forgotten. A smile crossed his lips as he watched them together. A few seconds passed before he decided to walk out of the room. He closed the door, but neither Yagura nor Mei seemed to notice. I'll talk to them later. They need their time. He told himself as he started to walk in the direction he came from. Upon leaving the hospital, Naruto reunited with Hinata and headed back towards the inn together. They returned to the room only to bump into Anko, who was walking out of the room. Where are you going, Anko-sensei? Hinata questioned. Do you have plans or something? Didn't I say anything earlier when we all met up after the funeral? Anko questioned. Both Naruto and Hinata shrugged their shoulders, causing her to frown. Could have sworn I did, but whatever. Zabuza asked me to come to some meeting. Said he's actually treat me and a few others to drinks after 2, so I'll probably be back late and wasted. A grin then developed on her face. Actually, scratch that. Hopefully I'll be back sometime tomorrow. I'm hoping to find some hot-looking guy tonight. I could use a good fuck. Okay, we did not need to know that last bit. Naruto grumbled, shaking his head. What? Whiskers, it's just sex. Lighten up. I've teased you two enough about it already. The Jonin said with a chuckle, causing both of her students' cheeks to brighten. I haven't had any action since before I became your guys' senseis back when you all were genin. Believe me, I need this. Then you go do what you need to do. Hinata mumbled in reply, her blush still present. Oh, I will. Anko winked. Her students blushed further, causing the Jonin to laugh loudly as she started to walk away. Or, if I don't find somebody, at least I'll get a few good drinks and hopefully a laugh. Zabuza's good company. With that, Anko walked off, heading in the direction of her meeting. Naruto and Hinata stood still for a moment before shaking their heads in an attempt to get rid of their blushes. They then proceeded to walk into the room. Anko-sensei sure can be something. I guess. Naruto said with a chuckle. She's always open about herself. Never hides anything. I really respect that about her. Hinata admitted with a giggle herself. She was about to say something else about their former genin sensei, but a thought entered her head, creating a look of confusion on her face. That's interesting. The Kyubi Jinchuriki gave his girlfriend a curious look. What's interesting? Anko-sensei is going to a meeting with Zabuza. That's precisely what Anoka-san is going to for the swordsman commencement. Hinata stated. What swordsman commencement? Naruto continued to question. Recalling exactly when Naruto left the bakery, Hinata proceeded to explain to Naruto how her conversation with Anoka went, starting with her appointment to the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure. Back here again. Anko mumbled as she entered the headquarters to the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure. The Jonin entered the dojo-like entry room. She proceeded to go through the hallway to the left of the entrance. As she walked down the hallway, she saw a series of doors, each labeled with numbers on them. She pulled out a piece of paper and walked forward until she found the room with the correct number she was looking for. Upon finding it, she entered the room. The new room was relatively small and seemed to be a conference room of sorts. There was a large, circular brown table in the center with 10 chairs around it. There were no windows in the room, only ceiling tags that kept the room illuminated. The walls of the room were decorated with ink paintings of waves and the ocean. "Anko-san, I see you have arrived." Zabuza greeted her. Anko immediately turned her attention towards the swordsman. Zabuza had gotten out of his chair and walked forward to greet her. The two shook hands. "Sorry if I'm late," she informed him. "You're on time, do not worry. Mostly everybody was just early. We are only waiting on Mei to arrive," Zabuza replied. With that comment, Anko took the time to look around the room and see the other occupants. She recognized everyone in the room. She noticed Jiraiya instantly, and he appeared to be the only other Konoha shinobi. Kojuro, Uzumaki Onoka, and Hojiki Suijutsu were also present. Seeing the empty seats by Jiraiya, the Konoha Jonin walked over to take one of them. "It's a big deal to be here, you know that, Anko?" Jiraiya asked her. "I know. Not many foreigners can say they've been in the HQ for the 7 swordsmen. It's a big deal for both of us," she replied, her eyes beginning to wander throughout the room. "Big deal for you, especially," the Sunin commented. She turned his head to question him. "Sorry I am late." Everyone in the room turned their attention to the entrance to the room. Ao was standing there. He bowed in respect to Zabuza before walking forward. "You aren't late. In fact, you weren't invited," Zabuza stated bluntly. "I realize that. However, Godame-sama has ordered me to attend in her presence," Ao replied. "What?" The swordsman nearly snarled. "Does she know what the purpose of this meeting is?" "She realizes it's important, but other matters have arisen. She is terribly sorry for the inconvenience." Ao apologized. "She has, however, informed me on everything of merit about the proceedings." "You won't have to inform me about anything, I'll simply listen and report everything back to her." Zabuza began to grumble, saying something about Mei's lapdog and fuck. Ao ignored his comments, however, and took the other seat next to Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sama," he greeted. "Good to see you are alright, Ao-san." Jiraiya returned the greeting. "Very glad to see you got your injuries patched up." "Yeah, the medical shinobi needed to act quick. Thank you for keeping Ataka preoccupied. If he or anybody tried to attack me after that, I probably would have died," Ao commented, shaking his head slightly. "Can you two talk about that later? If Mei's not showing up, I'd like to just get started with the meeting," Zabuza stated, interrupting the conversation. Ao glared at Zabuza, but gave no verbal reply. Silence filled the room. Zabuza took that as a sign to get started. He proceeded to pull out 3 scrolls and sat them down on the table. "As you are all aware, we have won the war. However, both Kojuro and I are the only current loyal members of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure," Zabuza declared. He took a moment to look around the room. 3 former members, 1 a loyal, good man and 2 disgusting, dumbass traitors, have passed on. And there are 2 traitors still out there, still holding onto their blades. Suijutsu grumbling, tightening his hands into fists. "I'm aware that both Hoshigaki Kisame and Kurosuke Reiga are still alive and each holding onto the same Hata and Kiba blades respectively. They will both be hunted down and, once they have perished and their swords have been reclaimed, 2 more members to the swordsmen will be added in their places," Zabuza declared. He then turned his head towards Ao and started to glare at him. "I was hoping Mei would have been here so I could discuss with her the mission plans to kill Reiga and reclaim the Kiba Thunderblades. We know where he is and I would like to get the jump on him as quick as possible in case he can potentially go into hiding like fucking Kisame is doing with that organization of his." Mei-sama informed me of that discussion you had with her concerning Reiga and the Kiba blades. She wanted me to tell you that, once the repairs to Kirigakure have been made and the village is strong again, she will send out a team to do the job. It will most likely be in a month's time. However, the concern is focused on the recovery of the village. Ao answered. Humph. Zabuza shook his head. That's not the purpose of this meeting anyway. As I mentioned earlier, Jinin, Jinpachi, and Kushimaru are now dead and their swords are present in these scrolls. Only I, owner of Kyubikurei Basho, and Kojuro, owner of Hiramekurei, are members of the swordsmen. It is time that the 3 other swords we own are passed down to their new owners. Zabuza slid down one scroll towards Onoka. The Uzumaki had a grin on her face as she quickly placed her hand on the seal. A poof of smoke released the Nuiberi longsword. She quickly grabbed onto it and held it carefully. Uzumaki Onoka, I realize that you are mainly focused on your Fuinjutsu, but I've seen your Kenjutsu and you are good. I feel that Nuiberi will suit your fighting style and thread within it can help you extend the reach of your seals. You are the ideal candidate for it. The original member of the 7 swordsmen declared. I believe it can help my fighting style a lot. Onoka stated as she examined Nuiberi. She proceeded to swing the long sword in the air slightly, enjoying the feel of it. Use it to serve Kirigakure with all of your might. Zabuza requested. The black-haired swordsman turned his attention to Suijutsu. He slid the second scroll towards him. Hojiki Suijutsu, I know your brother Mainjutsu. While I do feel you need to grow more, I can tell you have the raw talent of a true swordsman. You'll grow further in time, but what I appreciate in you is that you have grace, but you also seem to know how to use raw power. Kabutori is perfect for you. Suijutsu immediately activated the scroll. Once the smoke blew away, the Kabutori blunt sword remained in its place. The Hojiki quickly picked it up, holding onto the axe and the hammer in both hands. Heh, I can get used to this. I'll definitely create havoc with this. He exclaimed excitedly. Heh, I guess I'm the youngest person ever to be inducted into the swordsmen, huh? I'm even a year younger than Mainjutsu when he got in. That may be true, but I'm pretty sure Kojuro-san, actually, got in younger. Ao spoke up nonchalantly. Suijutsu's grin dropped. He immediately turned his head to face the glasses-wearing shinobi. Kojuro looked downward sheepishly. Sorry for stealing your thunder. He apologized. Kojuro, you don't have to apologize to anybody for something like that. Ao sighed. Be a man. Stand your ground and be proud of what you have done. Don't apologize. Ahem. Zabuza coughed, gathering attention back to him. The room focused on the senior member of the 7 swordsmen of Kirigakure, which prompted him to continue to speak. Anyway, I understand that you can cause havoc with Kabutori, but you must remember what it means to be a swordsman of Kirigakure. You are more than a mindless murderer. That is what Jinpachi and Kushimaru were. With that sword, you are inheriting Akabino Jinin's legacy, in addition to the legacy of your brothers. Honor them well, Suijutsu. I know that. I will. Suijutsu stated. The excited grin on his face faded slightly and, in its place, was a proud, confident smile. I'll do them proud. With this sword, I'll keep Kirigakure safe. Good. Zabuza nodded his head in approval. The swordsman then turned his attention to the next occupant in the room, Anko. The Konoha Jonin noticed his attention and gave him a confused look. You staring at me for a? Anko's voice started to drag on as realization clicked in her head. As soon as Zabuza talked about the purpose of the meeting and tossed the first scroll to Onoka, Anko was wondering why she had actually been invited. Now, seeing Zabuza looking at her expectantly and with his hand on the third and final scroll, she knew what he was going to do. And she was incredibly confused. Are you serious? She questioned. Do I look like the kind of person who makes jokes like this? Zabuza answered dismissively. You don't look like the kind of person who makes jokes in general. Suijutsu commented with a snicker. Zabuza turned his head to face Suijutsu. The look in his eyes caused Suijutsu to stop snickering and made shivers run down his spine. Once he had stopped talking, He turned his attention back to Anko. This is incredibly unorthodox to have a non-Kiri shinobi in the ranks. We are called the Seven Swordsmen of Kirigakure for a reason, after all. He stated. Exactly. So why consider me? Anko asked. I can help with that. Jiraiya spoke up, drawing attention to himself. This was an idea that Mei proposed to me when we talked about developing an alliance. She wanted to contribute something to Konoha as gratitude, so she felt that one of the swords would be a contribution. To elaborate on that, Godame-sama feels as if Kiri owes Konoha. Ao continued. Your village's help proved instrumental in supplying extra numbers and resources that were able to win us control of the village again. Consider the sword and the status associated with it as both a gift and an honor. There were some stipulations to this idea, though. Jiraiya stated. He held out 2 fingers. 1. You will not train someone in Konoha as a student to pass on the sword to unless the candidate is approved by the Mizukage and the other members of the Seven Swordsmen. Perhaps the sword will remain in Konoha's possession, but if it does, Kiri deserves a say in who uses it. And 2. You may be asked before any other shinobi to go on missions on Kiri's behalf. If a mission requires travel to Mizu no Kuni or Kirigakure or somehow relates to the Seven Swordsmen, you will be asked to go on it. Therefore, you will also report to the Mizukage. That does come with benefits, though. Ao replied with a chuckle. For starters, you get access to visit Kirigakure whenever you desire, even for business not related to missions. You also will get paid double for any missions that require your services in the name of Kiri. Both Konoha and Kiri will pay you for these missions. You also get, on your record, that you are a member of the Seven Swordsmen of Kirigakure. If you are the type of person that cares for your reputation, that'll sure bolster it. Anko remained quiet. The kunoichi processed the words of both Jiraiya and Ao. She now seemingly understood why she was being selected. It was part of the deal for an alliance between Kiri and Konoha. Listening to them go over the benefits and stipulations helped her rationalize why they were apparently going to do this. However, that didn't stop her from having one final question. Why me, though? She asked. Wouldn't Kakashi be a better choice or something? I'm not known for skill with Kenjutsu, after all. It was Mei's and Jiraiya's decision that one of the swords go to a Konoha shinobi, but it was my choice on who to give it to. Zabuza claimed. Anko turned to face him and gestured with her hand, urging him to continue speaking. As you heard me said, I felt Nuibari was best suited for Onoka and that Kabutori worked best with Suijutsu. That meant the sword to go to a Konoha shinobi was Shivuki, the blast sword. The sword used by Jinpachi. The snake mistress noted, scowling at the memory. Correct. That did factor into the decision, actually. I realized that you had a history with him. I do feel that, if there is an afterlife, then Jinpachi is looking up from hell right now and is seeing you get his sword. I'm sure he's incredibly pissed right now. The swordsman said with a light chuckle. But that's not the only reason. I feel the fighting style of Shivuki suits you. It's not your standard sword and, therefore, is not suited for someone who practices standard Kenjutsu. While you can, indeed, use it for cutting and stabbing like most swords, its main function is to be used for detonations, explosions, and creating fires. You're a fire elemental user. Quite the good one, I might add. I've seen you at work. I've trained with you. I know that you can make use of the explosions that'll suit your fighting style. I think that the Shivuki Blast Sword will make you an incredibly dangerous opponent worthy of the title of the Seven Swordsmen of Kirigakure. Zabuza proceeded to slide the scroll down the table towards Anko. It stopped directly in front of her. That is why I believe you are a stronger pick than somebody like Kakashi. It's ultimately your choice. However, I feel this is beneficial to all of us, Konoha, Kiri, the Seven Swordsmen, and you. Do you accept? Anko eyed the scroll intently. Zabuza's words helped answer her questions. His explanation made sense. She recalled her battles with Jinpachi and recalled his fighting style. I can make this work. No, I can definitely make this work. This thing will fit right in with my style. She realized. With a grin on her face, Anko placed her hand on the scroll and activated it. Once the smoke cleared away, the Shivuki blast sword was now visible on the table. Anko picked it and held it tightly. I take it that's a yes? Zabuza questioned, smirking behind the bandages on his lips. It's a hell yes. Anko nodded her head in affirmation. She swung Shivuki in the air slightly, getting a feel to it. It's an honor to be a part of it. I'll make sure that neither you nor Mei will regret this choice. The numbers of the S swordsmen are increasing. We're up to F5. Kojiro commented with a smile. His hands instinctively went to his back, gripping onto Hiramekarei, which was attached to his back. It's the beginning of a new era. For Kirigakuer, Konoha, and the elemental nations entirely. Anoka declared excitedly, still eyeing her Nuiberi longsword. We'll get Kiba and Same Hada back ASAP. The 7 swordsmen will be reformed in no time. Suijutsu exclaimed, tightening his grip on Kabutori. Humph. Zabuza chuckled again as his hand went to Kubikarei Basho. It really is a new day. His hand then left the sword and he pulled out 3 more, smaller scrolls. Now, let's get the paperwork out of the way so we can celebrate. First round of drinks are on me and they're going to be cheaper for the next hour, so hurry this up so we can actually get to the bar. Anko, Anoka, and Suijutsu nodded their heads as Zabuza slid them their scrolls to sign. The next day came by. Upon waking up, Naruto got dressed for the day. He then left a note to his still sleeping friends, letting them know that he was going to be gone for the morning and that he would meet up with them for lunch later that day at a ramen stand he saw at 1 o'clock. After writing his letter and placing it on the table in the room, he looked back at his friends, still sleeping in the beds. He quickly noticed that someone was present. Anko-sensei never came back last night. A blush crossed his face. Well, congrats for her I guess. You should follow her example at some point. Naruto nearly choked upon hearing the voice in his head. The Kyuubi always had the ability to talk to him ever since the second part of the Chunin exams, but he never took the time to speak to Naruto randomly. He always had some purpose. Hearing his voice was always a surprise. This was the first time that Naruto could recall that the fox just randomly decided to say something to him, and the blonde's cheeks brightened red as soon as he realized what exactly he said. Kakurama, what the hell? Naruto nearly spat out. What? It's just some advice for you. The Kyuubi shrugged. I managed to get around a bit before that bastard Madara found me years ago, and I have to say that dash. Okay, I was not going to have this conversation with Anko-sensei and I'm definitely not going to have it with you. The Uzumaki interrupted, shaking his head. I'm just going to go do what I was originally planning on doing and checking up on Mei and Yagura. Suits yourself. It was just a suggestion. Kurama, again, shrugged. Ask him how Isabu is doing for me. I can do that. Naruto replied. Do you want me to ask if we can do some mindscape thing and you can talk to him yourself? Not really. I don't feel like talking much. Kurama replied with a yawn. That's consistent. Naruto chuckled. When do you ever? He received no response back, which caused Naruto to chuckle more. If there was one thing Naruto had learned about the fox personally, it was that he was loner. He preferred conversations to be brief as possible. It explained his blunt speech pattern and why he rarely spoke to him. Having said that, it was a nice gesture to Naruto that the Kyuubi decided to speak to him in the first place. Naruto proceeded to get his belongings and walked out of the room and the inn. As he left, he heard the fox's voice in his head once again. I may not be in the mood, but still, make sure to ask about him for me. Kurama asked again. I will, don't worry. Naruto reassured the fox as he hurried on his way towards his first destination, the Mizukage's mansion. Enter. Mei stated upon hearing a knock on the door, barely paying attention as she focused on paperwork. The door to the Mizukage's office opened. Naruto entered and bowed upon entrance. Mei briefly looked up to see who it was. She immediately put her paperwork down and smiled at the blonde. I hope I'm not interrupting anything or something. Naruto said with an uneasy chuckle as he took a seat in front of her. Nothing at all. I'm just doing paperwork. Mei replied with a sigh. I've heard you want to be Hokage, right? I'd advise against it. This paperwork is hell. You're like the third person who has warned me about that. I'm starting to get concerned. The Uzumaki swallowed uneasily as he imagined his tenure as Hokage being focused solely on reading and signing papers. Be concerned, kid. The Mizukage said with a laugh. But I'll gladly welcome a break. How are you doing, Naruto? Did you come for any particular reason? Not really. I just wanted to ask about Yagura. Naruto admitted. Mei nodded in understanding. She made a hand sign, causing a seal in the room to be activated. Naruto turned his head towards it. Silencing seal. I highly doubt it, but I'm just making sure nobody could possibly hear this conversation. She answered. Understanding fell upon Naruto's face. Anyway, what do you want to know? How's he doing? After I let, that is. Naruto said with a shrug. Yagura-kun's, fine. He'll be fine. Mei sighed. Naruto's eyes widened upon hearing the kun honorific, something he had not heard yesterday. He, well, to be honest, still has a lot of negative feelings and emotions right now. Not that I can't blame him. He's trying to calm himself down and get those feelings of anger and self-hate out of his system so he can try and move on. It'll probably be a long time. Maybe never happen. But he's going to try and move on. You never know. The Uzumaki commented. He'll get better. It just takes time. I know. That's what I'm hoping for at least. The Mizukage said, a small smile developing on her lips. Apparently the two of you briefly mentioned getting back at Madara. That seems to be the only reason he accepted the shinobi identity I had for him. So you are going to give him a new identity? Naruto asked. Mei replied as she pointed to some completed paperwork to the side of her desk. First thing I did after I left Yagura-kun's side yesterday. He'll be an Umbu operative that's been undercover in Kiri for me during the war, reporting to me. To people, he'll be somebody who was acting as one of my spies. The two of us are going to design the specifics for what his hench transformed appearance will look like when he's out in public. Mei's smile seemed to grow a little wider. I've arranged for him to take the name Kamui. Kamui? Naruto repeated the name in confusion. It actually translates to spiritual or divine being. Considering Yagura is a spiritual man, I thought it was fitting. Mei said with a chuckle. What did he think of it? He questioned. Oh, he said that it was sacrilegious. Mei stated, her chuckle turning into a laugh. Her laugh was infectious, however, and Naruto quickly joined in. But when he called me out on that, he actually laughed. I got him to laugh again, so I'm making it official. His shinobi identity will be named Kamui. Oh, that's great! Naruto exclaimed. The two proceeded to laugh for nearly a whole minute before they calmed down. So, is he still at the hospital? Am I allowed to go visit him? He questioned. You are, yes. Being honest, I think he'd enjoy the company. I told Yotakata to go that way and I think he might be there now. Mei nodded. You know where he is and how to get there. Just be careful and make sure nobody is following you. Understood. Naruto replied with a smile. The blonde proceeded to bow before leaving the room, leaving Mei with her paperwork. With a heavy sigh, the auburn-haired woman turned her attention back to it and focused on her work once again. Naruto left the Mizukage's mansion, heading towards the hospital. It took him only a few minutes to arrive. Just as he was about to enter, the door to the building opened. He immediately bumped into Yotakata. A smile developed on Naruto's face upon seeing his fellow Jinchuriki. Hey! Yotakata! He greeted. Good morning, Naruto-san. Yotakata bowed his head slightly upon seeing him. What are you doing here? I'm here to see the same guy you just saw. Naruto answered. How was he? Ah. I see. Yotakata nodded his head in understanding. He was alright. In a better mood than I thought he'd be. I just wanted to briefly talk to him before I leave the village. That's good to hear. The Uzumaki's words died on his throat as he processed what the black-haired man said. Wait, you're leaving? Where to? Why? I don't know yet. Somewhere. The Rokubai Jinchuriki. And I'm leaving because it was part of my deal with Mei-san. I helped take back the village and now I have been officially removed from Kiri's bingo book. I can now wander in peace. Wander? Naruto frowned. Yotakata, isn't this village your home? Hardly. Yotakata laughed harshly in response. No offense, Naruto-san, but Kiri has never felt like a home to me. And even thought the village will become more peaceful now that Mei-san is in charge, I still don't feel at home here. A smile crossed his lips. My home is the open dirt in a path to the next village. I prefer just visiting places and never staying long in one area. Something about traveling and moving from one place to another relaxes me. Naruto's frown seemingly deepened. I don't understand that. You don't have to. He chuckled in response. Just don't judge me for it. Yotakata-sensei. Naruto and Yotakata turned their heads to see Hotaru rushing forward. The blonde-haired girl had 2 backpacks over her shoulders. She took one off upon arriving and held it out towards Yotakata. Are you ready to move out? She questioned cheerfully. Stop calling me sensei, Hotaru. Yotakata said sternly. Despite the tone of his voice, Yotakata had a smile on his lips. He took the backpack from her and put over his shoulders. He then turned back to face Naruto. We'll meet again one day, Naruto-san. Perhaps sooner than you think. If I'm in Hinokuni, perhaps I'll swing by Konoha for a bit. Yotakata said, retaining his smile. Well, that'd be one positive to you traveling. Naruto admitted, smiling back to the Jinchuriki. He then held out his hand to him. You take care, Yotakata. Same to you. The Rokubai Jinchuriki replied as he took Naruto's hand and shook it. After a few seconds passed, the two broke their handshakes and parted ways. Naruto rushed into the hospital, aiming to meet up with Yagura. Yotakata and Hotaru proceeded to walk towards the village exit with no clear destination in mind. Naruto-san, I wasn't expecting to see you today. Yagura admitted as he watched Naruto enter the hidden hospital room. Why? Our conversation last time got cut short. Naruto said with a smile. I suppose. It was nice seeing Mei-chan, so I apologize for making the situation awkward for you. The former Mizukage apologized to the blonde. Just as he noticed with Mei, Naruto caught on to the additional Chan honorific Yagura used. He remembered him using it during the fight he had, but this time, it was said with no malice. This Chan was used affectionately and seemed to have some reverence behind it. I actually talked to her before coming over here. The Uzumaki commented, his smile turning into a smirk. How are you doing, Kamui? That name. Yagura shook his head, resisting the urge to chuckle. I feel blasphemous responding to it. Maybe, but you're amused. Stop trying to hide your laugh, damn it. Naruto demanded with a laugh of his own. Don't use language like that. Yagura scolded. Despite his statement, Yagura couldn't resist any longer and let out his laugh. This brought a smile to Naruto's face. If it gets a reaction like that out of you, sorry, but I make no promises. He said with a smile. It normally wouldn't. You just talk a little like Mei-chan does. Or, well, did when we were growing up. Yagura replied, shaking his head. As to Kamui, I don't mind it. I suppose I'll get used to being called it. At least she didn't name me after one of the actual gods. I'd be upset if she had chosen something like Izanagi. Naruto began to rub the back of his head sheepishly. Being completely honest, I know very little about the gods and religion in general, so I have absolutely no idea who that is. I'll educate you later. The Yondaime Mizukage said seriously, his eyes narrowing on the boy in front of him. Sure. Naruto let out an uneasy laugh and gulped. So, how are you feeling today? Honestly, better than yesterday. Talking to Mei-chan helped. A lot. Yagura said, a small smile developing on his face again. It's so painfully cliché, but she seems to give me purpose. Just talking to her helped remind me about my passions in life. She seems so adamant that I'll be able to do some good and repair the damage Madara did in my name that I almost believe her. Believe her? The Kyuubi Jinchuriki demanded. You can definitely fix the crap he did. I have faith in you too. I appreciate it. Honestly. Yagura replied before sighing. It's just, I can't fully escape some of my feelings at the moment. I still can't get over that so many innocent people are dead because of me. And honestly, I don't think I should. Yagura, it's not your fault dash. I said it earlier to you, I was unable to fend off Madara. The Sanbai Jinchuriki replied, interrupting him. That makes it loosely my fault. The blood is on my heads, both metaphorically and literally. Naruto frowned in response. He still did not know what to say to that. He disagreed with Yagura's logic, but he was uncertain with how to combat it. Regardless, I suppose that I'm given a second chance. Yagura said, pulling Naruto from his thoughts. I don't deserve it, but I won't pass it up. I'll do what I can and try to repair the damages in any way I can. And if it means becoming a man named Kamui and being a foot soldier for Mei-chan, then so be it. Do whatever you can, Yagura. But, at the end of the day, just try and be happy. Naruto advised, his frown turning back into a smile. We all deserve the right to be happy. This earned him another sigh from the former Mizukage. I don't know if I can be fully happy again, Naruto-san, but I'll try. That's all I ask for. The blonde replied. How's Isabu, by the way? Has he tried to talk to you? Isabu's alright. Yagura answered. We've been in communication whenever I'm alone in the rooms. He's been helping me keep calm and rational, honestly. I like to think I'm doing the same for him. He was very angry when we both woke up that someone managed to control us like that. I only got to fight and talk to him for a bit, but he doesn't seem like the person you want to ever get mad. Naruto shivered at the thought. Most definitely not. Yagura shook his head. Especially since Isabu is difficult to anger. He is a very relaxed person and it takes a lot to get him stressed. Another small smile developed on the Jinchuriki's face. But he's a good friend of mine. If it wasn't for Mei-chan, he would have been my only friend growing up. He's doing all right now and I'm glad that he is. That's good to hear. And I'm sure a certain fox is glad to hear that. Naruto said with a chuckle. The boy heard some type of growl in his head, causing him to chuckle. He could tell that, despite his reaction, Kurama was pleased to hear that Isabu was doing fine. Speaking of him, do you mind telling me a little bit more about yourself? Yagura questioned. Huh? Naruto blinked in response. What for? To be honest, I don't know horribly much about you other than stuff from our interactions and what has actually come up in conversation with Mei-chan. I'd like to learn more. The Yondaime Mizukage explained. The gray-haired man proceeded to change the way he was sitting on his hospital bed. He was now sitting with his legs crossed. He had both of his hands clapped together and he was looking at Naruto expectantly. I don't really have much to say, oh. The blonde's eyes widened in realization. Well, if you want to know more about me, then I gotta tell you about Hinata-chan and Shikamaru. A grin developed on Naruto's face as he began telling Yagura about his girlfriend and best friend. The former Mizukage remained in his sitting position, listening intently as Naruto started talking about them from the day where they all became friends. You talked about us with him? Hinata questioned, her cheeks blushing. Despite the fact that Naruto had wrote his letter hoping that all of his friends would show up, only Hinata arrived at the ramen stand to eat with him. Shikamaru and Dosu had apparently made plans with Haku and Misora respectively. Anko, for her part, was still missing from the inn. Not that this was too much of an issue for either Naruto or Hinata. The two did enjoy some time by themselves. They hadn't gotten too many chances to do this since they had talked to each other about their feelings and it was nice to have a moment, even for just a little while. Yeah, Yagura was interested once I started. I actually talked about you in particular for about an hour. Naruto admitted as he turned to his bowl of miso ramen. Oh. Hinata blushed slightly. He was actually interested in how far you've gone with water style. I don't think it's going to happen while we are in Kiri right now, but if we ever come back here and he's able to leave the hospital, I think he'd like to see what you can do. Naruto commented in between bites. I'd love that opportunity, the Hyuga said. She then turned to her own, already finished bowl of ramen. She started picking at the bottom of the bowl with her chopsticks. Isn't it weird though, Naruto-kun? What's weird? He asked. Well, we haven't been in Konoha in a while. It feels like we've been gone for a while, she said. I wonder if anything's changed. Naruto proceeded to bring the bowl of ramen to his lips. He proceeded to finish it off before placing the bowl back down on the table and signaling the chef to make him another. I mean, I guess it's been a while, but I don't think much has changed. Not too much can change in comparison to what we've seen down here, he said with a chuckle. It's going to be nice to be back home and relax for a bit. I know. Hinata nodded in agreement. I've been missing my father a lot actually. And Niji Aizen and Hanabi. Er. Naruto proceeded to blush for a moment. He then rubbed the back of his head. Your father, he's not gonna, have an issue with us, right? Father. Hinata blinked in response. No. I don't think so. Okay, good. If you say so. He breathed a sigh of relief in response. Although, you should probably talk to him, the Hyuga heiress admitted with a giggle. Father is pretty traditional. I think he'd appreciate it if my boyfriend visited and asked for his permission to date me. Permission? Naruto's eyes widened at the word. That means he could technically say no. Hinata, once again, giggled in response. He wouldn't. He wouldn't want to upset me, now would he? I don't know, you know him better than I do. Naruto exclaimed, panicking slightly. Hinata's giggling turned into full-blown laughter. Naruto, however, did not join in. He was too busy stressing himself out about how his conversation with Hayashi would go and whether or not he would have to deal with an angry Hyuga clan head in his near future. I repeat myself. He's not going to do anything or stop us from being together. Hinata replied with a smile. I've grown a lot stronger, both physically and emotionally, since we've been friends. I'm sure he'll see that and understand what you mean to me. He's not going to stop that. He'll be supportive, I promise. All right. Naruto finally sighed in relief before giving Hinata a small smile. If you say so. I do say so, she replied. At that moment, the ramen chef came by the duo. He took their empty bowls of ramen and replaced them with 2 new fresh bowls or miso ramen. Both Naruto and Hinata exchanged a look between each other. A daring grin developed on Naruto's face, one Hinata quickly returned. Race yeah? He questioned. Hinata did not verbally reply, she just immediately started eating. Naruto, in turn, focused on his own bowl of ramen and quickly began eating it as well. Within a minute, Hinata placed her bowl down, completely empty. Naruto finished his close behind. I win, she said with a smile. Not fair. You had a second head start. Naruto replied indignantly. It's completely fair. Hinata replied, the smile remaining on her lips. Almost immediately after, the ramen chef came by and took their bowls. Naruto made a gesture, signaling for 2 more bowls. 2 out of 3? He questioned his girlfriend. Sure, she replied, still smiling. Their competition was officially on. So full. Hinata mumbled. Both she and Naruto were now lying on the bed in the inn. They were the only 2 present in the room at the moment. After eating, they came back and were unable to get up after lying down momentarily. Remind me, never to challenge you again, Naruto admitted with a chuckle. Totally worth it, though, since I ended up winning in the end. Hinata shook her head. I actually ate more than you, though. Yeah, but I ate my bowls faster, Naruto replied. The Hyuga opened her mouth to respond, but a poof of smoke filled the room. Naruto and Hinata both forced themselves to sit up on the bed to see what was happening. From the poof of smoke, Gamakaki appeared, holding a piece of paper in his hand. He then tossed it at Naruto. Naruto, that sucked. Never have me do something like that again. Gamakaki grumbled. You got it delivered, though. Naruto smiled as he caught the paper. Thanks a lot, Gamakaki. The orange toad grumbled something about not being a messenger toad, before disappearing in the same poof of smoke. What was that about, Naruto-kun? Hinata questioned curiously. You'll know when Shikamaru gets back. Naruto replied with a chuckle. Just then, the sound of keys rustling could be heard. They looked over and saw the door to the room being opened. Shikamaru came walking in, bruised and with a set of fresh cuts present on his body. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Naruto continued to chuckle. Hey, I'm back. Sorry for bailing on lunch, Naruto. Haku wanted another spar and that guy is merciless. Shikamaru replied with a sigh. Don't worry about it. Just read this and all will be forgiven. The Uzumaki replied as he tossed the note he had just been given at the boy. Shikamaru's eyes widened at the sight of the incoming piece of paper. He caught in his index fingers. What is this? He asked. Just read it. Naruto said dismissively with a yawn. I think I'm gonna take a nap. Hinata-chan, you're still tired, right? Hinata nodded her head. The two proceeded to lie back down on the bed. Shikamaru's eyes were focused on his friends for a moment before he shook his head and sat down at the table. Troublesome people. He grumbled as he turned his attention to the note. He opened it and began to look at the writing. His eyes widened almost instantly. Wait, is this? Hey Shikamaru. So, I have no idea when you're going to get this. Maybe today after I write it? Or in a week? I don't know. I'm literally writing a note because a toad asked me to and I'm going to give it back to him to give back to you. I don't know what's going. Summoning animals are weird. As is Naruto. Tell him he's weird for me, okay? Regardless, your teammate sent me something telling me that you weren't feeling like your normal, lazy self recently because of some stuff that have been going on during some mission you both are on. I don't know. He didn't elaborate much. Said it was personal and that you should tell me if I want to know. Which, you know, totally defeats the purpose. He wants me to help you feel better but he isn't going to tell me what you're thinking? What kind of logic is that? He's an idiot. I've addressed that idiot enough, so back to the main thing. You. As I said earlier, I have no idea what happened on the mission. I don't know what kind of stuff went wrong or what anybody said. What I do know, however, is that you are a great shinobi. And I mean that. I don't normally give compliments for nothing. Shikamaru, you're a smart guy. You were chosen to be a Chunin for a reason during your first exam. That's a position that's not given away lightly, especially for someone as young as you. That's a major accomplishment. More than that, though, you're just a nice person. You care a lot. I know you sometimes have this, I don't give a fuck, I just want to sleep, persona, but you're more than that. I can just tell that. You have pride in your village and your people and you want to do your part to make it a great place. And I can tell you really do care about others. Naruto and Hinata always have great things to say about you. And, honestly, I always have lots of good things to say when talking to others. I always mention some guy in Konoha that's the laziest kid ever, but one of the smartest and nicest guys out there. Things happen on missions, and I'm not saying that like it's a good thing. It's horrible when things do go wrong. But that's kinda how life goes. How we respond to it is what's important. We grow from these experiences. We become tougher. You're already a tough, smart guy, Shikamaru. And I know you're just going to get even greater. I know you can, you'll do whatever you need to do, grow and keep people safe. And I know that because you're a good person who puts others before even yourself. I don't know when I'll be in Konoha next, or when you'll be in IWA, but whenever we are together, I hope to see that you are okay. I'll treat you to food and I'll give you a hug and then I demand to spar you to see how much you've grown. I can't wait till then. But until I see you, take care of yourself. Don't let whatever any douchebag said or whatever happens get you down. Use it all to grow. You're a great person, Shikamaru, and a great friend, and I'm lucky to know you. Your loyal friend, always. Kuratsuke, future Yondaime Tsuchikage. Shikamaru read the note quickly before reading it again. Upon finishing it again, he read it a third time. Then a fourth. Then a fifth. By the sixth time, he realized that he had tears in his eyes that were starting to fall and get the paper wet. He quickly rubbed them away and put the note away in his pocket. Troublesome girl. He shook his head. Why do you have so much faith in me? What did I ever do to deserve that? Kuratsuka was not physically present to respond, so he got no answer. However, he felt his hand grip onto the note in his pocket tightly. It was almost as if he could hear her response from it, because you're you. You're a good guy, Shikamaru. Kuratsuke, thank you. Shikamaru couldn't resist the urge to smile. That smile did not go away for the rest of the day. 3 more days passed. After these days had gone by, the Konoha shinobi in Kirigakure had gotten ready to return to their village. The forces organized by the entrance. Jiraiya stood at the front. Anko, along with her squad, stood next to him. Directly in front of them was Mei, along with Ao, Zabuza, Haku, Anoka, Misora, and a masked Umbu operative. Please, inform Hokage-sama of everything we discussed and give him my sincere thanks. From now to the end of time, Kirigakure and Konohagakure are bonded. Mei informed the Sunin. Immediately, Anko's hand instinctively went to the Shivuki blast sword that she now had strapped on her back, the physical proof of that bond. A grin developed on her face. I'll be sure to tell him that. Jiraiya said. Thank you for everything, Mei-san. Thank me? Thank you. Thank you all. Mei replied cheerfully. Yes, we do owe you all. Haku spoke up, the same cheer in his voice. Tears were threatening to come down his face. Through our actions, we have hopefully made Mizu no Kuni a safer place. From the bottom of my heart, thank you all. From the bottom of all of our hearts. Misora added, tears also coming down from hers. And from the hearts of all throughout Mizu no Kuni with Kekkai Genkai. We are just glad we could do something. Hinata commented with a smile. You did more than something. Ao spoke up. You all did good. Indeed. Zabuza nodded. He looked Anko in the eye and smirked behind his bandages. Represent us well, Anko. Will do, boss. Anko replied. A small blush developed on her cheeks, but she quickly shook her head and pushed it off before anybody could notice. I know you all must be going off, so please be careful. The masked Umbu said to the Konoha shinobi. Kamui, right. Naruto looked at the Umbu with a smile. We'll be careful. You as well. Kamui nodded his head in acknowledgement to Naruto's request. With the farewells made, the Konoha shinobi began to march off. The group began to leave the village. Anko's group, being at the end, was the last to leave. Wait. Misora called out. The group turned around in time to see the blind shinobi rushing forward. She ran up to Dosu and embraced him in a hug. She then gave him a kiss on the cheek. Hopefully we'll see each other again soon someday. She told him, a smile on her lips, as she rushed back. Anko, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Naruto were all staring at Dosu. The bandage-wearing shinobi watched Misora leave the area, his visible eye widened in complete surprise. He seemed almost incapable of producing any form of response. Dosu, are you alright? Naruto asked. Dosu-kun. Hinata repeated the boy's name. Hey, I know you want to remain in whatever dimension you're in, but the rest of the Konoha shinobi are leaving. We should be following behind. Anko informed the group. That comment seemed to restart Dosu's mind as he finally nodded his head and turned around. The group joined the rest of the Konoha shinobi and started to walk back. So, what was that, Dosu? Naruto asked teasingly. I'm not fully certain. The bandage-wearing shinobi. The last time we met up, I confessed I had an interest in Misora-san. She said she had feelings for me, but she wanted to think about them in more detail before coming to a conclusion. That was 2 days ago. Looks like she came to her conclusion. The Uzumaki said teasingly. In my defense, it seems like the two of us reached a mutual understanding in a relationship faster than you two did. Doso mentioned, causing Naruto to shut up almost immediately. So please refrain from teasing me too much, I'm the one who teases you two the least, anyway. Both Naruto and Hinata began to blush again, which generated laughter from Doso, Shikamaru, and Anko. Despite the various emotions associated with the mission, they were leaving Kirigakura in good, peaceful spirits. Hopefully, that would be a good omen for the village's future. It was now time to return to Konoha and see what has happened to the village in their absence. Chapter 53, Returning to Konoha. Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-sama, and the army have arrived in Konoha. A Numbu agent informed the Sandaime. Hiruzen smiled immediately after hearing that statement. The aged Hokage reached inside his desk and pulled out his pipe. He proceeded to stand up from his chair and walk towards the window of his room. He then proceeded to make a gesture with his right hand. Thank you very much. Please inform Jiraiya to come over here and deliver his report about the invasion. He requested. Also, please ask for Anko-san and her team to come with him. Of course, Hokage-sama. The shinobi stated before disappearing in a poof of smoke. With the shinobi gone, Hiruzen opened the window to his room and looked outside. His eyes were focused on the Hokage mountain as he lit his pipe and breathed in and exhaled the smoke. The past few weeks have been incredibly stressful for the Sandaime. Ever since he heard of Anko's involvement in Mizu no Kuni in the Kirigakura Civil War, he had been incredibly stressed about what was the correct action to take. He began second-guessing himself after sending Jiraiya out to the country with an army, wondering if he had made a grave mistake. Today, however, was the day where he can finally relax. He remained standing by the window, smoking his pipe until he heard a knock on the door. The Hokage turned his head in time to see Jiraiya enter the room. The Sunin was followed by Anko, Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Doso. Hiruzen smiled as he walked back to his desk. Sarutobi-sensei. Jiraiya greeted respectfully as he pulled out a scroll his coat. I sent a toad with a synopsis of the events of the mission, but I assume you are going to want the full report now. I do. And I'm going to want to discuss it with you in detail. He nodded. He then turned his head towards Anko briefly. Anko-san, when you sent me the message about you getting roped into the Kirigakura Civil War, I must admit, I nearly had a heart attack. You do know what your actions could have done to Konoha if this war ended differently, yes? Anko looked down slightly at his comment. While she did not regret her decision to fight in Kibo against Jinpachi's army, she knew about the repercussions and the situation it had put Konoha and the Hokage in. It could have proved disastrous to Konoha if her intervention led to something such as provoking Yagura to lead an assault on Konoha. Everything worked out in the end, but that didn't remove the fact that her actions could have had major consequences for the village. I stand by my actions. She said quietly, yet firmly. And even if things didn't go as positively as they did during the war, I would have done them again. I understand that. And I respect that. Hiruzen noted. His comment caused the Jonin to look up to face him as he continued to speak. Ultimately, your involvement helped motivate me to send Jiraiya and his army to Kiri to finally do something about the Mizukage's regime. While we can spend time thinking about hypotheticals and how things could have gone right, I am going to focus on all of the things that went right. Job well done, Anko-san. A proud smile developed on Anko's face. Thank you, sir. You're not the only ones I should be congratulating, though. Hiruzen turned his head to face Hinata, Shikamaru, and Doso. Shikamaru, Hinata, and Doso, you three handled the situation incredibly well. I would have normally not sent Chunin as fresh as you all, but you were forced into the situation and handled it marvelously. He then turned his head to face to Naruto and smiled. I took a risk sending you out there, Naruto-kun, and I'm proud with how you were able to handle it. Congratulations to you four. All of you did well. Thank you Hokage-sama. Shikamaru, Hinata, and Doso all said in near unison. Yeah, thanks a lot old man. Naruto added. Based on the brief report Jiraiya had sent me earlier, you all performed well over the standards for Chunin. The Hokage noted with a chuckle. I'll begin making paperwork. Promotions for you all may come sooner than later. The smile on his face grew as he focused on Naruto. Especially for you, Naruto-kun. Not many people can say they have killing a Kage on their record. The smile on Naruto's face dropped slightly and the boy shook his head slightly. Hiruzen turned his head slightly in confusion. Something wrong? He questioned. There's a few things we need to discuss in person, Sarutobi-sensei. Jiraiya spoke up, diverting attention to himself. He tossed the scroll in his hands towards the Hokage, who caught it. Things I wasn't going to risk sending ahead in case if somebody intercepted the message. There's still more to report. I figured there was, but I can tell that this is going to be more serious than I previously had thought it would be. Hiruzen sighed. He sat his pipe down on his desk and opened the scroll. Then let's see and hear this report, Jiraiya. Much more serious. The Hokage shook his head. Hiruzen had finished reading Jiraiya's scroll and listening to the verbal report from him, Anko, Naruto, and the rest of the group. Both reports dropped two major surprises on him that he was having difficulties processing. The first major surprise was the news of Yagura's survival and the truth about his reign as Mizukage. He understood instantly why this information had to be given verbally. If news such as Yagura's survival were to ever be leaked, Kirigakure could potentially erupt in civil war once again if any of the rebels decided that Mei was wrong for sparing him. The story sounded unbelievable to a degree to him. However, the explanation that made it believable was tied into the second surprise: Uchiha Madara was still alive. Naruto confessed to him the truths he learned from the Kyuubi about what had truly happened. He then explained that Madara, who had been controlling the fox on that fateful night that killed his successor, was the one who had possessed Yagura and created his bloody reign in Kirigakure. I want to question the legitimacy of the Kyuubi's information. It could be trying to deceive Naruto-kun, but I do know that the power of the Sharingan could control it. Madara already displayed that ability before against Hashirama-sensei. He could easily do it again to the fox and probably do it to Yagura. No, the fox is probably right. Naruto apparently confronted his essence when fighting Yagura. The Sandaime Hokage shook his head and closed his eyes. But Madara is alive? That should be impossible. I was certain that my sensei had managed to kill him. Even if he hadn't, Madara should be well past a normal human's life expectancy. Not even an Uzumaki, with their incredible life expectancies, should be alive for as long as he would have to be. A thought came to Hiruzen's head as he questioned how Madara could be alive. His eyes widened and a deep frown developed on his face. Does he? Has Madara found the secret to immortality? Orochimaru was experimenting with that. If my student could come too close to finding out how, then surely a man like Madara could as well. That man, he's going to try and destroy the world, isn't he? Hokage-sama. Hiruzen snapped out of his thoughts. Jiraiya, Anko, Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, and Dosa were still present in the room. All 6 shinobi were looking at him in concern. The Hokage proceeded to shake his head. My apologies. You all just gave me a lot to process. He bowed his head slightly. His eyes then narrowed. I will honor Mei-san's request and keep Yagura's survival as an S-rank secret. I will also place that same priority on Madara's existence. I trust the 6 of you, but keep those facts secret under penalty of death. The shinobi all nodded their heads. Hiruzen then turned his attention to Naruto and frowned. Naruto-kun, I understand that you are going to be uncomfortable taking credit for killing Yagura, but you must accept it. He informed him. News will travel fast. I'm sure even the civilians here in Konoha will know of it. If you are confronted about it, you can't clam up like that and try to deny it. In doing so, you may place suspicion on the whole event. I know. I'm not going to blow the secret. The blonde crossed his hands over his chest. I'm not going to like it, but I'll keep it a secret. You can express your distaste, if you wish. Hiruzen offered. Say that you felt upset having to kill a Jinchuriki, but you must not give anyone the reason to question it. Naruto gave no verbal reply, he simply nodded his head. Hiruzen proceeded to sigh in response. The more troubling thing to me, though, is the fact that Uchiha Madara is somehow alive. Jiraiya, this has become top priority. We'll need to do research on him and his actions," he declared. "I'm already on it." Jiraiya nodded his head. "I've already sent out toads with messages to my main contacts across the elemental nations, urging them to look into and listen for anything. I was careful with what information they had, but I'm sure if Madara so much as breathes the air, I'll have something on him." "Good. He is somebody who I do not want to have free reign. He was supposed to be somebody who died long ago, and, if he somehow found a way to return to the land of the living, he needs to be killed once again," Hiruzen stated. He then turned his attention to Naruto and allowed a small smile. "As troubling as that news is, I'm incredibly impressed you were able to destroy his essence, Naruto-kun." Naruto opened his mouth. "Take the credit, Naruto." Kurama's voice boomed inside Naruto's head. "I don't know how happy he will be to hear that you relented full control to me for even a moment. Just accept the compliment and move on. You performed well against him when it was just you, anyway." "Thanks, old man." "Thanks." Naruto, taking the fox's advice, smiled brightly at the man. Hiruzen's eyes widened as a realization occurred to him, something he needed to discuss with Naruto. "Naruto-kun, by the way, I should inform you that your rent at your apartment was due while you were away." The Hokage informed him with a chuckle. "It was? Oh, shit." Naruto mumbled, rubbing the back of his head uneasily. He had honestly forgotten about the day of the month when he headed out to Uzashigakure, let alone when he was rushed out to Mizu no Kuni right after. I assume the landlady is okay with me paying a little late, right? I mean, I was on a mission. She's gotta understand." "That depends on the person, Whiskers," Anko commented with a sigh. "However, it's usually considered the custom that shinobi pay for their rent before going out on a long-term mission. I paid for mine in advance before the mission, for example, just in case the mission extended for longer." "I did the same," Dosu added. Hinata and Shikamaru, both living on their clan's estates, couldn't comment on the situation. However, the two of them looked at Naruto in concern. "You should probably go talk to her right away, Naruto," Shikamaru suggested. Yeah." He gulped. "Relax, Naruto-kun. I already took care of it for you." The Sandaime Hokage spoke, laughing slightly. The sigh of relief from the blonde was instantaneous, causing him to laugh. "I actually took care of it in a different way, though. I hope you don't mind, but I moved you to a new location." "What?" Naruto's eyes widened. "Why you moved me? Where do I live now? It's an old building and hasn't really been used in much recent years, but it got a few new residents recently, so I figured it would be a fine place for you," Hiruzen said with a smile. "Jiraiya, can you please escort Naruto and his friends to the Uzumaki clan estate so they can see it?" Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru all gaped at the statement. "Uzumaki clan estate?" Hinata repeated the name in shock. "Where is that?" I have an estate," the blonde questioned. "It's been out of use for many years, but it's finally being used again. I'm sure you will enjoy it," the Hokage said with a smile. "I have an estate? An actual family estate?" Naruto repeated the thought in his head. "You said that there were other residents there," Dosu noted. "Do you actually have others living there?" "You'll see," the Hokage said dismissively. "Jiraiya, escort everyone over there please." Jiraiya nodded in understanding. The 6 shinobi in the room proceeded to leave the Hokage's office, leaving Hiruzen alone. The man waited a few seconds before picking up his pipe and lighting it again. His mind returned its focus back to Uchiha Madara. "I am too old for this shit," Hiruzen told himself as he breathed out smoke. "And this time, I mean it. It's time this hat had a new owner." He made a mental note. Jiraiya escorted Naruto and his friends towards the Hokage Mountains. After about 20 minutes of walking through the village towards the mountains, the road started to look a little more archaic. The buildings began to look a little older and less people were seen walking down the road. "You know, I don't think I've been this way in Konoha," Anko commented nonchalantly as she looked around. "No reason to. Does anybody actually live out here?" Only a few people do. It used to be booming at the beginning of Konoha's foundation, according to what I heard. Jiraiya responded with a shrug. In addition to the Uzumaki clan, the Senju clan compound was in this direction. No one else said a word as they focused on walking. Another 5 minutes passed by before they reached a red, wooden gate with the Uzumaki Swirl clan symbol printed on the top. A small series of old, clan-style buildings could be seen behind the building. The buildings were painted dark blue, but the paint seemed faded on some buildings. One building, the building closest to the gate, however, looked as if the paint had just been applied earlier that morning. Is this it? Naruto's eyes were wide as he looked from building to building. Yup. It's not as big as either the Uchiha compound or the Hyuga compound is, but both clans added onto theirs. Jiraiya commented with a sad smile. Honestly, I haven't been to this place since Kushina lived here when she was growing up. Realization seemed to dawn on Naruto's face. His eyes widened further. Mom grew up here when she moved here. A smile developed on his face. I'm home, Mom. Hokage-sama said he moved you in, right Naruto? Shikamaru spoke up. Naruto turned his attention to his friend and nodded. Guess we can explore a little bit and try to find your room. You all do that. Jiraiya stated as he started to turn to walk away. I got some other things I need to discuss with the old man, so I'll catch you all later. The group said their goodbyes to Jiraiya before turning their attention to the compound. Naruto led the way and opened the door to the first building, the one with fresh paint. The building's opening room was, surprisingly, furnished. There were several scrolls hanging on the walls, each of them with various different seals. The room itself was relatively large that had 3 hallways, one on each wall. The tatami mat floor of the room was also durable and looked as if it had not been old and unused. If this is how good the condition of the place is when it's not being used, I wonder what it would have been like being used. Shikamaru mumbled to himself. Recall that Hokage-sama said something about other residents. Dosu reminded the Nara. We should probably expect that the building looks nice due to them. I wonder who they are. Hinata commented as she brought her hand to her face, as if trying to process the answer. Naruto was about to respond, but a faint sound entered his ears. He could hear it coming from one of the hallways. It sounded as if somebody was playing the flute. A grin developed on his face as he quickly turned to the hallway to the left and started running down the hall. I know who else is here, he exclaimed. Hinata, Shikamaru, Dosu, and Anko rushed behind him. Naruto ran through the hallway, making sure not to knock anything over. After a few seconds, he found the door where the noise seemed to be coming from. He opened the door and entered what appeared to be a bedroom. The bedroom had the walls painted a lighter shade of blue. It was incredibly messy with various scrolls and sheets of music scattered on the floor. There was a brown desk in the corner of the room that had more sheet music on it and a hand-drawn picture of a young girl with what appeared to be her parents. Sitting on the bed was the presumed occupant of the room, Uzumaki Teiwa. The young woman was practicing her flute, focusing all of her attention on it and the sheet music she was reading from. Teiwa-ne. Naruto called out her name. Naruto's shout caused the kunoichi to mess up. She produced an incredibly sharp note from her flute. The note was enough to shock her from her practice. She looked up from her music and glared at Naruto. What the fuck? I'm trying to dash. Teiwa's words cut short as she realized who exactly she was talking to. A grin developed on her face. Hey! Naruto! She quickly placed her flute down on the stand where she was reading her music from and walked towards the blonde. The two shared a brief hug for a moment. This allowed Naruto's friends to catch up to them. Hinata and Shikamaru eyed the girl out of curiosity, Dosu seemed surprised to see her, and Anko appeared to be making an effort to keep her face neutral. How's it going? I didn't know you'd be living here, he exclaimed. Course I would be. I'm an Uzumaki, she replied with a grin. How'd that mission go? The Hokage informed me that he sent you out on one after we gave our debrief from Uzushio. That's a long story to explain. Naruto shrugged in response. He then gestured over to his friends by the door. Guys, I'd like you to meet my cousin, Teiwa. Teiwa-ne, this is Shikamaru, Dosu, Anko-sensei, And Hinata-chan. Yo. Shikamaru greeted, waving his hand. Hi there. Hinata bowed politely. Whoa, no need to bow. Teiwa chuckled. Nice to meet you too. Naruto told me a lot about you two on the way to Uzushio. She then turned her head to face Hinata and a smug grin developed on her face. A lot of things about you, mind you. The Hyuga's cheeks brightened red at the comment. Naruto quickly shook his head. Hey, I talked to her already, so you can't tease me about that anymore. He stated quickly. I can tease you about anything whenever the hell I want to. His cousin retorted. Still, props on you for growing some balls and talking to her. Teiwa's grin grew as a blush had now developed on Naruto's face. She then turned to face the other friends in the room. Her eyes narrowed on Dosa. You look familiar. You wouldn't happen to have been from Oto. Formerly, yes. As were you. Dosa noted bluntly. Yup. Teiwa replied. Heh. Good to see another person managed to move on. Good for you. Nice to properly meet you. Nice to meet you. He replied curtly. I had heard a lot about you back in Oto. Probably not many good things, am I right? She questioned. When Dosa did not answer, she took that as a sign of affirmation and snorted. I had a reputation of being a bitch there. I was proud of that, mind you. Oto was filled with a bunch of jackasses, so who cares what they thought? I thought you would have still been in prison, Teiwa. Anko commented. Not to be rude, but how did you convince the Hokage to allow you to leave? The Uzushio mission was part of some assessment that Jiraiya was doing on my character. Before going to the mission in Mizu no Kuni, he gave the man a positive report that I wouldn't be a threat to Konoha. Teiwa answered with a shrug. I was supposed to get released and allowed to move about in Konoha in about a week or two. However, that process ended up occurring a lot faster than it was supposed to. What made it go by faster? Naruto asked. A certain someone argued for me and got me out. Teiwa proceeded to chuckle. A certain man who was pretty pissed that one of his few blood relatives was missing from the village and the other was locked up. Naruto's eyes widened immediately after that statement. Wait, is he dash? Just as he was about to ask his question, the sound of approaching footsteps filled the area. Naruto turned around and walked out of the room. His friends, along with Teiwa, did the same. They saw Uzumaki Masakado approaching, yawning. Masakado appeared different than Naruto had recalled. The man seemed to have finally taken care of his appearance. His long, unruly red hair had now been cut and stylized, looking both shorter and styled into a ponytail. His clothes were clean and no longer covered in holes and tears. His overall body looked cleaner, as if he had finally started taking care of himself. However, he was still wearing the Uzushiagaku or forehead protector over his forehead. Teiwa, what the hell was up with that noise? Were you running back and forth for some reason? I was trying to take a nap. Masakado grumbled, rubbing his eyes slightly. Masakadoji-san! Naruto exclaimed. The voice snapped Masakado out of his tiredness. Naruto rushed forward to him and basically tackled him into a hug. The former Uzukage looked completely stunned by the action, but after a few seconds, a smile developed on his face as he returned the hug. Naruto, you're back. It's good to see you. He said politely. Hinata, Shikamaru, Dosa, Anko, and Teiwa had rushed over to their side. Anko, in particular, was gaping at the man in front of her. That's Uzumaki Masakado. That's him. That's one of the world's leading experts in Fuinjutsu. She realized. Holy shit. When did you get here, Masakadoji-san? Naruto questioned as he broke the hug. About a week after you all left Uzushio. Just a few days after you left for your civil war. Masakado said with a chuckle. Yeah, I was pretty pissed when I found out I missed you. Even more pissed when I found that Teiwa was being treated like a criminal here. Technically, she was. Anko mentally corrected him. She did not vocalize her correction, however. Being in the presence of the Sandai Uzukage intimidated her. That's an understatement. Teiwa snorted. Didn't you get into a scream fest with the Hokage? You yelled at the Hokage. Hinata's eyes widened at the statement. And he didn't get in trouble. In my defense, that was more so me ranting about my grievances with Konoha and not helping us. I had a lot of shit I needed to get out. Masakado admitted with a sigh. Also, I wouldn't call that a scream fest. Hiruzen just simply took it. After I was done and calmed down, I almost felt bad for the old monkey. I think I aged him a couple years with that, and since he's close to my age, I know that's something he didn't need. Yeah, you shouldn't do that to somebody. Teiwa replied, smirking slightly. You're old as dirt. You shouldn't make somebody feel that old. Go screw yourself. Masakado rolled his eyes. He then turned his attention to the people around her, Naruto's friends. So, who are these people? Naruto quickly introduced the aged Uzumaki to his friends. They all greeted him politely, which he returned with equal politeness. You all were on a tour of this place, right? Masakado questioned. I can show you all around, if you want. You know this place well? Are you living here too, Masakadoji-san? Naruto asked excitedly. The former Uzukage nodded his head, smiling lightly. You all convinced me after you left Uzushiagakur. Masakado admitted with a sad smile. It was so nice to finally have family. I missed that. I hadn't had real connection and time like that in over 20-something years. Once I had even just a taste of it, I missed it. So, after debating about it for a few days, I decided to finally try and put the past to rest for a little while and spend time with what little family I have left. The man let out a laugh. I think my arrival here gave Hiruzen a shit ton of paperwork, but Akage is a glorified secretary anyway. He was able to take care of it. Naruto seemed to ignore the man's joke and focused on everything else he had said. A warm smile developed on his face. I'm glad you decided to come, Ji-san. He said. And I'm glad I came. The man replied with a smile. A few seconds passed by before Shikamaru proceeded to cough. Masakado quickly remembered the presence of Naruto's friends and started to walk forward. Anyway, if you all were getting a tour of the place, let me show you all around. I can probably show you all everything, including your room, Naruto. He commented. That'd be great. Naruto grinned as he and his friends began to follow. While you show us around, Naruto-kun can tell you all about Onoka. Hinata suggested with a smile. Ah. You're right, Hinata. The blonde exclaimed, a grin developing on his face. Who is Onoka? Teiwa questioned as she started to walk and follow the group. Guess I gotta tell you too about the other Uzumaki we ended up meeting in Kiri. Naruto answered. Both Masakado and Teiwa immediately turned their full attention to Naruto. What? I'm back, Sarutobi-sensei. Jiraiya greeted the Hokage as he entered his office through the open window. The Hokage shook his head, chuckling slightly. The moment you lost your company, you enter the room that way. Can't you be a respectable person all the time and just use the door? It's more fun this way. The Sannin shrugged. Hiruzen let another chuckle out. He placed his pipe back down on his desk as Jiraiya walked forward and stood in front of him. A serious expression then developed on both of their faces. So, you finished reading my scroll, I take it. Do you agree to the stipulations Mei-san put in our alliance? He requested. I don't see why I would disagree. Hiruzen exclaimed. She was incredibly generous with her requests and even gave us stuff, such as plenty of Ryo and even one of the 7 swords passed down to the 7 swordsmen. The fact that we can point to Anko-san as a member of the organization is incredible. Jiraiya nodded his head in agreement. It is. She did well during that whole mission. She's definitely grown as both a shinobi and as a person since the days of Orochimaru being her instructor. Orochimaru, it's unfortunate things went the way they did with him. Hiruzen sighed. I still wish we could have done something about him. But, considering everything that has happened, I'm glad that he has finally been put down. His eyes narrowed. However, now there's a bigger threat, Madara. I understand. As I said earlier, I'm already preparing everything possible to get any information about his whereabouts and actions. Jiraiya informed his former sensei. We'll track him down and kill him. Good. The Hokage sighed. Hiruzen closed his eyes for a moment. His hand went to his hat and he put it down on the desk, feeling as if he had taken off a physical weight that had been attached to his body. The man proceeded to let out another sigh. Jiraiya, it's time for me to settle down again. The Suna invasion, dealing with Orochimaru, the Kirigakure Civil War news, and now news about Madara. I don't think I've felt older in my entire life. He admitted with a frown. I took back the hat when Minato passed away, but it's time I finally returned to my retirement and let new leadership to take over. A frown developed on Jiraiya's face and the man started to feel uncomfortable in the room. Who are you thinking of choosing for a successor? He asked. In a perfect world, I have two ideal candidates. Hiruzen sighed again. You should know who I would be referring to. Heh. Jiraiya shook his head slightly and forced a smile on his face as he started to walk towards the door. Well, I can go on a mission for you if you want and try to get Tsunade to come back here. Maybe she'll take the position. Jiraiya, while I wouldn't object to Tsunade being the Hokage, you know very well that you are also a candidate. The Hokage noted with a frown. You should also know that you'd be my ideal candidate. Yeah, well, I don't think I'd be the ideal choice. The Sunin said dismissively. Jiraiya. Hiruzen said the man's name sternly. Jiraiya stopped walking. He turned his head and looked back to Hiruzen. The Sandaime Hokage was looking at his former student with narrowed eyes. He pulled out a scroll and tossed it to Jiraiya. The man proceeded to catch it. Tomorrow, I want you to go out to find Tsunade and bring her back. I know you've kept tabs on her location and know where she should be. Have her read that scroll and she will come back without a fight. Hiruzen informed him sharply. His eyes narrowed even further. And when you both are here, I would like to speak with you both. And after our conversation, one of you will understand and take the hat from me. Jiraiya did not say anything for a moment. He simply looked down to the scroll. A few seconds passed by before he let out a chuckle and opened the door to the office. Well, I'll come back with Tsunade then. After that, well, we'll see. He replied before leaving. Hiruzen remained standing as Jiraiya closed his door. Nearly a minute passed before he sighed once again and took his seat. His eyes proceeded to focus on the Hokage's hat. Jiraiya, Tsunade, I like to think I haven't asked you two for too much in life. Please, one of you, take the hat from me. He silently pleaded. It didn't take long for Naruto to explain Anoka to both Masakado and Teiwa. Both Uzumaki were excited to hear that they had another family member alive and well in Kirigakure and were both incredibly proud to hear that she had become a member of the Seven Swordsmen of Kirigakure. Teiwa had grumbled something about her not being with the family, but the two accepted the news about Anoka with great happiness. After the explanation, Masakado showed the group around the compound. He showed them where the extensive kitchen, dining hall, study, and other rooms throughout the building were. He showed them a room he had placed in the building where he kept a record of the genealogy of the Uzumaki clan, descended from the Rakudo Sennin to the modern generation. He also showed them the other bedrooms, including Naruto's rooms. All of his belongings from his apartment were still present. Hiruzen had, indeed, moved him out. Masakado admitted that he was doing renovations on the other buildings, but he claimed that he would be done hopefully before too long. He was frustrated to see the poor condition the estate had been in and has made it his current focus to repair it and repair the image of the Uzumaki in Konoha. Naruto offered to assist with the repairs, which Masakado immediately accepted. They immediately made plans to work the next day on them. With the tour done, Naruto decided that he wanted to go eat ramen. Teiwa and Masakado remained at the compound, but Naruto and his friends hurried over to Ichiraku's ramen. The blonde was salivating as Tuka served him his first bowl. I have been missing this stuff for way too long. Naruto exclaimed as he quickly brought his miso ramen to his mouth and inhaled it. Within seconds, he finished the bowl and signaled for another bowl. The ramen in Mizu no Kuni wasn't bad, but it just doesn't compare to here. I'm glad to hear that. Tuka stated with a chuckle. It's good to have you here, Naruto. It hasn't been the same with you gone. And it hasn't been the same without my ramen. Naruto replied with a chuckle. Really, though, things have changed here. Dosu commented as he ate his bowl of shrimp ramen slowly. Masakado-san seems like a polite man. He's mellowed out a bit since when I first met him. Naruto admitted. I'm glad, though. I like that he seems to be a little bit better. I'm just glad you have more family here. Hinata admitted with a smile as she pushed her now empty bowl to the side. And you now have a clan estate. Shikamaru noted as he picked at his food, not really eating much of it. Family. A small smile developed on Naruto's face. I got family, yeah. I have people I can come home to. Anko bit her lip, resisting the urge to comment. Instead, she turned her attention to her own bowl of miso ramen and started eating. Speaking of family, I probably need to be heading out. Shikamaru said as he pushed his mostly uneaten bowl to the side. It's been a while since I've seen my mom and dad. I need to go see how they are doing. Hinata nodded her head in agreement. I should probably do that too. I've been meaning to go see father and my sister for a while. Her mention of her family immediately caused Naruto lose his appetite. Tuka came by and placed the bowl in front of him and Naruto made a signal to him, suggesting this was going to be his last bowl. You know. I probably should go too with you then. I need to talk to your dad about, well, us. Naruto mumbled as he quickly started to shove his bowl of miso ramen down his throat. You want to ask him now? Hinata turned her attention to him in surprise. Naruto finished his bowl and looked at the Hyuga in confusion. Is now not a good time? Oh no, now's fine. The Hyuga shook her head. I had just thought you wanted to wait a little bit. You going to do the standard, can I date your daughter, thing? Anko questioned as a teasing smirk developed on her face. Heh. Hayashi's a well-known killjoy. Have fun with that conversation. He's my father, Anko-sensei. Hinata frowned in response. I'm sure he'll be understanding and accepting. Heh, why yeah. Naruto mumbled uneasily. With those words, Naruto, Hinata, and Shikamaru paid for their food, said their goodbyes, and proceeded to walk off in different directions, Shikamaru towards his clan estate and Naruto and Hinata to her estate. Dosu and Anko remained sitting, eating one more bowl of ramen each. It's weird listening to them talk about families. Dosu admitted with a shrug, putting his chopsticks down. I don't have any family in general and I have no friends that I did not have on the mission. I suppose where life will have changed for them, life in this village will remain the same. You just became a shinobi here, though. Give it time and you'll make more friends. Then you too can join them in talking about seeing what has changed here in Konoha when away on a mission. Anko snorted. She put her chopsticks down as well and gave Dosu a serious look. By the way, since Naruto isn't here, can I ask you something? Sure, Anko Teiku. He replied. Okay, first, we are not on a mission. The Jonin reminded him. You don't have to call me Teiku anymore if you don't want. Sure thing, Anko Teiku. Dosu repeated the expression with a small smile on his face. You think you're so funny, don't you? Anko shook her head, resisting the urge to laugh. Anyway, what have you exactly heard about Uzumaki Teiwa when you were in Oto? A couple of things. He commented as he brought his hands to his face in thought. She was higher up in Orochimaru's service than me and most of the people I interacted with, so a lot of people I knew were jealous of her. My own squad mates, Kin and Zaku, despised her. Kin was jealous that she was the first kunoichi to enter Orochimaru's Sound 4 while Zaku, due to some innate misogyny he had, simply thought she was a bitch. But is that all you got on her? Anko continued to question. Honestly, yes. I've only had maybe 2 personal interactions with her back in Oto and they barely stand out in my mind. The boy shrugged. He gave Anko an inquisitive look. Any particular reason you are asking? Do you think badly of her? Honestly, sorta. The Jonin admitted with a sigh. I don't know what you know about my time with Orochimaru, but I don't know how much I can willingly trust somebody who was that high up in his organization and someone who did not leave him willingly. I wouldn't inherently call Teiwa a loyal person to Orochimaru. Dosu spoke up. One more thing that I can comment on about her is that it was well known that the members of the Sound Four weren't inherently loyal to Orochimaru. I'd say only Jirobo was, as well as Kimimaro if you counted him. A small chuckle escaped the boy's lips. She, Kidomaru, and Seikon and Yukon, however, were only working for Orochimaru for blatantly other motives. That was another reason why most of the foot soldiers did not like them. They weren't fully loyal to Orochimaru and had his best interests in mind, as far as they were concerned. I can believe that, but I still don't like the fact that she stayed working with him for that long and didn't try and quit. Anko frowned. I just don't know if I can trust her. That's understandable. I don't know how trustworthy of a person she is. Doso commented. He let a small frown develop on his face. However, Naruto seems to trust her and, while I don't know if she'll be loyal to Konoha, she seems loyal to Naruto and the Uzumaki. I got that impression from her during our conversation with her. So you don't think she'll ever do anything to Naruto? Anko questioned. Based off my own intuition, I believe so. She seemed to have a good relationship with him. Another chuckle managed to escape Doso's lips. Naruto-san has that type of effect on people. He seems to bring people towards him and make them want to be his friend. Heh. Anko let out a chuckle as well. That's something I can agree with you on at the moment at least. That kid has some incredible charisma and is just a nice, good-meaning person. He'll make a great Hokage one day. Anko's and Doso's conversation turned a lot more casual and friendly as they finished their final bowls of ramen. It took them a few minutes before they finally paid and went off on their separate ways towards their apartments. Shikamaru walked through the streets of Konoha on his way back to his home. His eyes wandered back and forth from building to building. Most of Konoha seemed to have been repaired since the invasion. Construction had seemingly stopped in the areas he was walking through. Everything looked the same as it had prior to the Chunin exams and the invasion. The Nara also paid attention to every person that he passed. Everyone, whether civilian or shinobi, was going along with their day as if nothing had happened. There was an overwhelming sense of sameness rushing through his body as he took everything in. It's almost alarming how normal everything is here, he told himself. With all the construction done, it feels like nothing has changed. Everything seems so peaceful. He then proceeded to let out a small, bitter chuckle. It's almost crazy to think that just south of here, a nation was just in a bloody civil war. Oi! Shikamaru! Shikamaru looked to the sound of the noise and noticed that he was just passing the barbecue restaurant. Yakiniku-Q sitting at a table outside the restaurant was Team 10, Koji, Ino, Shino, and their sensei, Asuma. A smile developed on Shikamaru's face as he focused on Koji. He walked over towards them. Yo, Koji. How are you doing? He greeted his old friend. Doing great. Just getting some good food after a long training session. Koji replied with a warm smile on his face. It's great to see you again, Shikamaru. I was getting worried about you being gone for so long. Yeah, I've been gone for way too long. Shikamaru let out a sigh. He then briefly turned his head to face the other three shinobi at the table. Good to see you all too. Glad to see you got home safely from the mission. Asuma commented with a smile. We have room for one more, if you want to join us. Thanks, but I really got to see my parents. The Nara shrugged. Understandable. Shino nodded his head. If I were away for so long, I would also dash. Shikamaru, is it true? Ino questioned, interrupting her teammate. The Chunin blinked in response at her question. Huh. That Naruto killed the Mizukage. Ino exclaimed. Is it true? It can't be true, can it? I mean, Naruto's just a Chunin and the Mizukage was, well, the Mizukage. He can't possibly have done it. Ino appeared as if she was going to go on, but Shikamaru's mind seemingly stopped at her statement. She already knew about information? How do you know about that? He questioned, a frown developing on his face. News travels quickly, Shikamaru-san. Shino spoke up. How do I know this? The shinobi that were sent on the Mizu no Kuni mission arrived and briefly started sharing information to close confidants. And if any information is leaked, even for a little bit, Ino will surely find out. I've got connections. When there is gossip to be heard, I'll know it before anybody else. The blonde said smugly. A second passed by before she noticed the phrasing to Shikamaru's question, how do you know about that? Her eyes widened immediately. Wait, so it actually did happen? Like literally. Shikamaru nodded his head in confirmation. Naruto had some help, with the Godame Mizukage and another shinobi backing him up, but he played a part in killing him, yeah. Holy shit. Ino nearly shrieked, her eyes wider than they had ever been. That's, well. Wow. The news had stunned her. She was expecting to get some type of joking comment from Shikamaru and her to go out and refute the rumors that she had heard. Apparently, the rumors were true. Someone in her graduating class, a former dead last even, had managed to kill the Mizukage. Wow. Koji mumbled to himself, looking downward slightly. Naruto's in our graduating class. To think he could go head-to-head with a Kage. Shikamaru-san, what was your sensei's training regime? Shino questioned, getting the Nara's attention. Why, I ask? I'm now seriously considering trying to up my own personal regime so I don't fall too far behind from your team. Anko-sensei had a pretty hellish training system when we started and it only got worse as we moved along. You sure about that? Shikamaru questioned. More than sure. Shino nodded his head in affirmation. You already proved yourself superior to me during the Chunin exams. Therefore, I cannot allow you and your team to get too far ahead of myself and the rest of my team. Yeah. Koji nodded his head in agreement. It's serious business from now on. Sasuke got promoted to Chunin from Team 7 and your whole team got promoted. And now, you all apparently did great work on a tough mission, and Naruto managed to. The Akimichi shook his head for a moment. We're behind. We're way behind and we need to catch up. Heh. Guess some good came out of this. Asuma chuckled. The Jonin had heard the information being spread about the mission to Mizu no Kuni and, thanks to Kurane being sent on the mission as well, he knew that they weren't rumors. He didn't enjoy Ino taking the chance to gossip about it with others. However, seeing the confirmation of the information seemed to have dumbfounded Ino and apparently ignited a spark in Koji and Shino, a spark that he had been trying to ignite for a while. They're behind for now, but they won't be for too long. He told himself. I just can't believe it is all true. Yeah, Koji's right. We suck compared to you all. Ino mumbled, her mind still trying to process everything. Well, if you just look at Naruto being a part of killing the Mizukage, then yeah, I guess we all look good. Shikamaru commented with a shrug. Yeah, but I heard things about you and Hinata as well. You both did awesome on the mission too. Ino shook her head, once again. God, first there's Sasuke-kun and then there's your three. Our graduating class has way too many strong shinobi, it's insane. Shikamaru recognized the compliment, but his mind seemingly shut down at the comment Ino made about his success during the mission. You're my legacy to this world. Karatoriki's voice still screamed in his mind. No, that's not true. He shook his head. The fire and determination that had been in Koji's eyes had faded slightly. He looked at the Nara in concern. Are you alright, Shikamaru? I'm alright. Shikamaru shook his head. I'm just kinda tired. I probably am going to head back to my place, say hey to my parents, and pass out. Shikamaru said his goodbyes to Team 10 before continuing to walk towards his clan's estate. I wonder what exactly Ino had heard about my performance on the mission. Shikamaru shook his head almost immediately after the thought entered his mind. Scratch that, I don't want to know. His mind almost went back to Karatoriki and his voice. He almost envisioned the man screaming at Shikamaru as he was just about to die. Before he could hear his voice in his head, however, he recalled something else. Don't let whatever any douchebag said or whatever happens get you down. Use it all to grow. You're a great person, Shikamaru, and a great friend, and I'm lucky to know you. A smile developed on Shikamaru's face as he recalled the note Kuratsuki had written for him. Kuratsuki is honest. I have to trust her. Not Karatoriki. He told himself, shaking his head slightly and resisting the urge to think of the bloodline executioner. Shikamaru returned his focus back to walking through Konoha. It took him another 5 minutes before he arrived at his family's estate. He walked inside and headed through the hallways, towards his family's personal kitchen. Inside, Yoshino and Shikaka were sitting down, prepared to eat dinner. They immediately noticed Shikamaru's presence and stood up. Yoshino rushed forward to her son and pulled him into a hug. "You're back. Thank goodness," she exclaimed cheerfully, hugging him tightly. Tears threatened to run down her face. I have to admit, I got worried when I heard Hokage-sama was sending an army to Mizu no Kuni. I was concerned something had happened on your mission. But I'm so glad everything worked out. I'm so glad that you're here, Shikamaru. If you can't tell, Shikamaru, your mother was worried about you out there." Shikaka spoke up as he walked over. He didn't want to break the hug between his wife and son, so he simply put his hand on Shikamaru's shoulder and gave it an affectionate squeeze. "As was I, but you clearly showed us old folks that we shouldn't be stressing out about you, regardless of the mission. Welcome home, Shikamaru." Shikamaru felt more tears develop in his eyes. He had many things he wanted to talk to his parents about. He wanted to just talk to them about the mission and see what they had to say about Karatoriki. However, finally being with his parents, he simply just wanted to talk to them about nothing in particular and see how they were doing. He was just enjoying being with them and wanted to focus on that before anything else. "I'm glad to be back home." Shikamaru smiled as he finally let the tears fall from his face. "Welcome home, Hinata-sama. It is nice to see you. You too, Naruto-san." Hinata and Naruto, upon arrival at the estate, were greeted by Niji. The branch clan prodigy had been sitting in the entrance to the building, reading a book when the two arrived. A smile was on his face upon seeing them. He then bowed in their direction. "Nice to see you as well, Niji." Naruto greeted him. "Niji Ni-san, it is good to see you." Hinata smiled at her cousin. "How have you been?" "Very well. Training has gone excellently, both with Hayashi-sama and Gai-sensei." Niji answered. He then let a curious look develop on his face. "I assume the mission was a success." "Yeah, it was." Naruto spoke up with a grin. "I'm glad to hear that." The branch clan member commented. "We were actually wanting to discuss something with my father. Is he free now?" Hinata questioned her cousin. "Yes, he is. He should just be in his study," Niji said as he started to walk away. "I can lead you both there, if you wish, if you want someone to talk to along the way. That would be appreciated." Hinata smiled in response to his offer. Both Hinata and Naruto followed behind Niji as he started to walk towards Hayashi's office. Both Hyuga talked about various matters related to the clan as Niji informed Hinata on the specifics of his training and new developments within the clan. Naruto was unable to properly participate in the conversation, so he simply walked and listened. During their conversation, however, he noticed Niji would look back to him, as if he was studying him or sizing him up. Confusion developed on the blonde's face. "Any particular reason you keep staring at me, Niji?" Naruto questioned him. Niji frowned at Naruto's question and shook his head. "Forgive me. I just can't help but be curious about something Tenten had informed me. Some news and rumors have spread from your mission, so I can't help but be curious to a degree." Don't worry about it." The blonde shrugged. The confusion on his face, however, turned into curiosity. "What rumor, though?" "I'd rather not say. I'd rather not participate in gossip too much." Niji dismissed his question. A small smile developed on his face. "Just know that I've heard good things about you, Hinata-sama, and the other Konoha shinobi. You in particular, Naruto-san." That's good." Naruto replied, his curiosity turning back to confusion. "What rumor?" Before he could ask again, the trio arrived at Hayashi's study. The head of the Hyuga clan was, as Niji had stated, in the room, sitting at his desk and doing some paperwork. Niji took this as his sign to leave. He bowed to Naruto and Hinata before walking off. Hayashi remained focused on it for a few seconds before finally looking up to greet the arrivals in his room. Upon seeing Hinata in the room, a smile developed on his face as he stood up from his chair and walked forward to her. "Hinata, I had heard the mission ended and was awaiting your arrival," Hayashi stated. "I'm relieved it went over well and that you are unharmed." "Thank you, father." Hinata bowed in response to her father's comment. The Hyuga clan head placed his hand on his daughter's shoulder. She looked back up at him for a few seconds before pulling him into a hug. The action surprised him, but he quickly returned his hug. "I'm proud of you, Hinata. Very few shinobi could have handled a mission that evolved into something as dangerous as yours did. You've done your clan proud, as well as myself and your mother," Hayashi informed her. Thank you." Hinata tightened her hold on her father, resisting her urge to cry. Naruto smiled as he watched the father and daughter hug each other. He remained to the side, letting them interact. The thought occurred to him that maybe he should wait outside for them to finish, but as soon as the thought came to his mind, the two Hyuga broke their hug and Hayashi was now looking at him intently in a way that Naruto could not read his emotions or thoughts in any way. "Uzumaki Naruto, correct? You are my daughter's teammate and friend," he noted. Yes." Naruto nodded in affirmation. He was trying his hardest not to sweat under the gaze of Hayashi. "It is nice to finally meet you. Hinata has told me a lot about you and I am pleased to finally meet one of her teammates that she speaks so highly of." Hayashi greeted him. "Ah." Naruto blinked for a moment before a smile developed on his face. "It's nice to meet you too. Were you just escorting my daughter back home or did you want to discuss something with me?" he questioned. Naruto's smile nearly dropped at Hayashi's comment. His eyes focused on Hayashi, who had seemingly not changed his facial expression since their conversation started. He had absolutely no red on the man and that scared him. Seeing Naruto trying to come up with exactly what he was wanting to say, Hinata proceeded to giggle. "Naruto-kun mentioned he had something he wanted to talk to you about," Hinata commented, speaking for him. The blonde's eyes widened almost instantly. "Hinata-chan, don't rush me." "Okay." Hayashi nodded in recognition. "What do you wish to talk about?" Naruto took in a deep breath for a moment. He closed his eyes for a second before reopening them. He calmed himself and narrowed his eyes intently at the man in front of him. "I was hoping to ask if I would have your permission to date your daughter," he stated. Hayashi's eyes widened ever so slightly at the request. Seeing some form of a reaction on his face, Naruto let a small smile develop on his as he started to continue. "I know you are a traditional person, so I wanted to ask you. Hinata-chan is very important to me. She has always been since the day we first became friends and it's only grown over time," he confessed. He turned his attention towards Hinata's face, his smile growing a little wider. "It took me some time to really piece together my feelings. I wasn't the best with identifying what my feelings were. But after being away when I went to Uzushiagakuer and reuniting with her back in Mizu no Kuni, I finally figured them out." He turned his attention back to Hayashi and bowed slightly. "Your daughter means everything to me and, if you are willing, I would really love the honor of being her boyfriend." "Naruto-kun." Hinata's cheeks were bright red after Naruto's speech. A wide smile was on her face as she resisted the urge to rush over to him and give him a kiss. She was in her father's presence, after all. Later though, Hayashi remained silent for a moment. The shock from Naruto's request seemed to fade and he closed his eyes in thought. The Hyuga clan head was not ignorant of his daughter's feelings. He could clearly tell a difference between how she described Naruto to him versus how she described Shikamaru. She had clear feelings for him. He was, however, unaware that Naruto reciprocated those feelings. They've probably already agreed upon a relationship, based off they approached this. He's just asking for the formality's sake, he noted. Naruto and Hinata turned their attention to the elder Hyuga, awaiting his response. After a few seconds of silence, the Hyuga opened his eyes and nodded his head. "I approve of this," he informed them. A grin developed on Naruto's face. "You do?" "Thank you, father." Hinata clapped her hands together for a moment before pulling her father in for another hug. Hayashi returned his daughter's hug. Hinata, if you wouldn't mind, could you maybe rush to the kitchen and get some tea for us? There should be some already prepared. I would like the chance to enjoy some tea and get to know Naruto-san. Sure thing. The Hyuga heiress broke her hug and smiled brightly at her father. Once again, thank you. Hayashi returned his daughter's smile with one of his own. Hinata quickly bowed before rushing out of the room, having an extra skip to her step. Naruto proceeded to turn around and prepared to follow her. You can stay here, Naruto-san. I would still like to talk to you, if you do not mind. Hayashi spoke up. Naruto turned around and nodded his head. He proceeded to relax his posture. While he was still going to be respectful towards Hinata's father, now that he had apparently been given his approval, he was no longer worried about being around the man and what he could possibly say or do. Naruto-san, I don't really have a question, but I feel I should inform you of something while Hinata's away. Hayashi commented. Okay. The Uzumaki nodded his head. Hinata is not the most appreciated person in the Hyuga clan. Hayashi admitted, shaking his head slightly. I must say, I did not originally help much with her reputation. Hinata did not appear to be the standard Hyuga in regards to the clan's traditions and fighting style. Her attitude towards our traditions, however, has made her a particularly disliked person by some of the elders in the clan. They think her status as heiress to the clan, as well as her attitude towards the branch clan, is a disastrous combination to the order of the clan. Personally, I am okay with her attitudes. They are the beliefs I hold, and I have belief that she, along with her cousin, Niji, will be able to change our clan together. However, I assume that the elders will not make life easy for Hinata as she grows as a shinobi and potentially grows into her position of taking over the clan. Naruto frowned. He had never met any of these elders before and was uncertain how dangerous they were. However, based on Hayashi's tone, he could feel they were something to be worried about, and he was concerned for Hinata. The elders aren't your battle, Naruto-san. Hayashi, realizing what Naruto was thinking, quickly spoke up. They are for Hinata. And I'm confident in her abilities. However, one thing I have noticed in Hinata's character ever since she befriended you, is that you have been a great source of confidence for her. The man narrowed his eyes on the Uzumaki. If you really wish to date my daughter, then I ask of only one thing for you, be by her side. Hinata is in the process of potentially changing the Hyuga clan for the better, and I want to make sure she remains as strong and confident as possible for her to reach her goals. Please, if you care for her, stay with her and comfort her if she ever needs it. Naruto immediately nodded his head. I promise. I meant everything I said. Hinata means the world to me. I'll always be by her side when she needs me. I believe that. Hayashi let a small smile grace his lips as he looked at Naruto. You are a fine man, Naruto, and I can tell you are going to be an even better shinobi. Take care of my daughter. I will. The blonde replied, returning the smile. Also, remember, Kyuubi or not, and accepting the possibility of becoming a missing ninja, if you hurt my daughter, I will hunt you down and kill you myself. The Hyuga clan head commented, still smiling. His comment caused Naruto's eyes to widen. Hayashi had said that sentence with the same, slightly cheerful tone he had just been in. He didn't even release any killing intent with the sentence. However, that somehow made the threat even more sinister in his mind. The blonde's eyes wandered towards a sword that was on a display in the study. He briefly envisioned a scene in his head of Hayashi hunting him down with it. The image brought a shiver to his mind. I promise to never hurt her. He stated with a slight stutter, the threat still on his mind. Good. Hayashi's smile seemed to slightly grow a little wider. Before either shinobi could say anything, Hinata entered the room. She was holding a teapot in one hand and a tray that had 3 cups on it in the other. Do you need any help? Naruto questioned as she walked in. No thanks, I'm alright. Hinata replied with a smile as she sat down the tray on Hayashi's desk. She then proceeded to pour tea into the 3 cups. Thank you, Hinata. Hayashi told his daughter as he took one of the cups. He brought it up to his lips and made a gesture to Naruto. Take one, Naruto-san. Let's talk a little more. The blonde nodded, albeit slightly hesitantly, as he walked over and took one of the cups. That went over much better than I thought it would. Naruto told himself. Sharing tea with Hayashi ended up being actually pretty fun. The man was stoic, yes, but that wasn't something he was unused to. Both Han and Dosu could be pretty stoic when they wanted to be. Naruto quickly figured out which topics he could bring out some form of emotion from Hayashi, and he found him enjoyable company. He wasn't fully certain if the man liked him as much as he hoped he did, but he received his approval and had fun with him and Hinata. After saying goodbye to the Hyuga clan, Naruto walked out of the estate, smiling. He left the building and began to start walking in the direction of his new home, the Uzumaki clan estate. There you are, Naruto. The Uzumaki turned his head in time to see Sasuke approaching him. Sasuke now wore the Konoha shinobi jacket, but left it unzipped, showing off the black shirt he wore underneath. Other than that, Sasuke still appeared the same to him. Naruto had to admit, he was not necessarily friends with Sasuke. They never got along at the academy and they had both acted like jerks to each other. However, Naruto was in a good enough mood after his night with Hinata and Hayashi that he actually smiled and gave proper respect to his former classmate. Yo, Sasuke. What's up? He asked. I've been looking for you all day. Sasuke replied with a huff. You're surprisingly difficult to find. I had to find out that you went to go see the Hyuga clan head or something from a ramen chef. I am. You were. Naruto blinked in confusion. Sorry. Sasuke grumbled something to himself in irritation before he shook his head. Forget about it. I just wanted to confirm something from you. Did you kill the Mizukage? Naruto's smile dropped at the mention of Yagura. He sighed before nodding his head. Yeah. I had some backup, I must admit, but I helped with killing him. He admitted. It's true, then. That rumor is true. Sasuke shook his head in disbelief. When Sasuke had heard the rumor from Sakura, who had heard it from Ino, he could not believe it. While he recognized that Naruto had indeed grown stronger, this was still Naruto that was being talked about. Besides being the former class dead last of his year until he managed to overtake Kiba at the last second, he was still a Chunin. It seemed impossible that someone of his skill level would be able to take on the Mizukage, of all people. How did you grow so strong, Naruto? The Uchiha questioned. There's no way you normally should have been capable of that. How did you do that? Training with Anko-sensei and Jiraiya helped. Naruto answered. It helped especially that I had backup in the fight, though. You had backup, yeah, but I still just find it hard to believe that you were able to train to a level where you could fight a cage-level shinobi and not die immediately. Sasuke noted with a smirk on his face. You found power, Naruto. That's good. You'll only grow stronger from here. Naruto shook his head. The conversation was starting to frustrate him and he knew it was only going to get worse from here if Sasuke started asking him about the specifics of his training method. He decided to end the conversation and began to walk away. Sasuke, I'm kinda tired and I don't want to talk about this. Talk to me some other time. He said dismissively. Don't want to talk about it. Sasuke nearly scoffed at the statement. Why not? You should take pride in killing someone like the Mizukage. You killed a powerful shinobi and made a name for yourself. Naruto tightened his hands into fists and grit his teeth. The boy was officially over the conversation and simply wanted it to end. He quickly turned his head back to Sasuke and shook his head. I can't take pride in killing someone like me. He shouted. Sasuke opened his mouth to reply, but Naruto's sentence dawned on him. He looked over at the blonde in confusion. What do you mean, someone like me? He questioned. Naruto's eyes widened, realizing what he had said. He quickly shook his head in frustration. Damn it, me and my mouth. He cursed at himself. How do I explain this? Naruto, what do you mean? Sasuke took a step closer to Naruto, his eyes narrowed. I've been keeping up to date with everything that's happened in Kirigakure, you know? I know a few things about Yagura and I know just what type of person he was. In what ways were you two alike? The Uzumaki's eyes widened at Suzuki's declaration. If Suzuki did know anything about Yagura, then he most likely could piece together that he was a Jinchuriki if he bothered to think about it. Damn it! Why did I say anything? Why? Naruto continued to curse at himself. I guess I have to tell him. I'd rather just say it and see if I can help him not think too badly of me instead of him coming to the realization himself. You know what a Jinchuriki is then, right? If you know anything about Yagura, then you know he was one, right? Naruto questioned. Yeah, I know what one is. Yagura had the Sanbai sealed inside of him. What of it? The Uchiha questioned. Almost immediately after he finished the question, Suzuki realized what Naruto was implying. His eyes widened. Wait, the Kyuubi. Naruto nodded his head, causing Suzuki's mind to run rampant and recall everything he had learned about the nine-tailed fox. It made sense. Suzuki had to admit that the Academy's explanation of the Yondaime Hokage's defeat of the Kyuubi seemed too far-fetched. How was it possible to kill a Biju? The Uchiha had accepted it to a degree, believing that Minato was a good enough seal expert that, if it were possible, he would be the person to do it. However, it still always felt odd to him. Naruto had seemingly confirmed his suspicions. It also explains Naruto's life growing up. Suzuki realized. He must have been chosen because he was an orphan with no family that would object to it. It explains why people walked past him and why people would give him dirty looks. It explains why some of the teachers at the academy never answered some of his questions. It explains why some restaurants or stores wouldn't service him. Naruto looked at Suzuki's expression and sighed, so yeah, I'm assuming by your silence you figured it out. Yup, I'm the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. Now, do you understand why killing Yagura was hard? Because no matter what he has done, he's a person like me who grew up just like me. And it fucking sucks that he ended up becoming the person that he did and that someone like me was forced to put him down. Suzuki didn't say anything. He remained quiet for roughly a full 3 minutes. Naruto remained still, watching him. He couldn't get a read off Suzuki's disposition. Eventually, he decided that this had effectively ended their conversation. With a sigh, the blonde started to walk off. This seemed to trigger something in Suzuki, who finally opened his mouth to speak. So you've always been strong then, huh? He finally commented. Naruto stopped walking off. He turned around and looked at Suzuki in confusion, urging him to elaborate. I've seen the way some of the villagers treated you growing up. I had assumed it was for some pranks you did or something and that you probably deserved it. But it's over something like being a Jinchuriki. Something you had no fault in. And something that you're doing that should technically be seen as an honor. The Uchiha let a smile develop on his face as he looked at the blonde. If I was hated for that reason, I don't think I'd be able to contain myself. I'd call out the people on their bullshit. You clearly have strength if you can resist that urge. Heh. Naruto let a smile develop on his face. In fairness, I only learned about the reason why when we graduated from the academy. My point stands, though. The fact that you still want to be Hokage for a village like this says something about you. Suzuki said, still smiling. Naruto's smile grew wider at the comment, thanks Suzuki. The Uchiha nodded in recognition of the thanks. A pensive look then crossed his face as he crossed his hands. You asked if I understood why it was difficult for you to have to kill Yagura because both of you were Jinchuriki. Honestly, I understand. More than I wish. He commented, a scowl developing on his face. Because I'm going to have to kill my brother one of these days after everything he did to my family. But, even though I know I'll be able to kill him and will enjoy doing so, I still know that, deep down, there's a part of me that still sees him as my brother. Naruto nodded in understanding, his smile turning into a frown. He knew about the Uchiha clan massacre and how Suzuki's brother was responsible for it, but he had never brought the subject up with Suzuki. He knew it was a sore subject for the boy. Naruto remained quiet, giving Suzuki the chance to finally talk about it. Wonder if I'm going to be like you when I finally get a chance to kill him. Suzuki mumbled. Because like Yagura, he's an evil person with a lot of blood on his hands. And I recognize that. I know he needs to die. I know he needs to die by my hands. But still, it's my fucking brother. What needs to happen will happen. Naruto said, shaking his head. I know. Sasuke sighed. I normally don't like spending too much time thinking about Itachi like this. I'd like to keep thinking about him as my clan's murderer. If I think too much on other things about him, I'll remember the older brother that always seemed to be watching out for me. And while I know I will enjoy killing my clan's murderer, killing my brother is going to be harder. What helps me is the fact that I have friends back here. Naruto commented, finally letting his frown turn back into a smile. I have Shikamaru and Hinata-chan to talk to and help me get my mind straightened out. And I had Anko-sensei and Dosu and a few others. Talking to friends can help. I don't have many friends. Sasuke replied with a shrug. Sure, he had positive relations with his team, but he wouldn't call any of them friends. Kiba was a friendly rival at best, Sakura was an affectionate stalker at best, and Kakashi was an occasionally wise instructor at best. He had never opened up to any of them and had never felt comfortable opening up to any of them either. Well, if you want, when you do fight and kill Itachi, if you start remembering him like your brother and start having mixed feelings about it, you can always talk to me. Naruto suggested, holding out his hand. I know we don't always get along, Sasuke, but I think I'll understand what you may be going through. You will. I'm sure of it. Sasuke let a smile cross his lips as he took Naruto's hand and shook it. I'll be sure to come to you. The two Chunin seemed to finally come to an understanding of one another. No longer were they the Doben team in each other's eyes, they were somebody that they could talk to. After a few seconds, Naruto and Sasuke broke their handshake. Naruto then turned around and started to walk back towards his clan's estate. I am getting tired, like I said earlier, so I'm probably going to go get some sleep. He told the Uchiha. If you ever want, though, you can find me usually at Ichiraku's or something. Ask if you ever want to spar or talk or something. I'll take you up on that. Sasuke replied with a nod of his head. He stood still, watching Naruto leave, before he decided to speak up. By the way, Naruto. The Uzumaki stopped walking. He turned his head and faced Sasuke. I heard that you finally had some Uzumakis come to Konoha and that you are all living together. Guess you can call them family. He noted. From someone who lost his family to someone who's just getting a family, cherish your time with them. You don't know when it'll end, so just enjoy all the time you have. With that comment, Sasuke waved goodbye before starting to walk off towards his own home. Naruto remained still for a moment, processing Sasuke's words. After a few seconds, a smile developed on his face. Sasuke, you really aren't that bad of a guy, huh? The Uzumaki realized. Naruto continued to head towards the Uzumaki clan estate. His talk with Sasuke seemed to motivate him to return home, as he started going noticeably quicker. Within 5 minutes, he managed to return back to the estate. He entered the main building and was greeted with the sound of arguing. For the last time, Masakado, shut up. He's going to appreciate it. Teiwa shouted. He literally said he was going to go eat ramen with his friends when he was here. Didn't you catch that? Masakado yelled in response. Why the hell would he want more ramen? We should be making something different. Have you ever had a fucking conversation with him? Naruto breathes ramen. He'll want it above anything else we could make. Teiwa fired back. The two Uzumaki proceeded to get in a back and forth. Confused by the shouting, Naruto followed the noise until he reached a kitchen area of the estate. Inside, Teiwa and Masakado were arguing with each. There was a pot situated on a table with some type of broth inside of it. Teiwa was rolling out noodles and Masakado was getting extra ingredients. The two, apparently, were making some type of ramen. Guys. Naruto blinked in confusion. Both Teiwa and Masakado looked towards Naruto in surprise. They then immediately turned to face each other. And he's back before we finished? Fantastic. Masakado shook his head. Teiwa rolled her eyes in response. This wouldn't have happened if you just went with my idea in the first place instead of arguing like a little bitch about it for nearly an hour before finally helping me prepare it. What's going on? Naruto questioned, drawing the attention back to him. Both Teiwa and Masakado looked back and forth from Naruto, themselves, and the food. The two finally turned their full attention to the blonde Uzumaki, smiling lightly. Well, we know you just got back and technically moved in, so we wanted to make you something to celebrate the new place for ya. Teiwa answered. Like a welcome home present, if you will. Masakado offered. He then proceeded to glare at the kunoichi next to him. The only issue with that, however, was that Teiwa was insistent on making something that would require more time than something quicker. Oh my fucking god, are you really 77? Teiwa turned her attention to the former Uzukage. Cause you're acting like a goddamn 7-year-old. The two seemed as if they were about to argue with each other again, but they stopped at the sound of sniffling. They turned their attention back to Naruto, who was now openly sobbing. Tears of joy were falling down his eyes as a wide grin developed on his face. I have a home. I'm finally home. He stated. Naruto quickly rushed forward to the two Uzumaki and hugged them. Teiwa and Masakado were quick to return his hug, making a family group hug. The trio eventually broke the hug and continued to work on making some ramen to celebrate Naruto's arrival. Unfortunately, Teiwa made the noodles too hard, Masakado put too much egg in the ramen, and the broth had a weird taste to it that Naruto could not describe. Still, it was the best ramen he had ever had in his entire life and he got to enjoy it with his family. Come in. Hiruzen said. The door to the Hokage's office opened up and Koharu and Homura entered the room. The advisors to the Hokage bowed to the man and walked over to his side. Thank you two for coming. I've been meaning to talk to you both for a little while today. The Hokage admitted. Think nothing of it. Homura replied dismissively. I actually have to apologize about making you wait this long for me. Koharu replied. I understand that it was your granddaughter's birthday, Koharu. No need to apologize. It's why I didn't force you to come earlier. Hiruzen let a chuckle. I do need to discuss with you both about the events of the Kirigakure Civil War, but I actually have a proposition I want to talk to you both about first. What proposition? Homura questioned. As you both are aware, we are old. I certainly am too old for this position, at least. Hiruzen sighed as he pointed to the Hokage's hat, which was still placed on the desk. I'm already making arrangements to pass the position down to either Jiraiya or Tsunade. Both Koharu and Homura frowned at the statement. Jiraiya is such a perverted figure. I would despise having to call him the Hokage. Koharu shook her head. Having said that, between the two, I feel he would be the most appropriate choice. At the very least, he's stayed loyal to Konoha and did not bother leaving the village like Tsunade did. Homura stated, his frown turning into a scowl. I'm going to make up my mind once they are both here. However, that's not what I wanted to talk to you two about. Hiruzen stated, drawing the attention of his former teammates back to him. He coughed before continuing. Our village, I feel, has potential in this upcoming generation. I want to take a more proactive involvement with them. One group, in particular, feels like it has the potential to be the next legendary team of the village. You are referring to Mitarashi Anko's team, are you not? Homura noted. Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, and Nara Shikamaru. The Sandaime Hokage chuckled in response. I'm impressed that you knew it was going to be those three. It's fairly obvious that's who you were referring to. Homura replied with a slight shrug. Disregarding your relationship with Uzumaki, they all were promoted to Chunin at the first possible exam. The Nara clan heir and the Hyuga clan heiress is in the group, as well as both an Uzumaki and the Kyubi Jinchuriki. The team, on paper, has a lot of positives to them. I suppose it would be obvious to someone like you. You have a good idea for details like that, Homura. That's why I called you two here. Hiruzen stated, his eyes becoming determined. I think it's important that our village gets stronger with each passing generation. Therefore, I think our village would benefit from another legendary 3 shinobi. After Jiraiya or Tsunade replaces me, I'm going to offer my services to these 3 and offer to train them. I would like to know if you two would like to assist in training them. Train them? Koharu questioned. That seems like a frivolous use of both our time and yours, Hiruzen. Homura noted. I stand by my point. Our village needs another legendary team to rally around. The Hokage informed them. The last team was the legendary Sunin. And before them, it was us. A small, nostalgic smile developed on his face. What did they call us again? Tengoku no Shinobi, the Heavenly Shinobi. Homura replied, closing his eyes. You had me, Yuditen Koharu, Konoha as Grim Reaper, and you had me Tokedo Homura, Konoha as Guardian Angel. We were the right and left hands of you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the god of shinobi. Koharu noted. The Sunin have officially died with Orochimaru's betrayal and subsequent death. There's a hole for a new legendary 3. And, to be honest, I would like to have a say in trying to help this team grow to become this team. I firmly believe that this decision will help Konoha grow as a village and have a new trio of shinobi that the village can look to. Hiruzen explained. I am going to be working with them and train them. I am simply asking if you two would like to join me in helping them become the team that this village will need. Koharu and Homura both remained silent. The two advisors seemed as if they were thinking about his proposition. Both had seemed hesitant at first, but after Hiruzen's explanation, they now were seemingly considering it. After a minute of silence, both of them nodded their heads. I will offer my services briefly. If I think they aren't worth my time, then I'll stop working with them. Homura noted. Likewise. Koharu added. I'm not a patient sensei, Hiruzen. These kids better be willing to move at my speed. I don't want you all to move slow for them. I surely won't. Hiruzen let out a small chuckle. Good. We'll make arrangements with these 3 once I have chosen my successor. I thank you both for agreeing. His facial expression then turned serious. Now, it's time I fill you both in on the results of our involvement in Kirigakure in further detail. Both Koharu and Homura nodded as they prepared to hear what the Hokage had to say. Sai, you're dismissed. Of course, Danzo-sama. With a poof of smoke, Shimura Danzo, an older man with shaggy black hair, bandages over his forehead and right eye, wearing a white shirt with a black robe that covered his right arm and his lower body, and holding a cane in his left hand, was left alone in a dark room. The man began to walk away, processing everything that Sai had informed him. I knew it was a good idea to make sure that I sent at least one agent to Kiri. Sai was unable to confirm any foul play in the new government, but he believes he found reason to suspect that Yagura is still alive. If I can one day confirm this, this could be a vital blackmail tool against Terumime and the Kirigakure government. He told himself. Not that we may need it. Thanks to how the war ended, Kiri is now in Konoha's debt. Still, the blackmail may prove to be useful if there is ever a time where that village tries to gain power over us. That day will come eventually. Danzo noted as he finally left the room and the area. He was now outside of Konoha and was walking through the village. Alliances won't last long. They never do. Kiri will betray us one day, as will IWA. I don't understand what Sarutobi is doing with aligning with a man like Oniki, but it is his mistake. We need to show these allies of ours that Konoha is indeed the dominant village. I'll begin the preparations to my plans immediately. He thought clearly. Danzo proceeded to return to his home, walking under the moonlight of Konoha. It's finally time for answers. Standing in a cave in the middle of Tanokuni, Yakushi Kabuto ran through a series of hand signs. A smug grin developed on his face as he finished his jutsu. Summoning jutsu, Edo Tensei. A coffin arose from the ground. The coffin opened up and disappeared, revealing his former master, Orochimaru. The man looked the exact same way he did when he passed away, only his head was reattached to his body. His eyes, however, were colored black and lacked their pupils. Seconds passed by before Orochimaru's body began to move. The Sunin looked around at the environment around him, his eyes wide in surprise. He finally turned towards Kabuto. Kabuto? He questioned. It's been a while, Orochimaru-sama. Too long. Kabuto replied, still grinning. Welcome to your temporary return from the dead. Orochimaru attempted to walk forward to his apprentice, but he felt himself unable to move his body. He tried to muster all of his power to do so, but he was unable to move. Forgive me, Orochimaru-sama, but I did not summon you at full strength. I didn't want you breaking free from my control, now do I? Kabuto questioned, his grin still present on his face. Orochimaru remained still for a moment. After a few more seconds, the Sannin proceeded to laugh. You used Edo Tensei to summon me and now I am under your control. My, the tables have turned. Are you wanting me to call you Kabuto-sama now? Orochimaru questioned. That's a tempting offer, but I don't wish to make you my servant, Orochimaru-sama. You mean too much to me. Kabuto commented as he started to walk towards the man. You were the man who gave my life purpose. I finally had somebody I could stay loyal to and work for. Your research gave me ways to develop as both a shinobi and as a scientist. I must say, I like to view myself as your successor. I recognize the impact you had on me, Orochimaru-sama, and would not demean you into becoming a servant. Flattery was always your strong suit, Kabuto-sama. Orochimaru replied tauntingly. Kabuto frowned at Orochimaru's tone and the honorific he had used, but the frown was gone almost instantaneously and was replaced with the same grin that had been present earlier. I've made excellent progress based on your research, by the way. I do think I've developed on the work you've established. I was able to learn how to use Edo Tensei rather quickly and I believe I'm getting the hang of it. I've also started doing research on things to do with bloodlines and bodies and I believe that, once I finish all of my research, you will be impressed. Kabuto informed him. I'll make sure to resummon you once I finish. My. I will look forward to that day then, I suppose. Not like I have much to look forward to in the afterlife. Orochimaru noted with a chuckle. Orochimaru's face then proceeded to harden, his eyes narrowing at the shinobi in front of him. So, what was the purpose of summoning me? Were you just testing to see if you could use the Edo Tensei and wanted me here to see any progress you've made? I have to admit, that was part of it. Kabuto nodded his head. However, I did choose you for a particular reason, Orochimaru-sama. You know something that I really want to know. Oh. Orochimaru's face softened once again and returned to its taunting demeanor. Did you not say you were making progress on my work, Kabuto-sama? What could I possibly know that you haven't already figured out or are going to figure out? His comment caused Kabuto to frown. You seem bitter, Orochimaru-sama. Why? Oh, Kabuto-sama, I'm not bitter. Orochimaru mentioned with a chuckle. I am merely curious about things. I know you know ways to revive me in a more permanent manner using any of the curse marks that still exist. You could make plans on reviving me, but based on your language, you seem to have no interest in it. I'm just curious why you seemingly have no interest. I must admit, I did think of planning to revive you. I really did. Kabuto admitted with a sigh. You really were everything to me, Orochimaru-sama. When the invasion failed and you passed on, I thought my life lost its purpose again. Throwing myself into your research was the only way I could reclaim some purpose again. Then why not try and bring me back? Orochimaru continued to question. Kabuto did not answer immediately. He had a blank look on his face, as if he was processing something from his memories. A few seconds passed by before he finally turned to face Orochimaru. A smug grin developed on his face, a grin wider than any he had previously during their conversation. Because I realized I could make headway in your studies. I could do them better. He declared with a loud, confident laugh. I came to the realization that my purpose wasn't to be your servant for eternity, Orochimaru-sama. That was only my beginnings. My goal is to be greater. My purpose is to achieve what you had attempted to become immortal and learn every jutsu, and surpass it. Orochimaru remained quiet for a moment. His taunting demeanor seemed to fade and it was replaced with a scowl. Kabuto noticed the scowl and his grin grew even wider. He then proceeded to get into his face. So, as you know how the Edo Tensei works, I can make you say something by controlling you, or I can just make you willingly say something. Kabuto noted smugly. And, considering our relationship, I felt it would be more appropriate if I didn't have to force you into it and allowed you the opportunity to willing pass on your information. So Orochimaru-sama, I have one question that I want you to answer for me. And that would be. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed at his former right-hand man. Taking his response as confirmation that he would give an answer, Kabuto got directly in front of Orochimaru's face. His grin seemed to disappear and a serious-looking face took its place. Where is Ryokai Cave? Kabuto demanded. Chapter 54, Peaceful Waves. And, again. Masakado instructed. All right. Naruto and Teiwa nodded their heads as they began writing their seals carefully. It had been a week since returning to Konoha from Mizu no Kuni. Naruto began his day the same way he had been since his arrival. After getting ready for the day and eating a quick breakfast, he would meet up with Teiwa and Masakado for Fuinjutsu practice. Masakado had designated one of the buildings in the clan estate to Fuinjutsu practice. They met up inside a large, open room with green brick flooring and walls, instead of wooden walls and tatami mat flooring, and began to work immediately upon arrival. Feeling a lot more relaxed and less under pressure to teach the Uzumaki as quick as he could, Masakado acted as a much more patient instructor. He only requested at least 2 hours of training with him each day and urged both Teiwa and Naruto to practice individually on their own what they had reviewed during that day. After roughly a minute of careful writing, Naruto finished his seal before Teiwa. He then looked over to Masakado expectantly. The man briefly glanced over at the seal, noticing the kanjis for wind and shield, along with an ornate pattern that completely encased them. All right, we'll see if you did the seal right. Masakado mumbled as he quickly held out his right hand. His hand was immediately covered in stone that appeared bigger than his actual body. The man then charged forward at Naruto. Now, defend. Naruto nodded again in understanding. He held out the seal with his right hand, directly in front of him. Fuinjutsu, Protective Winds. The seal activated instantly, glowing a bright light blue color. The seal then released winds that surrounded Naruto's body, forming a barrier of sort around him. Masakado's stone-covered fist made contact with the winds surrounding him instead of Naruto. The elder Uzumaki, however, continued to push forward with his attack, trying to break through the barrier. After a few more seconds of pushing, Masakado's technique finally broke through the barrier. The winds scattered, causing Naruto be wide open for the former Uzukage's attack. He was hit hard by the attack and knocked back a few feet. The blonde winced in pain, but managed to hold his ground slightly and prevent himself from getting knocked against the wall. Ugh! Naruto grumbled, trying to recover from the impact. Barrier needs to be a bit stronger, kid. Masakado informed him sharply. I'm still not giving it my all to bust through. Your seal still needs to be better. I'm trying. Naruto replied. Better than my progress with it. Teiwa grumbled as she still focused on drawing her seal. I can't even produce any protective winds around me. Naruto probably has an easier time with this since his chakra affinity is wind. Masakado explained with a shrug. I'd try working on a barrier with your affinity, but your natural affinity, fire, isn't known for being particularly defensive. I'd stick with this. You'll get it eventually. I know. Teiwa continued to grumble, still focusing on drawing her seal. Although, Naruto, I must be fair, you are making progress. The aged Uzumaki said, looking back to the boy. Teiwa has a point, you can actually produce the winds around you to block attacks. And I had to exert more pressure on you that time to break it than I've normally had to. I think if you keep working on the seal, you'll probably have it by either tomorrow or the next day. The Uzumaki then shook his head slightly. Hopefully Karen's been keeping up to date with her Fuinjutsu training. Speaking of her, is she alright? Naruto questioned. Did she ever write back once she got back to Kusa? She did. Teiwa sighed as she put her pen and sealing paper down and looked at Naruto. She was going to actually try and convince Kusa's government to allow her to be the ambassador to Konoha or something. Basically try and convince them to allow her to live here. It obviously didn't work. A scowl then developed on the Kunoichi's face. Now she's kinda on lockdown with the village. They're watching her carefully to make sure she doesn't abandon them and flee here. Fucking dumb. Masakado shook his head. She doesn't deserve any scrutiny. She's too nice. I'd agree with that. I mean, I get the concern and all, but Kusa's being dumb as fuck. Teiwaya commented. She then noticed a scowl develop on Masakado's face as well and she immediately shook her head. No, we already discussed this Masakado, you can't go and try and threaten them to let her come here. That'd cause some diplomatic bullshit and could get Konoha and Kusa into war. And while Konoha would mop that shithole off the planet, that's something that should not happen. You take me too literally. I wouldn't do anything too drastic. Masakado replied, his scowl turning more into a frown. Yeah, sure. Teiwaya rolled her eyes. Well, maybe something may change. Maybe she can get permission at some point to move here. Naruto suggested with a shrug. Pretty naive there, Naruto. The kunoichi mumbled as she turned her attention back to her seal. Her comment caused a frown to develop on Naruto's face. I'm idealistic, yeah, but naive. Just give it some time. Maybe Kusa will open up more to the idea if we improve our relations with them. If relations improve, that's a maybe. We'll see. Masakado replied with a shrug. For now, though, we'll just be keeping in contact with her through mail. And at the moment, your concern should actually be on perfecting that seal. Naruto nodded his head. He went to go pull out another sealing paper and go back to work on his seal. Just as he got his sealing paper out, however, the door to the room opened up. An Umbu operative with a mask that resembled a cat in purple hair entered the room. She bowed after entering the room. Excuse me for interrupting, Masakado-sama, but Sandaime-sama has a mission for Naruto. The Umbu reported. For me. Naruto blinked. The blonde shrugged. Alright then. Is this mission going to require him to be away from the village? Masakado questioned. Yes. She nodded her head. He will have time to report back after meeting with Sandaime-sama. God damn it. We were just getting back into the swings of practicing your fuinjutsu. Masakado shook his head slightly before turning back to Naruto. You better keep practicing then. Try working on seals whenever you get any form of spare time. At least an hour or two each day. I gotcha. Naruto nodded in understanding. Already on another mission like that. Teiwaya shook her head and let out a small chuckle. Whatever. See ya soon, Naruto. Yes, see you soon. Masakado added. His lips twisted into a small smile. Take care, alright. Naruto returned the smile as he nodded his head, once again, in understanding, I'll be careful. Promise. I'll be back home as soon as I can be. With that statement, Naruto and the Umbu agent left the room. They then left the estate and hurried over to the Hokage's office. Ah, Naruto-kun, thank you for coming so quickly. Hiruzen greeted Naruto upon entering the room. The blonde smiled at the Hokage and waved at him. He then noticed the other people in the room, Harano Sakura and Inyazuka Kiba, who was accompanied by his dog, Akamaru. Both genin looked over to Naruto as soon as he entered the room. The blonde smiled in recognition. Hey, Kiba. Sakura-chan. He greeted the two. Yo, Naruto. It's been a while. Kiba shouted, grinning upon seeing his former classmate. Akamaru barked in agreement with his partner. Naruto? Hi. Sakura greeted with a much less enthusiastic response. If anything, she seemed hesitant. The Uzumaki quickly noticed her reaction and frowned. While he had not spent a lot of time around Sakura recently, he definitely remembered her being a lot more confident. He couldn't recall the last time he had heard her stutter before. It was apparent to him that something was bothering her and he was curious to figure out what. Naruto-kun, I was just informing both Sakura and Kiba about the mission. It's a follow-up to a previous mission they had. Hiruzen stated as he coughed slightly, drawing full attention to himself. They were previously involved in a mission in Nami no Kuni where they helped escort a bridge builder named Tajuna to his home to finish building a bridge. With the bridge built, Nami no Kuni now has a much easier time getting resources and has become a much safer, hospitable place to visit. The Hokage allowed a smile to develop on his face. The mission is a C-rank mission that Tajuna paid for and it's simply delivering supplies to Nami no Kuni that he ordered to assist with development in his village. I already have the supplies gathered and placed in sealing scrolls to make the journey easier. The mission is to simply deliver them and collect the money from his family. This is going to be awesome. Kiba exclaimed as he pounded his hands together. Can't wait to go out and travel again. Also, I'm wondering how that squirt Inari is doing. Hope he's been taking care of himself and everyone there like he said he would. Inari. Naruto blinked in confusion. Tajuna-san's grandson. Sakura answered. He and Kiba became kinda close after they got into a big argument. You call it an argument, I call it just straightening up that brat's attitude. Admitted Sakura. Inari was a little shit when we first met him. I like to think I helped him grow up a bit. Kiba replied, rubbing his nose slightly in pride. Akamaru barked in agreement. That sounds like some. Hiruzen commented, chuckling slightly. I suppose. The Inuzuka shrugged. I'm my mom's son, after all. That you are. The Hokage chuckled again. His face then turned serious as he pulled out 3 scrolls. He got up from his spot at his desk and walked over to Naruto. This mission is simply a delivery mission and should not take long. The 3 of you should be on. As the Chunin on the team, Naruto will be acting as team leader. Both Sakura and Kiba frowned almost immediately. Naruto noticed their reactions and a frown developed on his face as well. He took the 3 scrolls from the Hokage before turning to address them. What? Do I not seem like a good leader or something? Naruto questioned. Nah, I'm sure you'll be fine. You're the Chunin, after all. Kiba replied with a shrug. Sakura and I were just talking before you got here, though, and we kinda wish that Sasuke or Kakashi-sensei could be on the mission too. Nami no Kuni was kinda a weird mission for us, so I think it would have been pretty cool if they were here to see it again. As I said earlier, Kiba, both Sasuke and Kakashi are on missions. I already assigned them to different tasks before I even received the mission request from Tajuna. Hiruzen replied. I apologize that I potentially deprived a sentimental mission for your team, but that is why I got you and Sakura involved. I had assumed the 2 of you would want to get some closure from that mission and just see how the village is doing. No, you are right. We do. Sakura spoke up, letting a smile cross her lips as she bowed to the Hokage. And we appreciate it. I'm glad to hear. Hiruzen returned her smile. Anyway, your mission is now underway. You may leave whenever you are ready. Tajuna mentioned in his letter that he had no real rush, but I still would prefer you 3 getting there and returning as quickly as possible. Of course. Naruto spoke up. He then looked over at Sakura and Kiba and shrugged. So, let's try and leave in maybe an hour? Get all of your stuff together and say goodbyes to people. We'll meet up at the entrance to the village then and head out. Right. Sakura and Kiba said in unison. Akamaru barked, expressing his agreement as well. Within moments, Sakura, Kiba, and Akamaru left the room, hurrying off to get ready. Naruto and Hiruzen remained in the room. The Uzumaki stood still for a moment, blinking, while the Hokage looked at him in amusement. Huh. I actually just ordered people, and they followed through with them. Naruto mumbled to himself. It tends to happen when you have some degree of leadership. Hiruzen chuckled. You are aiming for Hokage one day still, right? You may need to get used to that. But you'll need to be a responsible leader. Right. The blonde nodded his head. He finally turned his attention back to the Hokage and smiled. Anyway, I need to get ready myself. See you later, old man. With those words, Naruto rushed out of the room. Hiruzen continued to chuckle as he watched the blonde leave. Prove that to me, Naruto. Be a good leader. The Hokage thought to himself. I would love to have just a few records of you being a good leader to justify promoting you quickly. After getting his supplies ready for the mission and saying goodbye to Hinata, Shikamaru, Anko, Doso, and his family, Naruto remained still, waiting at the entrance to the village. He pulled out a map and briefly looked at it. His eyes focused on Nami no Kuni's location. Okay, this honestly isn't that far away. It's nowhere near as bad as Mizu no Kuni. Maybe it will take us 3 days to get there? Maybe 2 if we actually hurry. We are shinobi, so we don't have to slow our pace down for any escorts," he told himself. Once he was satisfied with his sense of direction, Naruto put the map away and remained still, waiting for his team to arrive. A few more minutes passed by before Sakura, Kiba, and Akamaru arrived on the scene. "Hey!" Naruto called out, greeting his teammates. "Ready. Whenever you are," Sakura replied. "Lead the way." Kiba nodded his head in agreement. He immediately snorted. That felt weird to say. Naruto started walking out of the village, with Kiba and Sakura following behind him. As they left the gate and began heading towards Nami no Kuni, Naruto turned his head back to the Inuzuka and gave him a curious look. "What's weird to say?" he questioned. "Well, it's not really what I said. Just looking at you as my captain," Kiba admitted with a shrug. "I mean, we were classmates after all. It feels like you shouldn't be much ahead of us." He then shook his head again. "Then again, Sasuke's also ahead just like you, as is your whole team. Some of us other rookies need to step up our game." Kiba's comment seemed to affect Sakura's mood, as a frown developed on her face again. Naruto noticed her frown, causing him to sigh. "Anyway, let's really start heading out," the Uzumaki suggested. "If we go at a quick enough of pace, I think we may make it to Nami no Kuni within 2 to 3 days. We just need to keep going for as long as we can. We'll stop for the night eventually, but I'd love to make as much progress as we can." "Right," both Sakura and Kiba stated, along with Akamaru, who barked to express his affirmation. The trio proceeded to rush out of the village and headed on the path towards Nami no Kuni. Naruto took the lead while Kiba and Sakura followed close behind. The group traveled in silence for a few minutes before the Inuzuka chuckled, breaking the silence. "Isn't it weird, Sakura? That Nami no Kuni mission was the first chance where we got to really be shinobi and we are going back again," he stated. "I'd like to think the two of us have grown since then. Us especially. We've definitely matured as shinobi." "I'd like to think so too," Sakura replied, smiling again. "How'd that mission go again, by the way?" Naruto questioned. "I heard a couple things for you guys, but nobody really said anything. That mission was hell at first." "Exciting, but hell," Kiba admitted. Akamaru barked in agreement. "We got ambushed immediately after leaving the village and the rating of the mission got bumped up to an A-rank mission. Some dude named Geto was after Tajuna and hired a bunch of missing ninja to kill him. Kakashi-sensei protected us and is the reason we and Sasuke-kun did not die. The three of us, in particular, got overwhelmed by one of the missing ninjas in a 3-on-1 fight at the bridge." Sakura continued. "It was an eye-opener. The shinobi world was a much more dangerous place than we ever could have thought. It just meant we have to take this more seriously," Kiba mentioned. I could have died that day. We all could have. So, I've tried to remember that every time I train to make sure something like that never happens again." The Inuzuka let a small smile develop on his face. "Something like that was good for us. It really showed me, at least, what was important in life and motivated me to work a little harder on stuff." "That's good to hear, at least," Naruto replied with a smile. That smile faded as he recalled his own C-rank mission and the encounter with Akatsuki. "We had something like that happen on our first C-rank mission. It was scary. Almost killed us. But we didn't die. We survived." The smile returned to his face as he recalled meeting Han and his team. "And I think I learned a lot about myself then too." "That's good to hear, but that's almost kinda scary, Naruto. Something like that I think happened on Ino's team's first C-rank mission too," Sakura admitted with a slight shiver. "I'm starting to think C-rank missions are cursed." "Huh?" Kiba snorted. "No need to worry this time, Sakura. I'm sure Zabuza and the ice guy won't be showing up this time." Naruto's eyes widened at Kiba's words. While he remained focused on rushing down the path, he turned his head slightly to face the Inuzuka. "Zabuza? Ice guy? Are you talking about Mamakai Zabuza and Yuki Haku?" he asked. Both Kiba and Sakura nearly gasped at Naruto's question. They remained silent for a second as they processed what he said before nodding their heads. Well, yeah, that's Zabuza, but how the hell do you have a name for the ice guy? Kiba questioned. None of us got to know him at all. Akamaru growled after Kiba's statement, suggesting that the dog was interested in getting an answer as well. I met them in Mizu no Kuni. Can't say I talked much to Zabuza ever, but Anko-sensei seemed to really like him. Naruto replied with a shrug. Haku was usually with him and he had the ice-style Kekii Genkai, so I just thought that might be who you two were talking about. He's actually a very cool dude if you get to know him. Mizu no Kuni? Oh, yeah. Sakura mumbled as realization came to her. I forgot that you went on that mission. Kakashi-sensei was assigned to the Civil War mission as well. So you met Zabuza and Haku. Before she could fully finish her question, the kunoichi stopped herself as she gasped. Her eyes were now incredibly wide as she recalled another thing she had heard about the Mizu no Kuni mission. Wait, Naruto, you fought the Mizukage, right? That's what everyone has been saying. Even Kakashi-sensei said it. Realization dawned on Kiba's face. It was his turn to gape at the blonde in front of him. More than fight. Didn't you kill him? He questioned. Naruto, this time, unlike when Sasuke had talked to him, resisted the urge to frown. He reminded himself of what the Hokage had told him, don't act suspicious and take ownership of killing Yagura. As a result, he managed to nod his head in affirmation. I was acting as backup to Terumi Mei, who is now the Godame Mizukage, and another shinobi named Yotakada, but yeah, I helped fight and kill the Yondame Mizukage. He answered neutrally. Dude, that's just... Kiba shook his head. How tough are you, Naruto? That's unreal. Akamaru whined, expressing his surprise at the fact. Sakura, in turn, shook her head. Sasuke-kun couldn't do something like that. I wouldn't think anybody of our age and strength should be able to do it. But you managed to. She mumbled to herself, her frown returning and seemingly growing. I mean, I repeat myself, I had backup. Naruto admitted. There's not a chance I would have survived 2 minutes into that fight if Mei and Yotakada weren't with me. Mei especially. I just managed to provide help when I could. Kiba shrugged in response, more than we could do, probably. Mom told me a few things about the Mizukage and I know it would be a big deal to actually kill that dude. He then let out a small chuckle. Shame it wasn't that Tsuchikage. That bastard deserves his death when it comes. His joke caused Naruto's neutral face to drop into a scowl. Kiba noticed the change in mood and scoffed. Whatever, man. He grumbled. Thought you had enough pride in Konoha to not care about a stupid IWA joke, but whatever. Silence filled the area. None of the three shinobi said a word as they focused solely on their journey to Nami no Kuni. Checkmate. Shikaku declared as he moved his final piece. Shikamaru grumbled to himself, shaking his head slightly and trying to ignore the smug look on his father's face. He went to get his remaining pieces and adjust them on the shogi board back to their starting position. Care for a rematch? Shikamaru asked. I'm always up for another game, but I might ask for one later. Shikaku replied as he stood up and stretched his arms slightly. Gonna go see if Inoichi and Choza are up for a drink. It's been a while since we last went out. His son blinked in response, Dad, you three met up for drinks 3 days ago. Like I said, it's been a while. The Nara clan head repeated himself. Shikamaru shook his head in disbelief before going back to adjusting the pieces on the shogi board. Shikaku looked at his son and chuckled at his reaction before he looked back to the shogi board. His eyebrow rose in curiosity as he recalled their match. Say, Shikamaru, I noticed that you were playing differently than usual. He noted. Shikamaru gave him a confused look, so his father sighed and proceeded to elaborate. You were a lot more careful with your pieces and seemed to get frustrated whenever I got any of your pieces, even the pawns. Any particular reason? Shogi is used to help develop our strategies for future missions. His son said with a sigh. I tried to see if I could emulate a real-life scenario and have a successful mission with no casualties. His response widened Shikaku's eyes. The man closed his eyes for a moment as his face fixed itself into a neutral expression. So you saw every piece as a potential casualty on a mission? Shikaka questioned. I presume you saw yourself as the king then? Nah, I'm not that important. I don't really know what I'd classify as myself as. Shikamaru answered. Then what was the king? His father pressed. Shikamaru closed his eyes in thought. He had worked out this metaphor in his head based on his own experiences and previous discussions he had with his father, but he never finished it. He really didn't know what he would classify as the king. The mission was the first thing that came to Shikamaru's mind and he nearly opened his mouth to answer that, but the thought rubbed him the wrong way. Was a mission alone really worth sending off shinobi to die for? Shikamaru recalled his first mission, where his team stayed behind and fought off the Akatsuki shinobi to try and help Han's team survive. There was no mission involved with that, but they were still willing to do that. However, why were they? He opened his eyes as the answer hit him. The king is the will of fire. Shikamaru stated sharply. Every mission, every battle, every strategy is based on what is in the best interest for all people of Konoha. The desire to love and protect is what is important to all shinobi and what we all are willing to die for. That is what the king is. Shikaka opened his own eyes and smiled at his son in pride. He nodded his head as he turned his head back to the shogi board. He walked over to it and placed his index finger on it. You're correct. The king is the will of fire. We are all the other pieces and, regardless of if we are a gold general or a knight or a pawn, we all fight for that king. And that king is something we are willing to die for. And as such, it is alright to be a bit more reckless with your strategy. You can't be too cautious, Shikamaru. In certain missions, where our king is in danger, it is important to keep it alive. Without the will of fire, Konoha would cease to exist. The Nara clan head stated. His smile, however, seemed to grow. But you have the right idea, for the will of fire gives us the desire to protect each other. You work hard to keep casualties to a minimum or even a complete zero if possible. You are thinking with the heart and mind of a true strategist of Konoha, Shikamaru, and I have no doubt your mind is going to be legendary one of these days. Shikamaru's eyes widened at his father's words and praise. Shikaka chuckled at his son's dumbfounded reaction as he walked away from the shogi board. He then made a hand gesture, urging Shikamaru to follow him. I was going to go out, but I think I'll save that for another day. He stated. Come on, Shikamaru. We can play another game later, but I think I have something I can show you that might do you more good in the long term. His father's words snapped Shikamaru out of his state. He stood up and walked over to his father's side. What do you want to work on? A jutsu that I was going to teach you a little bit later, but I think you definitely have the right mind and heart to use it right. Shikaka stated with a chuckle. It's about time I teach you the shadow sewing jutsu. That'll be all. Hayashi informed Hinata and Niji. Niji, you are dismissed. Hinata, if you don't mind, I'd like you to stay. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Niji and Hinata nodded their heads at the Hyuga clan head's request. Niji walked over to the door, bowed, before leaving the room. Hinata hurried to her father's side and looked at him expectantly. Yes, father. She questioned. Hinata, a thought has entered my head for a little over a week now and I think you may be more of an expert on the subject. Hayashi informed her. I wish to hear what you think of the issue. Ah. Of course. Hinata nodded her head once again. What do you want to talk about? Since you and Uzumaki Naruto are officially a couple now, I have to ask you, have you spent time with the other Uzumaki in Konoha? Have you interacted much with Uzumaki Masakado? Her father asked. The question took Hinata aback. She closed her eyes in thought for a moment before shrugging her shoulders. I've met with Masakado-san a few times. He's relatively reclusive and our conversations are usually short. He also seems to have quite the temper and gets frustrated easily. She admitted. Despite her statement, a small smile developed on her face. However, he seems like a nice man and Naruto-kun has nothing but good things to say about him. He's very knowledgeable, especially on the topic of Fuinjutsu. She then gave her father a curious look. Why do you ask? I've only met Masakado-san twice, once when we had first entered the village and the second time when the Hokage and the clan heads met with him to discuss his intentions in our village. Both meetings were in public, professional settings, and he didn't seem to be in a particularly good mood during both. Hayashi explained. A small frown developed on his face. I'm trying to figure out how to approach him for a request and see if he is able to do it. What request? Hinata questioned. Hayashi said nothing for a moment. He closed his eyes before reopening them, his Byakugan activated. He focused around him and detected no presence nearby. The closest person was Niji, who was already far enough away that he would be unable to hear anything. Feeling satisfied, Hayashi deactivated his dojutsu before turning his attention back to Hinata. I want to see if he potentially would know how to redesign our clan's cursed seal. He answered. What? Hinata nearly shouted. Or redesign the cursed seal? The thought had never even occurred to the Hyuga heiress. She knew something had to be done to her clan's traditions in regards to the branch family, but she was uncertain exactly what she was going to do. The ideas that seemed the most realistic to her was to either have the seal applied to all Hyuga, including those of the main branch, and force the discrimination between the main family towards the branch to come to an end, or to simply no longer allow the seal to be placed on branch family shinobi and designing some type of alternate method of keeping the Byakugan safe from outsiders. She had never considered anything else, let alone altering the cursed seal. What revisions were you thinking about, father? Hinata, after organizing her thoughts slightly, managed to ask. I think you should know what I would like removed, Hinata. Hayashi replied quickly. I'd like to remove the qualities of the seal that damage the person's brain cells when activated. The Hyuga clan head proceeded to shake his head. The seal was designed long ago, and the dual natures of the seal, to keep the Byakugan within the Hyuga and to control the branch family, are interconnected too much. I like the idea of the seal that prevents others from taking the Byakugan, and would want that applied to all Hyuga, including the main family, but I need to discover a way to remove the secondary affect. His eyes proceeded to narrow as he looked Hinata in the eyes. That is what I want to discuss with Masakado-san. As an Uzumaki shinobi, a former Uzukage at that, I assume he is somebody who could help me redesign the seal. A wide grin developed on Hinata's face. She immediately nodded her head in understanding and clapped her hands together. I believe Masakado-san would be able to assist with this, father. She informed him. Based off of everything Naruto-kun has said, he surely has the skill for such a task. I would hope so. I'll try and meet with him within the week. Hayashi sighed. His eyes then narrowed back on Hinata. If he can, however, I still need you to be strong, both you and Niji. The clan elders will object to this plan, which is why I intend on only bringing it up when both the seal is ready, if it is possible to be redesigned, and when you and Niji are strong enough that I can point to you both as potential leaders to the clan. I want to make you both the strongest main and branch family shinobi respectively and usher in a new era for our clan that will start with the two of you as the beacons for that era. I understand, father. Hinata proceeded to bow slightly. If it means potentially uniting the clan, I will work even harder. Good. Hayashi nodded his head. A small smile developed on his face. You've done well, Hinata. You've grown. I know your mother would be proud of you. His smile seemed to grow slightly wider. Tomorrow, I'd like to train for more time, if that's all right. I have an idea for a technique that I think could suit you. An idea? Hinata looked at her father in confusion. Well, to be honest, it's not my idea. It was one of your mother's, a jutsu she was unable to complete before she passed on. The Hyuga clan head stated. Hinata's eyes widened at his statement. She opened her mouth to speak, but he didn't seem to notice and continued to speak. However, I saved her notes. I think we can work on it. Hinata, perhaps you can complete the gentle step twin lion fists. A jutsu of mother's. Hinata closed her eyes. Her mother was somebody she had not really thought of as a shinobi too often. She had stopped going on frequent missions by the time she had Hinata, and she died giving birth to Hanabi. However, she had heard stories of her mother as a shinobi. She was considered an exceptional shinobi, both from other Konoha shinobi and other Hyuga clan members. Mother couldn't finish this jutsu of hers, maybe it's too much for me. Maybe. Hinata proceeded to shake her head. She opened her eyes slightly as they filled with determination. No, that's not how I can afford to think. Father needs me to be strong to help unite the clan. I can do it. I need to be strong. I can learn this jutsu. I'd like to try to learn it. Hinata vocalized her determination. Good. Hayashi smiled at his daughter. Training will begin at our usual time. Together, we'll finish your mother's technique. Naruto, Sakura, Kiba, and Akamaru had traveled for hours until the sun finally started to set. Naruto quickly rushed to a nearby tree and stopped moving, causing both Sakura and Kiba to stop moving as well. It'll get dark soon. Now's probably a good time to set up camp. The blonde said with a shrug. We'll pick up with the pace tomorrow. If we keep up at our pace, we should reach the bridge by tomorrow evening and get to Tajuna's village in Nami no Kuni maybe 2 days from now. If not, then we'll get there the next day. Sounds good to me. Kiba nodded his head in understanding. So you want us to camp here then? Akamaru and I can go get hunt for some food real quick. Once again, Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Go for it. The Inuzuka and his canine partner shared a look between each other before grins developed on their faces. Within seconds, the two were off back into the forest around the newly appointed campsite, looking for food. Naruto and Sakura were now alone. Do you want me to go get firewood or something? Sakura questioned. Naruto shook his head. He then made a singular hand sign. A poof of smoke filled the air and 6 shadow clones of Naruto were spawned in the area. Each clone shared a look with the original Naruto before they hurried off in separate directions. When they were gone, Naruto turned his attention back to Sakura, who was looking at him in surprise. I sent 2 of them off to go collect firewood. Naruto explained to her. 2 of the others are going to go see if they can find any good berries or something to go along with whatever crap Kiba brings back, while the last 2 are going to just patrol the area around us and make sure no other shinobi or any threats are nearby. Ah. Sakura nodded her head hesitantly in response. So, what are we going to do while we wait? You can do whatever you want. Train or something. Naruto offered as he took a seat by a tree. I'm going to do some practice myself. Sakura remained still as she watched Naruto pull out a few sheets of sealing paper and a pen. He then began drawing seals rapidly on the pieces of paper. The pink-haired Kunoichi watched him finish one seal within 30 seconds before he quickly frowned, crumpled the sealing paper, and pulled out a new piece of paper. Naruto, what are you working on? She questioned. Fuinjutsu. He answered, still focusing on making the seal. Fuinjutsu. Sakura repeated his answer in surprise. Since when did you have an interest in that? Since I got more interested in being an Uzumaki. I'm good at it and I want to get better. Naruto answered with a chuckle. He finished drawing the seal he had been working on and was now studying in closer detail, making sure it was perfect. I'm working on a seal right now that Masaka Doji-san taught me that would help create a barrier of sorts when activated. I could use some more defensive techniques and make my jutsu arsenal a little bit more varied, you know. Yeah, I know. Sakura mumbled in response. The Kunoichi looked downward slightly upon seeing Naruto work on his seals and hearing his response. He seemed incredibly passionate about his work and, based on his words, he was probably already very skilled in it. He was clearly somebody way above her league. Shadow clones, Fuinjutsu. I don't know why they said I was a better student than you. Sakura commented as she sat down, a frown developing on her face. I'm way behind all of you. Huh. Naruto looked up from his work and stared at the Kunoichi in confusion. What's that supposed to mean? You're a Chunin Naruto. And a good one that apparently was able to kill the Mizukage. Sakura declared. Naruto frowned and opened his mouth to respond, but Sakura shook her head and continued to speak. God knows that you're going to be Jonin soon at your rate. And you're not the only one, both of your teammates are Chunin as well. As is Sasuke-kun. People are also saying that Shino is guaranteed to be Chunin at the next Chunin exams, and Lord knows that Kiba is a better shinobi than I am. She closed her eyes, trying to resist the urge to tear up. I don't compare to any of you. Sometimes I wonder why I even bother trying. Sakura-chan, you try because you are strong. You were one of the best shinobi at the academy of our grade. Naruto informed her. Can you even say that, Naruto? Sakura nearly scoffed in response, which caused Naruto's frown to deepen. You only just saw my grades and whatever we did in front of the class. I'm not whatever shinobi you think I am, Naruto. I'm probably not even the person you think I am. Naruto opened his mouth to respond, but he stopped himself as he processed her words and realized that she was right. Naruto really did not much about Sakura, as she did not much about him. The most interactions they ever had was when Sakura would get irritated at him for either asking her on a date, when he tried to one-up Sasuke, or whenever he was pulling a general prank. He never really talked much with her and figured out much about her. Why did I even like her in the first place? I never knew her to begin with. Naruto realized. His frown deepened as he continued to stare at the kunoichi. But I know she's not as bad as she says is. While Naruto couldn't recall precise interactions between himself and Sakura, he always remembered her getting praise from Iruka and the other academy instructors. She was viewed as the brightest kunoichi of their class for good reason. An idea entered the Uzumaki's head and his frown was replaced with a small smile. He stood up and walked over to and held his hand out to her. Well, since we apparently didn't really get to know each other, let's start over. He told her cheerfully. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Sakura looked back up at Naruto. She wiped at her eyes, getting rid of any tear strands that managed to come out. The girl was looking at him in confusion. Huh? She managed to ask. This is the part where you introduce yourself. The Chunin informed her. He waved his hand at her, urging her to shake his hand. Okay. She mumbled as she extended her hand and shook his hand. I'm Haruno Sakura. I was one of the dumbest guys to ever graduate from the academy. Naruto admitted with a chuckle. How about you? Sakura actually let out a small chuckle at Naruto's blunt answer. I was actually one of the brightest. Not like it did much for me now, but it's what I was. Hey, you never know. The blonde shrugged his shoulders. When I say I was one of the dumbest people at the academy, I meant it. I really was as bad as I was doing. But I finally made a few friends who saw potential in me and started training with them to get to their level and then to keep going further. The smile on Naruto's face seemed to grow a little wider. And, if you want, I could be that friend for you. Huh? Sakura blinked in response. Well, Shikamaru and Hinata-chan really helped me become tougher. So if you really don't believe in yourself and want to grow stronger, maybe you and I can train together when we got some spare time. He reiterated. He then let go of his hand and gestured towards his sealing paper and pen. Like, I know you're a pretty focused person who likes to get everything perfect. Maybe you'd like to learn Fuinjutsu with me? 'Cause you might have the right mind to do good at it. Really? Sakura, once again, blinked in response. Me? You think so? Naruto nodded his head once again. And if you got anything for me, I'd love to try and learn. We could motivate each other to get better. Sakura said nothing for a few moments. Her face morphed into a neutral expression, as if she was contemplating what he was telling her. Me? A Fuinjutsu user. Sakura repeated the idea in her head. That'd be cool. But I don't know much about Fuinjutsu at all. I only know extremely brief stuff the academy went over. I'd have to do a lot of independent research if I even want to try and study it. But that's not a bad thing. She quickly told herself. Her face morphed into a more relaxed, happier expression. Sakura, you were just telling yourself you need to work harder. You haven't found your niche yet. Maybe this is it. If you want to work with me, I'd love to. Sakura informed Naruto, still smiling. I was mostly looking into genjutsu at the moment, so if you'd like to try and help you with that in exchange, I'd definitely love to practice Fuinjutsu with you. I actually have piss poor chakra control, so I don't know if genjutsu is for me, but I definitely need more practice on dispelling genjutsu. Naruto informed her with a chuckle. We'll work out the details when we're back in Konoha, but this stuff will definitely happen. Heh. Sakura giggled in response at his positive attitude. It really was infectious. You're very nice, Naruto. I can see why Hinata was so into you back at the academy. Her comment caused Naruto to stop chuckling. A red blush developed on his face as he looked at the kunoichi in surprise. You knew about Hinata too? He questioned. Everyone knew. She wasn't very subtle. You were the only one unaware, I think. Sakura admitted with another giggle. Her face proceeded to light up as she recalled some more gossip she heard. By the way, I heard a juicy rumor from Ino not too long ago that you and Hinata are officially a thing. You two are dating, right? Yes. Naruto replied, his blush seemingly growing. Despite his blush, he was smiling. We are, yeah. Sakura's smile grew exponentially upon hearing his answer and seeing his reaction. That's great news. You two deserve each other. Conversation relaxed as Naruto and Sakura simply talked to each other. They talked more about what has developed in their lives since the academy. Their talks did not get too detailed, but it was refreshing. The two appeared to be on the first track to becoming friends. Around 20 minutes later, Kiba and Akamaru returned, holding the rewards of their hunt. The trio proceeded to cook and eat. Afterwards, they went to sleep, preparing for the next day and for the completion of their mission. For fuck's sake, Tsunade, my information better be right this time. Jiraiya grumbled to himself. The Sannin had left Konoha the day after his arrival back in the village at Hiruzen's request to retrieve his fellow teammate, Tsunade. He had assumed the task would be quite easy. He kept tabs on Tsunade regularly to simply check up on her and see if she was in trouble. He did not assume it would be difficult to track her down and that he would be back in Konoha in no time with her so that Hiruzen could dump the responsibility of the Hokage's hat onto her and he could be on his merry way. Unfortunately, it did not work out that way. Apparently, Tsunade had racked up more debt than usual since the last time he checked in on her and she was currently fleeing debt collectors through Hinokuni. While it did not make her impossible to find, it meant Jiraiya was having to work much harder, traveling to villages for only a few minutes to find information about if Tsunade had been there and, if so, which village she had been last seen traveling to. The last news Jiraiya had heard was that Tsunade had traveled to Tatsukawa, a remote village near the Ame no Kuni border. Upon arrival, he had received confirmation from a confidant of his that Tsunade was, indeed, in the village. It was only a matter of finding where in the village she was. Jiraiya roamed the city for hours, looking in every casino and gambler parlor he could find. Once it became evident that she was not present and had not been seen in any establishment, he started looking in bars. It took him 4 bars before he finally found what he had been searching for. Sitting at a bar stool and slightly slouched over the bar was Tsunade. The woman looked exactly as Jiraiya recalled. Her blonde hair was still stylized shoulder length. She wore her grass-green haori with the kanji for gamble on the back with a grey kimono underneath it and a dark bluish-grey pants, and she had a glass of sake in her hands. Although her back was turned, Jiraiya could still tell she had her genjutsu activated to keep up her younger appearance. Sitting next to her was Shizune, her apprentice. She, on the other hand, looked very different from what he recalled. She looked older. She had black, shoulder-length hair and was wearing a dark bluish-black kimono. She was holding onto a small pink pig in her hands and was looking at Tsunade in concern. Finally, Jiraiya nearly shouted as he walked forward into the bar. Tsunade. Both Tsunade and Shizune turned their heads at the sound of the voice. Both women appeared to be stunned at the sight of the white-haired man. Jiraiya-sama. Shizune mumbled upon seeing the man. She quickly bowed and let an apprehensive smile develop on her face. It's nice to see you again. Unlike her apprentice, Tsunade did not immediately say anything to Jiraiya. She, instead, chugged the rest of her sake before slamming the glass down on the bar, nearly shattering it. Hey, another round. She shouted to the bartender. Don't charge her, though. Jiraiya requested as he took the seat on Tsunade's left side. I'll pay for her. The bartender nodded his head before pouring her another drink. Tsunade shook her head in frustration as she quickly took her new glass and took a sip. "How gracious of you, Jiraiya," she commented, rolling her eyes slightly. "What do you want?" "Wow, Tsunade, that's a harsh greeting." Jiraiya let out a chuckle. He signaled for the bartender to pour him a glass of sake before continuing to speak. "I had assumed you would want to see me again after so long. You don't make casual visits anymore, Jiraiya." Tsunade replied plainly, taking another sip of her drink. "You don't have the time for it. It means that this is going to be a business visit and it's going to piss me off." "Tsunade-sama," Shizune admonished her mentor. Tsunade simply took another, longer drink of her sake, causing the black-haired Kunoichi to sigh before turning her attention back to Jiraiya. "Forgive her. We haven't had a particularly good day. We had to leave the last town we were in." "Believe me, I know." Jiraiya grumbled as he finally received his own glass of sake. He took a long drink of it before placing his glass on the table and looking at Tsunade. He then pulled out the scroll Hiruzen had given him. "Well, if you want to just get this business stuff out of the way, then here. Sarutobi-sensei wanted me to give this to you." Jiraiya held out the scroll to her. Tsunade looked over to him and took the scroll. She then opened it slightly. "Before I look at this, should I be aware of anything?" she questioned. "I don't know." Jiraiya shrugged in response. "Haven't read what he wrote. However, I do know that Sensei wants you back in Konoha. I'm not going back." Tsunade interrupted, her eyes narrowing. "And Sensei thinks he has the authority to bring you back." Jiraiya replied immediately. His eyes narrowed as well. "Just read the damn thing." Tsunade let out a small snort before turning her focus back to the scroll. She opened it fully and began to read it. "Tsunade. Before I get too far into this, please do I understand that I have been incredibly patient with you. I understood the grief that you were going through with the loss of your little brother and Dan. It was heartbreaking for me to lose both. I could only imagine what you are feeling. For that reason, I gave you permission to leave the village. I also decided I wasn't going to put you on any missing shinobi list and allow you to stay away, so long as the village did not need you. I stand by that statement. Which is why I am here to tell you, unfortunately, that the village needs you. I am getting old, Tsunade. We had an invasion against our village that ended with my successor dying, and we had another invasion, led by your former teammate, that nearly killed me and destroyed the village. I'm not up for the job anymore. I want the village to be strong again. Therefore, I need you back. Konoha needs you. Bear in my mind, I think you will find some things enjoyable in the village. For example, the Uzumaki clan has recently started to develop again. We have 2 young shinobi who seem fit to usher in a new era for the clan, as well as the arrival of Uzumaki Masakado. Surely you know who he is? I'm sure your grandmother must have told you something about him when you were growing up. Regardless, I know you have some invested interest in the clan, as the Senju and Uzumaki were connected. I know that is something you'd be interested in at least. But I will be clear right now, Tsunade. This isn't a request for you to come back, this is an order. And I intend on enforcing it. If Jiraiya does not return with you, I will personally seek you out and bring you back. By force. And if I cannot find you even when I go to search for you, I will add you to the missing shinobi list. I'm sorry, but I need you back in the village. I hope you will be able to understand my logic and forgive me for this. I look forward to seeing you soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage. Tsunade read through the scroll. Each word seemed to sober her up more and more. As she continued to read, her eyes narrowed further. By the time she finished it, she crumpled up the scroll in her hands before reaching for her sake glass. She chugged it all in one sitting before slamming her hand on the table, shattering the glass and frightening both Shizune and the other patrons of the restaurant. Her eyes then focused on the bartender. Another glass, she demanded. The bartender's eyes widened in fear before he quickly rushed over with another wine glass of sake. Damn, Tsunade. No need to give him a heart attack. Jiraiya scolded her with a chuckle. This isn't something to laugh about, Jiraiya. Sarutobi-sensei is threatening me to come back. Tsunade hissed. She immediately began chugging on her sake glass. Upon finishing it, she placed her glass down, making sure not to smash this one. The bartender immediately rushed over and poured her more. I assume you are going to come with me then, right? Jiraiya questioned. Do I even have a choice? I'm not stupid. I'm not going to risk having Sarutobi on my ass. Tsunade replied as she lifted the glass. I have go back with you, I suppose. Jiraiya was quick to notice that a small smile seemed to develop on Shizun's face upon hearing the news. While she did seem to always to respect Tsunade in her decisions, she seemed to also clearly miss her home village. Shizun already appeared excited and relieved about returning back to Konoha. Well, we'll head out first thing tomorrow then. Jiraiya informed her. God damn it. Tsunade grumbled as she chugged the next glass of sake. Upon finishing it, she turned her head to face her fellow Sunin. That old bastard mentioned something about the Uzumaki clan coming back. That true? A smile developed on Jiraiya's face. He took one more sip of his own glass before beginning to explain stories about Naruto, Teiwa, and Masakado to her. Naruto's prediction was correct. After 2 days of non-stop, quick travel, the team arrived in Nami no Kuni. After traveling over the newly constructed bridge, the trio walked into the first village of the country and looked around. The village resembled Konoha in the aftermath of the Suna/Oto invasion. Many buildings seemed to be under construction and a lot of people were going back and forth with various equipment. Despite the state of the area, the people walking on the streets appeared to be smiling. There was a positive attitude that seemed to cover the entire village. This place has made a lot of progress, hasn't it, Kiba? Sakura questioned cheerfully as she looked from place to place. Akamaru yipped quickly in agreement, causing Kiba to chuckle before nodding his head in agreement. How bad was it here before the bridge was finished? Naruto questioned. Pretty bad. Kiba noted with a frown. Bunch of ghetto-s thugs ran around like they owned the place. The buildings looked even worse and no one appeared this happy. His frown then developed into a smile once again. Good to see that people are finally able to get over him, though. That bastard's dead and Nami no Kuni can actually grow as a country again. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. Silence covered the group as they continued to walk forward through the village. Upon 30 minutes after arriving, they arrived a wooden, 2-story house that was built on a wooden platform above the water. A grin developed on Kiba's face as he rushed ahead of his team. He ran to the front door of the building and knocked. A few seconds passed by before the door opened up. A young boy with spiky black hair and dark-colored eyes, dressed in a green jumpsuit over a yellow shirt and a blue and white striped hat, appeared and looked out and greeted Kiba. Hello? Can I help? The boy's words died on his tongue as he actually looked at the person standing in front of him. Wait, Kiba. Both Kiba and Akamaru snickered in response to the boy. Akamaru walked over to the boy and gave his foot an affectionate lick. Been a while, hasn't it, Inari? Kiba questioned. How've ya been, Squirt? The boy, Inari, responded by rushing forward and giving Kiba a tight hug. The Konoha Genin chuckled as he quickly bent down slightly to better return the hug. It's great seeing you again. Inari exclaimed. Naruto and Sakura walked forward, arriving at the door. They are close, huh? Naruto noted. Sakura nodded her head, smiling in response, told you. It's actually kinda cute in my opinion. Just as Kiba and Inari stopped hugging each other, 2 more left the house and walked outside. The first was a woman with long blue hair that went to her upper back and the same dark-colored eyes as Inari. She wore a pink shirt with a red collar and had a long, blue skirt on. The other person was an older man with gray hair underneath his yellow pointed hat, a beard, and glasses. He wore a black sleeveless, V-neck shirt, an obi, and a pair of pants. He also had a white towel around his neck. I was wondering who was at the door. The older man said with a chuckle. Sakura, Kiba, it's good to see you both again. Where's the rest of your team? Hello again, Tajuna-san. Sakura greeted the man with a bow. She then turned her head to the woman next to him. Hello, Tsunami-san. Sasuke and Kakashi are out on a different mission, which sucks. Kiba commented. He then pointed to Naruto. Instead, we got stuck with this guy. Naruto shook his head, resisting the urge to frown at Kiba's dismissive introduction. He, instead, held out his hand and smiled at Tajuna. The name's Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Nice to meet ya. He said. Humph. Tajuna let a smile develop on his face as he shook his hand. Nice to meet you too, Naruto. Judging by the fact that you're wearing the same jacket Kakashi was wearing when I met him, I take it you're the leader right now. Yup. The blonde nodded his head in affirmation. You don't look much. You're pretty short. The man said with a loud laugh. Naruto's smile immediately fell. A small scowl developed on his face as he broke their handshake. Hey, I'm not Dash. Forgive him, Naruto-san. He's had a little bit to drink today. Tsunami spoke up, smiling at the blonde. She bowed respectfully. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for accepting my father's mission. Yeah, really. Thanks for accepting it and getting it done so quickly. Tajuna admitted, shaking the back of his head slightly. You all have the supplies I ordered, right? We got them, yeah. Kiba stated proudly. He then looked over at Naruto expectantly. Hand them over to him, Naruto. Yeah. Naruto rolled his eyes as he pulled out the 3 scrolls that Hiruzen had given him. He then held them out to Tajuna. I can unseal them for you now, if you'd like. Nah, you can unseal them a little bit later. The bridge builder shook his head. I need to pay you first and thank you all. You all should stay the night here. Tsunami spoke up. Father and I do want to thank you all, especially knowing that you two are here, Sakura and Kiba. Nami no Kuni owes you all for what you have done. Everyone owes you guys so much that Grandpa ended up naming the bridge the Great Konoha Bridge. Inari spoke up with a snicker. Kiba and Sakura smiled at the boy's comment, looking visibly touched at the sentiment. Naruto, too, smiled and turned his back around. His eyes focused back on the bridge in the distance that they traveled to reach the country. Tsunami's right, you all should stay the night here. I'll pay you all tomorrow after I treat you all to some good food and drinks. Tajuna stated with a loud, happy laugh. That means Kiba and Akamaru and I can hang out today too. Inari stated happily. He then looked over at the Inuzuka and smiled. Do you want to go fishing really quick? I found a nice spot that's super easy to catch stuff. Lead the way, Squirt. Kiba replied with a grin. Within seconds, Inari ran off, away from the house. Kiba and Akamaru followed close behind. The group watched them leave before they turned their attention back to each other. I'd like to hear more about everything that's changed since you all left. Would you like to talk more about that, Sakura? Tsunami questioned the Kunoichi. I'd love to. Sakura replied with a smile as she walked forward. You wanna come into Naruto, right? Tajuna questioned the blonde. Tsunami made some tea, so we all can drink it and talk and stuff. Naruto turned his head away from the bridge and focused back on Tajuna. A small smile developed on his face. I'd like that, yeah, but do you mind if I take a quick walk around the village? He asked. I kinda want to just see the place here. Do whatever you want, kid. Tajuna replied. You're the one who did me a favor. The door is always open when you get back. Just knock. The Uzumaki nodded his head in understanding. The group proceeded to separate, as Sakura, Tajuna, and Tsunami entered the house while Naruto began his walk around the village. It's really nice here, the Uzumaki told himself. Naruto's walk had gone on for nearly an hour. He had no clear destination in mind, he just simply walked through the village. He passed new buildings that were under construction with each street. Each person he walked by seemed to beam at him, waving cheerfully and wishing him a good day. The people here are so nice. I don't think I've ever seen a happier place. Not even the people of Konoha are this nice to me, he realized. A small smile developed on his face as he recalled the stories Kiba and Sakura had told him about Nami no Kuni. They're clearly a strong group of people. They've already gained their strength back after that Gato guy and seem like they're on the path to making their country great again. Excuse me, Konoha Shinobi. Naruto was pulled from his thoughts by a woman's voice. He turned his head and noticed a woman long, curly black hair and icy blue eyes approaching him. She wore a long blue dress with a black ribbon tied across her waist. The thing that stood out to Naruto, though, was the gentle expression on her face. He quickly smiled back at her and walked towards her. "Hi, how can I help you?" Naruto greeted her. "I just wanted to ask you a question, if that's okay?" The woman questioned. Naruto nodded his head, which prompted her to continue. "I've heard rumors from passing merchants that the civil war in Mizu no Kuni is over and that Yagura is dead. Are they true?" Her question took Naruto by surprise. While he was uncertain what a Nami no Kuni resident would want to ask him, he wasn't expecting something relating back to the civil war in Kirigakure. Like he had been practicing, he resisted the urge to frown. "The war's over, yeah. Yagura's dead. Terumi Mae is now the Godame Mizukage." "Terumi, as in the Terumi clan?" the woman questioned. Before Naruto could confirm her answer, a smile developed on her face as she started to speak again. "Perhaps things maybe will change for the better, with a woman with a Kekii Genkai as the head of the village." "Were you from Mizu no Kuni?" Naruto asked. I was from a decently large village, but I was forced to leave once the civil war began," she said, the smile turning into a frown. "I have a son and I didn't want him growing up in a place like that and potentially dying in the crossfires, so my brother and I moved here." The smile took a bitter note. Even when Gato was in power here, it was still better than being surrounded by full-blown war. "That makes sense." The Uzumaki nodded his head in understanding. A smile proceeded to develop on his face. "Things have changed, though, if you ever want to go back. I can't speak for the rest of Mizu no Kuni and where you are from, but I know Kirigakure itself has become safer again. Mae's trying to do as much work as she can to fix all the damage that has been done. And more people are able to come out as having Kekii Genkai. Is that so?" the woman questioned. "Things are really getting better." Naruto, again, nodded his head. "My friend, Shikamaru, has a good friend he worked with during the civil war named Yukihaku and he's from a clan with a Kekii Genkai." The woman's eyes widened at the name, but Naruto didn't notice as he continued to speak. "Shikamaru would tell me all the time about everything Haku has said. There's a noticeable change in atmosphere in the area. It really has started to become peaceful again. And the Kirigakure shinobi are getting sent out on missions throughout Mizu no Kuni to make sure that violence in other villages ends." The smile on his face turned into a full grin. "I know Kirigakure is a safe place again and I think Mizu no Kuni as a whole will become safe again in the coming years." The black-haired woman remained still for a moment. She closed her eyes, processing Naruto's answer. A few seconds passed by before she let a smile grace her lips. "When I asked my question, I was expecting to hear that another man like Yagura had taken control of Kiri. I see that is not the case. Thank you so much for telling me all that," she told him. "What's your name?" "Uzumaki Naruto." The boy greeted. "Uzumaki." Her eyes widened, once again. "So, you've been to Kiri and Mizu no Kuni, correct, Naruto-san? And you, as an Uzumaki, feel it is safe?" "I do. And I have a cousin, Uzumaki Anoka, in Kiri that thinks it's safe as well." Naruto nodded in affirmation. The smile returned to the black-haired woman's face and seemed to grow exponentially. "I see. I'm so pleased to hear that my home village of Kiri is finally safe again. I'll inform my son and brother immediately and see if they wish to return as well. Perhaps see the family you mentioned I have in the village," the woman said cheerfully. She then bowed to Naruto, who was now looking at her in surprise. "It was a pleasure speaking to you, Naruto-san. My name is Kyo. Yuki Kyo. I'm not certain how much you, in particular, were involved in the Kirigakure Civil War, but from the bottom of my heart, thank you for helping rid the village of the hate and violence that forced me to flee my home. Thank you so much." With those words, the woman, Kyo, started to walk away. Naruto stood still, watching her leave. A few seconds passed by before he fully recovered. Another smile developed on his face as he finally began to walk in the direction he came from, towards Tajuna's house. Haku, you are going to have some company soon, I think. He realized. Can't wait to tell Shikamaru about this. Anko sighed after arriving in the forest of death. She looked upward in the sky. Despite the fact that the trees covered the area, preventing her from seeing the sky fully, she could see traces of the sunset. She remained stationary, looking upward for a moment before she turned her attention to her hands. She quickly bit her thumb and ran through a series of hand signs before slamming her hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A poof of smoke filled the area. A large, purple snake with black scales and green eyes appeared once the smoke dissipated. The snake towered over all of the trees around her. Despite her size, the snake appeared to have wrinkles over her scales. She looked around the area for a few moments before directing her attention to Anko. It's been a while, Anko-chan. The snake spoke respectfully. I haven't seen you since you signed our fair contract. You've grown. It has been a while, Mamushi-sama. Anko greeted the snake politely with a small smile. My apologies for that. Orochimaru and I had a falling out, to put it as simply as possible with no profanity, so I haven't really been as proactive with meeting with members of your family. After all, Manda hates me. I'm glad you remember my rules and are trying to make an effort for me. No profanity. It's undignified. The snake, Mamushi, seemed to smile in response to Anko's comment. That smile faded almost immediately after. And I understand. I was never fond of Orochimaru, to be honest. And I've just about had it with Manda. Ungrateful hatchling. I hatched him and he lets the position of boss snake go to his head. Bah. Anko chuckled in response. It had been so long since she last summoned Mamushi that she forgot a few things about her. Talking to her for the first time in years felt like a reunion long overdue to her. I have no intention of ever talking to him again and have no intention of ever summoning the snakes like him. That's why I wanted to go through you and talk to you. Anko said. Well, I'm here now. Mamushi let out a small chuckle before looking at Anko in curiosity. Judging by your word choice, though, you seem to have a request for me. What can I do for you, my child? In the past year, I've taken on a few students. And it's been one of the greatest experiences of my life, honestly. Anko admitted, a smile on her face. They're progressing so far at such a fast rate. I don't even think they really need me anymore. But I think have something I'd like to pass down to at least one of them. Oh. I see where this is going. The elderly snake continued to chuckle. You want my permission to let them sign the snake summoning contract, yes. Not all of them. The Konoha Jonin shook her head. One of them already signed a contract with the toads. She noticed the frown on the snake's face and immediately shook her head. Don't think bad of him for that. It's a student-teacher thing. He also got some training from Jiraiya, so it makes sense. Jiraiya, he's an interesting man. Mamushi commented with a sigh. But he seemed like he had a good spirit. I would have much preferred him as our summoner than your instructor. And I would have preferred him as my sensei as well. Anko shook her head for a moment. But getting back to the topic, I have 2 students who I would like to sign it. As the snake in charge of the summoning contract, I can give my permission. I also happen to trust you and like you, Anko-chan. You can pass down the contract. Mamushi informed her. Almost immediately after her comment, a frown developed on her face. However, I must ask that you only let one sign it. Only one? Anko questioned, frowning slightly. Forgive me, but I must keep the interests of my snakes in mind and, to be frank, we, as a summoning clan, are tired of the constant use Orochimaru put us through. I would like to have less and less people summon us so that way we can recover from all the numbers we have lost due to Orochimaru and his various schemes. She informed the human. I respect you as a shinobi and a person, Anko-chan, which is why I will allow you to pass it down to a student. I can trust that whoever you pass it on will be a shinobi like you who won't abuse our clan. However, I'll remain firm about this, only one summoner. Anko frowned in response. She was hoping to give the opportunity to both Shikamaru and Hinata. However, she wasn't going to argue with Mamushi. If she was allowing her to let even one sign it, she was going to take it. As a result, she bowed her head in respect. I'll make arrangements then. Thank you so much, Mamushi-sama. She told her. Please do. I'm sure I will greatly enjoy their company. Mamushi replied with a laugh. The two said their farewells before Mamushi dissipated, returning back to her home. With her business finished, Anko started to leave the forest of death. Her mind focused on the conversation she just had with the elderly snake and the decision she was going to have to make. Who would be better suited for the snakes, Shikamaru or Hinata? She wondered. Within seconds, Mamushi returned back to Ryokai Cave. She slithered through the cave, recalling her conversation with Anko. I'll make arrangements right away and get this approved by the sage. It may be nice to have new blood. She informed herself. Mamushi-sama? Is that you? Mamushi snapped out of her thoughts and looked towards the source of the voice. Standing in front of her was a human, the gray-haired young man who had physically arrived to Ryokai Cave and has asked to be trained. Professional as always, Mamushi forced a smile on her face. Good evening, Kabuto-san. I assume you are doing well. I am, but apparently not as well as you. You appear to be in a great mood. Kabuto chuckled in response. What's the occasion? Nothing in particular. Just thinking of fond memories. You tend to have a few good ones when you've lived as long as I have. The snake replied. I understand. Maybe one day I will have memories just like those. Kabuto chuckled. He then proceeded to walk away, heading down a tunnel within the cave. I was just heading to meet with the sage again for training. Do you want me to give him your regards? Please do. Mamushi requested. With those words, the two parted ways. Kabuto continued walking down the tunnel that he had been heading into while Mamushi slithered away. Upon getting away from him, a scowl developed on her face. I don't understand where he came from and how he knew where this cave was. Apparently he was an assistant to Orochimaru? I have no idea how he and Manda convinced the sage to let him train here and sign the contract himself. Mamushi thought to herself, her scowl deepening. Anko-chan, I hope whoever you sign the contract is a more trustworthy person than him. I do not get a good read from this Kabuto fellow. Mamushi forced the thoughts out of her head as she turned her attention back to her plans for Anko's student, whoever they were. Tajuna and his family were incredibly sweet and caring to Naruto and his team. They cooked a large meal and provided good company, happily chatting with them about various topics. It did not take long for time to pass and night to fall over the area. Tajuna quickly showed the shinobi to the guest room where they'd be staying before he, Tsunami, and Inari retired for the night. Don't know about you guys, but I'm still bit awake. Anybody want to go out for a walk with me or something? Kiba questioned. I'm actually pretty sleep. Sakura admitted with a yawn. I'm gonna stay in. Sakura opened the door to the guest room and walked in. As soon as she opened the door, Akamaru let out a yawn of his own before walking into the room himself. What? Akamaru? You too. Kiba shook his head at his partner's behavior. He then turned to Naruto and looked at with an expectant look. You gonna stay in too, I suppose. The Uzumaki shook his head. Nah, I'm not fully tired. I can go out with ya. Kiba smiled slightly at Naruto's comment. The two proceeded to walk out of Tajuna's house and into the streets of the village. The moon was high in the sky above them, providing the only real source of light in the area. Naruto and Kiba walked with no real direction in mind. Both shinobi were quiet at first, not having anything to say, until Kiba let out a sigh. It's nice being back here and seeing that it's kinda rebuilt itself, he said. I bet. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. If I didn't know about the stories you all have told me, I wouldn't think anything bad about this place. That's good. That's really good. Kiba replied. The Inuzuka then gave Naruto a curious look. Did you feel anything like that when you were in Kiri? Sorta. I wasn't in Kiri before the invasion, but I was in Mizu no Kuni for a bit and I definitely got to see what Kiri was like after the war was really over. Naruto smiled at his memories. It was nice. Really nice. Knowing all the stuff about Kiri's reputation, it really felt like the place was getting better. By the time we left, I honestly felt like the place was going to become a lot better. Heh. Sure, it was nice. Kiba snickered. Wish I could have gone on that mission. Sounds incredibly awesome. Conversation stopped there for a moment. Naruto and Kiba turned their attention back to their walk. Nearly a minute passed by before the Uzumaki turned to face Kiba. Thinking back to his mission in Kirigakura reminded him of an earlier joke Kiba had made, which caused him to frown. Can I ask you a question, Kiba? He asked. The Inuzuka looked at him in confusion for a moment, before nodding his head. Shoot. Why do you dislike IWA so much? Naruto questioned. Cause IWA sucks, dude. Kiba answered simply. He gave Naruto a confused look. You know the history, don't ya? As much as you worship the Hokage, I thought you'd know something about them since our Yondaime became famous for fighting against them. I know all about the Third Shinobi World War, Kiba. The Uzumaki replied, crossing his arms over his chest. I'm not a dumbass. Then why even ask the question? Kiba answered, glaring slightly. IWA did a lot of fucked up shit during the war, Naruto. Like a lot. I'm not asking about what IWA did. Naruto shook his head. I asked why you hate them so much. Dude, because they killed Konoha Shinobi. Have some fucking pride in your village. Kiba growled. Do you even know how many Inuzuka clansmen died during the war? How many people my mother and father knew? My uncle died then, for fuck's sake. Naruto remained quiet for a moment. Both shinobi stopped walking. Kiba tightened his hands into fists and began to release minor killing intent. Naruto stared at him for a few moments, a frown on his face, before he simply shook his head. This caused Kiba to growl once again as he rushed up to Naruto and got in his face. Don't act so high and mighty about this, Naruto. I know you hated IWA just as much as I did back in the academy. We made IWA jokes all the fucking time. Kiba reminded him. I grew up, Kiba. Naruto shouted back. He pushed back against Kiba, getting him out of his face. The Inuzuka raised one hand and looked as if he was going to swing at the Uzumaki. The fuck does that mean? Is growing up another way to say that you don't care about all the lives we lost during the war? No. Kiba, don't you dare assume I don't care. I want to be Hokage for a reason, I care about the village and I care about all people in it. Don't assume shit about me. Naruto snarled back. I just had to come to the realization that we weren't much better during the war. What? The Inuzuka snapped. We killed IWA shinobi too. A lot of them. The Chunin informed him sharply. The Yondaime himself killed 1,000 people in one battle. Which, on paper, sounds badass until you realize that 1,000 families in IWA lost a brother, sister, father, mother, child, whatever. Everyone lost family, Konoha, IWA, Kiri, Suna, and Kumo. Naruto's face softened as he looked downward. And it all repeats. Someone like you hates IWA for everything they did to your clan. Someone like Risho hates Konoha for everything they did to his clan. And we all grow up hating each other and no longer seeing them as human, only wishing death for them. Kiba's demeanor seemed to soften. The genin seemed to relax. There was still a scowl on his face, but he seemed to be paying attention to what Naruto was saying. The same stuff happened in Kiri. The government blamed the war on people with Kekkei Genkai and fostered that same hate. The Jinchuriki side. Hate leads to war. Hate leads to people coming back from missions dead. Hate leads to funerals and crying families and friends. Kiba's scowl vanished as his eyes dropped to the ground. Naruto looked up to him, expecting some type of response, but the Inuzuka remained quiet. The blonde sighed and looked up to the moon before continuing his speech. The more I think about this stuff, the more it makes me want to be Hokage. That's the kind of thing I want to prevent, you know. Naruto mentioned, looking over to Kiba. The genin still did not reply, causing Naruto to continue. I want to do my part to make it not only a safe place for Konoha, but all the world. I want to make alliances and negotiate and just make sure that war doesn't happen. I want to make sure that no needless hate and death happen. That'll take a miracle, Naruto. Kiba replied, finally looking up to face Naruto with a neutral expression on his face. Then I'll make one happen, damn it. Naruto exclaimed, pounding his fists together. That feeling of peace you and I were talking about earlier? I want that to be everywhere. And I'll do everything in my power to make sure it spreads everywhere. The Inuzuka remained still, looking at Naruto carefully with the same neutral expression. Naruto didn't seem to notice, he was looking at the moon in the sky and thinking of the future. Roughly a minute passed before Kiba finally broke the silence with a small chuckle. Naruto turned to face him only to see a small smile on his face. Some goal you got there. Don't know if it's possible, but hell, it sounds like a nice world you want to make. Kiba admitted. He held out his hand. That's something I can support. I'll try and do my own part to help with that, even if it's going to be hard. Naruto looked at Kiba in surprise at his statement. Soon, a grin developed on his face as he quickly took Kiba's hand. They both shook hands. Both Konoha shinobi quickly returned to their walk, this time heading back to Tajuna's house. No words were said throughout the walk. No words were needed. They were seemingly satisfied with how their conversation had ended and didn't want to change that. Both shinobi walked, enjoying the quiet and the peace around them. Are you fucking serious, Kakuzu? Kakuzu shook his head as he ignored the rampant screaming of the man next to him. He briefly looked over to him, a man with grey hair styled backwards, wearing the same black cloak with a red cloud pattern that he wore with black pants underneath, and carrying a red triple-blade scythe, and sighed. His eyes then turned downward to the reason for the man's screaming, a now-deceased body of a Kirigakure shinobi. Hiden, we've discussed this already when we agreed to hunt him. Kakuzu informed the man, now identified as Hiden. This man had a high bounty in Kumo. I'm taking him in and collecting the bounty. Bullshit. This is like the third kill we've made as a team and I haven't gotten a chance to do my ritual and sacrifice to Jashin-sama on any of them. The gray-haired man hissed. He quickly reached into the inside of his cloak, pulling out an amulet with an upside-down triangle on it. I've already prayed for forgiveness too many times. I need to sacrifice this asshole. Not happening. Kakuzu shook his head as he picked up the Kiri shinobi's body. Fuck you. Hiden hissed. The former Takigakure shinobi shook his head. For once, can Pain assign me a partner that's not a dumbass? Kakuzu questioned. I'd rather have Nasumereta back. As annoying as he was, at least he wouldn't argue with me about me going after bounties. Can't believe I let you drag me all the way out to the middle of fucking nowhere just so you can collect another bounty. Hiden shook his head before glaring at his partner. Money is the root of all problems, Kakuzu. It'll be useless to you when you are burning in hell. If there is such a thing as hell and I somehow die and end up there, then I'll be fine. Everything operates on money and business. It'll just be a new environment I'll adapt to. Kakuzu replied dismissively. By the way, I wouldn't call this the middle of nowhere. We are right by the Great Konoha Bridge at the Hai no Kuni and Nami no Kuni border. This spot has been booming in regards to business since the completion of the bridge. Like I give a fuck. Hiden hissed in reply. Konoha's too far away and Nami has no shinobi village. There is literally no reason to be out here. God damn it. I'm not dealing with another episode of his. I'm not in the mood for his bullshit. Kakuzu shook his head. There's gotta be some way to get him to shut up. Within seconds, an idea entered the former Taki shinobi's mind. If you want to kill something so bad, why not slaughter some villagers nearby? There's villages on both sides of the bridge. Kakuzu suggested. I will, but I don't want civilians. They're not worthy sacrifices to Jashin-sama. Hiden grumbled. Then wait. I'm certain that some shinobi should arrive here at some point. Kakuzu continued to suggest, shrugging his shoulders slightly. If anyone has a mission in Nami no Kuni, they'll have to cross the bridge. You'll certainly find someone to slaughter soon. The former Takigakuer shinobi proceeded to start walking away. I'm going to go cash in this body. I'll be back here in 2 days. I'm sure by then at least a team of shinobi will have passed by that you can kill. You're just going to up and leave like that? Haiden questioned, scowling slightly. You're an adult. You don't need company all of the time. Kakuzu informed him sharply. I'll repeat myself, I'll be back in 2 days. Pain wants us all to meet with him to discuss things in 3 days. So stay here, kill any passerby shinobi, and we'll be back together to meet up with the leader. Whatever. Do whatever. I'll just wait here. The gray-haired shinobi grumbled. Fuck you. Kakuzu didn't reply, he simply continued to walk as he headed in a random direction to turn in his bounty. Haiden remained where he was and sat down. He looked up to the sky, staring into the moon. Guess I'll just wait here. Entertain myself. The man shook his head. Fuck you, Kakuzu. A malicious grin quickly developed on Haiden's face as he reached for his amulet again. He tightened his grip on it. Then again, he has a point. I'm sure that at least one team will pass by here, and I'll sacrifice them each for Jashin-sama. Chapter 55, In the Name of Jashin. Naruto woke up just as the sun entered the guest room. He made an exaggerated stretching gesture, getting his body used to being awake again. After a few seconds and now fully awake, Naruto's eyes began to wander around the room. They focused in on Kiba and Akamaru, who were still sleeping. Both the Inuzuka and his partner were snoring slightly. Naruto chuckled at the sight of them, but he stopped when he noticed that they were the only ones in the room. Where'd Sakura-chan go? He wondered. Once he had gotten changed into his usual attire, Naruto walked out of the room and began to walk through Tajuna's house quietly, making sure not to wake anybody else. As he walked around, however, he could not find Sakura. After searching all possible rooms she could be in, the blonde opened the door to the outside and walked out. Lying on the patio nearby the water was Sakura. The kunoichi currently had a book open and was writing in it. What's she doing? Naruto questioned, a curious look developing on his face. The blonde walked over to her side to see what she was writing. Sakura didn't seem to notice, she was too focused on her work. As Naruto finally reached her, he saw what she was working on. The kunoichi had taken one of the sealing scrolls with Tajuna's supplies in them and was trying to copy the seals on it perfectly. A smirk developed on Naruto's face as he bent down to her level. Your writing isn't half bad. He complimented. His comment immediately caused Sakura to drop her, stand up immediately, and reach for a shuriken. She was nearly about to throw it when she noticed that it was Naruto who had snuck up on her. She sighed in relief before pocketing her shuriken. Damn it, Naruto, don't sneak up on somebody like that. Sakura grumbled as she sat back down on the patio. My bad. Naruto replied, rubbing the back of his head slightly. Just saw that you were awake too and wanted to see what you were up to. You've been working on this stuff for too long. Not really. I've only been up for like 30 minutes. 40 minutes. The kunoichi shrugged her shoulders. A sheepish smile developed on her face. I have been thinking a lot about what we were talking about that one night on the way here. I know we said we wouldn't do any practice until we got to back Konoha, but I wanted to try my hand at making seals, and since Tajuna-san still hasn't unsealed his supplies, I thought the scrolls would be a good way to practice drawing seals. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. His eyes then focused on Sakura's book, still open to the page she was on. They then moved back and forth from the book to the sealing scroll. Naruto immediately let out a whistle of approval. Is this really the first time you've been practiced writing seals like this? He questioned. The kunoichi nodded her head. I'm actually really impressed. I wasn't anywhere as good as you are when I first started drawing seals. Well, look who you are talking to. Sakura giggled as she pointed to herself. I was one of the best students at the academy for a reason. Work like copying and writing and stuff like that is really easy for me, especially if I'm actually interested in it. The Uzumaki chuckled in amusement. He made a hand gesture, encouraging Sakura to get back to the work. The genin nodded in understanding before she grabbed her pen and book and began to copy more seals. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he noticed her technique and speed. She really is better at her drawing than I was when I first started. And she's faster than I am to this day. That's something I should work on. I need to get back to practice myself. The Uzumaki shook his head. He then let a small smile develop on his face. I don't think he'd take her as a student, but I think Masaka Doji-san would probably really like how fast she seems to work. After a few minutes, Sakura finished copying seals for her page. She sat the book down and looked at Naruto out of expectation. The blonde smiled at her. Like I said, your seals look great and you make them really fast. That's really good. That means when you really do start learning Fuinjutsu, you don't have to worry about the tedious part of really learning how to write perfectly like I had to. Naruto admitted. Thanks. Sakura returned his smile. Of course, that's only part of what you gotta do. He commented, causing the kunoichi to look at him in confusion. The next big thing, and something you can work on when we get back to Konoha and we can talk to Masaka Doji-san about specifics, is sealing your own chakra into the seals specific to the seals and jutsus. That gets trickier and needs to be just as perfect as drawing the seals themselves. A small frown developed on Sakura's face. Is it bad that my chakra reserves are low? I've been doing exercises to increase them, but I still have a small reserve pool. Naruto brought his hand to his chin as he tried to think of the answer. It's bad for her, yes. Kurama answered in his mind. Kurama. Naruto blinked in surprise. Sealing does take a lot of chakra. The Kyuubi continued to explain. While I do believe that there might be a Kekkei Genkai component to your Uzumaki clan's ability to use Fuinjutsu to such a high level, your clan does, at the very least, benefit from your abnormally high chakra reserves to use Fuinjutsu as often and as easily as you all can. Really? Huh. Naruto continued to scratch his chin in thought before a frown developed on his face. Wait, does that mean she can't really do Fuinjutsu at all? What do I say about that? I didn't say she can't. I just said it's bad for her. Kurama replied. If she wants to actually take Fuinjutsu seriously, then she needs to increase her reserves. That's something she can work on as she practices. Tell her that. The fox then let out a small chuckle. And you may want to tell her soon. She's looking at you kinda funny. Huh. Naruto blinked. Naruto finally looked over at Sakura. The kunoichi was eyeing him in confusion with a frown on her face. Everything all right, Naruto? She asked, her frown deepening. She let out a sigh before continuing. Is it really that bad that I don't have much chakra? I'm all right. Sorry, was thinking. Naruto answered with a sigh. It's not the best, yeah, but that's something you can work. You can do the tedious writing part, so you can just put more focus and energy on your chakra. They'll get better as you keep working. You'll get reserves up to a good level in no time. Are you sure? She questioned. I'm sure, Dadabiya. He chuckled as a grin developed on his face. I don't lie. You'll get your numbers increased in no time. Sakura allowed a smile to develop on her face again, which caused Naruto's grin to widen. Anyway, since now that I'm awake and you got me in the mood to, I'm probably going to focus back on my own Fuinjutsu training. Try and get a couple of seals drawn and prepared in case of a battle or something. Naruto said with a chuckle as he started to walk back inside the house. You can stay out here and keep practicing yourself, if you want. Or you could maybe do some chakra building exercises. What would you recommend? Sakura questioned. Practice water walking maybe? I think that helps build up reserves if you're lacking. The Uzumaki suggested with a shrug. We can talk more about in a little bit. I'll be right back with my own seals. With those words, Naruto rushed inside, making less of an attempt to be as quiet as he did when he came in. Sakura watched him rush back inside, chuckling slightly to herself. Both shinobi practiced for 2 straight hours before anybody else woke up. Naruto devoted his whole time to working on a particular seal that Masakado had given him, as well as producing more copies of all seals that he knew how to use, while Sakura spent her time doing what Naruto suggested, walking on water and remaining afloat as long as she could to strengthen her reserves. The two finally stopped once Tajuna walked outside to greet them and inform that Tsunami and prepared breakfast. The sound of his voice took Sakura by surprise, causing her to sink into the water. Crap! She shouted as she got out of the water. Oh my gosh! Naruto nearly fell to the ground in laughter. Screw you Naruto, this isn't funny. Sakura continued to shout as she swam the edge of Tajuna's patio and pulled herself out of the water. Did I come out at a bad time? Tajuna questioned. He proceeded to shake his head. Ninjas. I don't get them. After Sakura changed into new, dry clothes and the group had finished eating breakfast, Naruto proceeded to unseal Tajuna's supplies from their ceiling scrolls. In turn, the man proceeded to pay Naruto the amount for both the supplies and the mission. The mission was now officially complete. You sure you all have to leave so quickly? Tsunami questioned the Konoha shinobi. You all just got here. I know, and we'd like to stay. Sakura admitted with a frown. But Hokage-sama is going to want us back. He needs all shinobi back as soon as possible. We understand. Just like I have a job to get this place back on track, you all have a job too. Tajuna commented with a chuckle. Just know that if you are all ever in Nami no Kuni for a mission or something, my house is always open for any of you. And that offer also goes to Kakashi and Sasuke. Yeah. Inari nodded his head in agreement. Come back again whenever. Of course we will. Kiba stated, grinning slightly at the boy. I want you to find a new fishing spot for next time, Squirt. Will do. And maybe the next time, you can teach me how to hunt. A grin developed on Inari's face. Akamaru barked in agreement. Don't teach my son anything too dangerous, Kiba. Tsunami spoke up, glaring slightly at the boy. Mom. Inari scowled at her. No worries. I wouldn't do anything bad to the kid. Kiba replied with a chuckle. Naruto watched Kiba and Sakura say goodbye to Tajuna's family. He looked out to the road for the moment before he nodded his head and made a hand sign. Two clones appeared by his side. They exchanged a look with the original Naruto before they rushed off on the road ahead. What was that? Tajuna questioned, drawing Naruto's attention. That was just me making some clones to go ahead of us. Just in case if there's any threat or something. Naruto replied. Did you do that when we left Konoha? Sakura questioned. Yup. He nodded his head. I sent them out before you all met up with me at the gate. I don't really know what that all means, but it sounds like a smart idea. Tajuna said with a chuckle. He then walked forward and held out his hand to him. I know we just met and I probably didn't make a good impression on you yesterday, but thanks a lot for playing your part in the mission. I appreciate it, Naruto. The same offer extends to you. If you're ever in the area, our house is open for you. A smile developed on Naruto's face as he shook Tajuna's hand. Thank you very much. After saying farewell for the final time, Naruto, Sakura, Kiba, and Akamaru all started walking off. Tajuna, Tsunami, and Inari waved as the Konoha shinobi disappeared into the distance. Ugh, I'm so bored. Hyden grumbled. The Akatsuki shinobi looked to his left. He had a pile of 10 corpses, the bodies of 3 groups of traveling merchants that were headed to Nami no Kuni. So far, they were the only people that had traveled near the bridge for him to attack since Hyden had woken up 3 hours ago. I mean, yeah, they were sacrifices and it was fun watching them die, but they weren't shinobi. He shook his head. I need to kill something that's actually worth killing. God damn it Kakuzu, you said legit shinobi would be passing by. Hyden shook his head, mumbling various swears towards his partner, before sitting down on the ground. His eyes remained focused on the bridge, waiting for the next group of travelers to come by. About an hour later, he saw 2 figures walk off the bridge, coming from Nami no Kuni. Hyden stood up and walked forward slightly, trying to get a good look at the people. I swear, if these are more fucking non-shinobi, I will make their deaths so slow and painful that not even the 7th circle of hell would be able to compare to what I would do to them. He told himself. As he inched closer, he got a better look at the travelers. They were 2 identical people, same clothes, same hair, and same Konoha forehead protector. A wide grin developed on Haiden's face as he reached for his scythe. "Thank you, Jashin-sama, for blessing me today." He prayed softly to himself before his grin grew more manic. "I will give you thanks by completely slaughtering this Konoha shit in his pathetic little clone." With those words, Haiden rushed forward, gripping his scythe tightly. The two Naruto clones turned their heads upon hearing the noise, but it was too late. Haiden quickly swung the scythe into one of them before it could react, dispelling it immediately. "Oh look, I attacked the fake one first. Lucky you!" Haiden exclaimed as he charged forward at the second clone. "Now, it's your turn." The second clone jumped backwards, avoiding the man's attack. It then jumped backwards, placing distance between itself and the man. "Akatsuki." Naruto's clone mumbled to himself. He said the words quietly, but Haiden managed to hear them. A scowl developed immediately on his face. "How the fuck do you know that name?" the Akatsuki member hissed. Naruto's clone did not give a verbal response. Instead, it ran through a series of hand signs. "Wind style, great breakthrough." The clone breathed out a massive gust of wind from his mouth directly at Haiden. The wind made contact, knocking into Haiden and cutting him slightly. The wind started to make tears in his cloak. Despite that, though, Haiden seemed to have no real reaction to the jutsu. Instead, his scowl vanished and the grin that had been on his face returned. "Heh, this feels kinda nice. I can actually feel some power behind this." "You're not some weakling," the man commented. "It'll be fun sacrificing you." Haiden crept down slightly before jumping into the air, pulling himself away from the clone's gust of wind. He then tossed his scythe directly at Naruto's clone. The scythe moved through the air quickly before the clone could react. It pierced it, causing Haiden's grin to widen even further. "First blood is mine." Time for the ritual to dash. Haiden's words were interrupted as the clone vanished, causing the grin on his face to drop once again. "Wait, what the fuck?" Haiden pulled out on the wiring of his scythe, causing it to retract back to him. He then rushed over to the spot where the clone had been. He looked around the area for any sign of movement or attack. There appeared to be nothing, which caused him to scowl. "Okay, are you fucking with me?" Both of them were clones. "Ack." Haiden growled before he turned his body around, swinging his scythe in various directions. "Where are you, you goddamn coward? Fight me face to face, you little bitch." A few seconds passed by before nothing appeared. Haiden's scowl deepened as he reattached the scythe to his back. "The one shinobi I run into all day and it was nothing but a clone." How Haiden's thoughts stopped as he recalled the direction from which the clones had come to him, from the bridge. Wait, maybe the original one is still on the bridge and sent them ahead. His grin returned as he reached back for his scythe. "So if I hurry up onto the bridge, maybe I can fight the bastard before he's able to get away." With that thought in mind, Haiden rushed onto the Great Konoha Bridge, eagerly looking for the original shinobi that he had just met. Naruto, Sakura, Kiba, and Akamaru had left Tajana's house roughly an hour and a half ago. They were all walking on the Great Konoha Bridge when Naruto stopped walking. Both of his teammates stopped as well and looked at him in confusion. "Naruto?" Sakura said his name with a frown. "You okay, dude?" Kiba questioned. Akamaru barked as well, vocalizing his own confusion. Naruto did not immediately reply. His eyes widened as memories from the shadow clones he had sent ahead entered his mind. Akatsuki. Naruto's clone mumbled to himself. "How the fuck do you know that name?" the Akatsuki member hissed. "Heh, this feels kinda nice. I can actually feel some power behind this." "You're not some weakling," the man commented. "It'll be fun sacrificing you." "Guys, we have trouble. Big trouble," Naruto exclaimed seriously. Both Sakura's and Kiba's faces turned serious as they reached for weapons. Akamaru began to growl as he mentally prepared to attack. "How do you know?" "What's the trouble?" Kiba questioned. "My shadow clones. I get their memories if something happens to them," Naruto explained with a scowl. "And somebody killed them. A man who seemed to take a lot of joy in killing them. Still, he's an Akatsuki member?" Damn it, I know they apparently showed their heads during the Civil War, but I haven't seen any of them since the Tenchi Bridge. I was hoping to never have to run into one of those guys again. Naruto's scowl deepened as he started thinking more and more about his memories. I don't think he recognized me as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, but he still seemed to want to fight and kill me. Whatever, this is bad. This is really bad. So, are we going to have to fight this guy you saw? Kiba questioned. I'd like not to. I'd like us to get away. Naruto's scowl turned into a frown as he shook his head. The problem is that he's apparently just waiting or something by the bridge at the other side. So, perhaps we could try another way to get off the bridge. Sakura suggested. Maybe go back to Tajuna's village, get a boat, and sail to the mainland, away from his position. That could work. Naruto nodded his head. Maybe dash. Naruto, you said the guy took a lot of joy in killing your clones, right? Kiba questioned. Naruto looked over towards Kiba before nodding again. So, he might be one of those rogue shinobi that just likes to kill. What's to say he won't try and come to us? Naruto's eyes widened in realization. I saw those types of guys in Gato-esque goons. He may just come forward, trying to find you because he knows you have to be somewhere nearby if he ran into your clones. Kiba continued. He tightened his hands into fists. And if he can't find you on the bridge, he'll enter Nami no Kuni dash. And search for us there. Naruto realized. He then tightened his own hands into fists. And maybe kill anybody he runs into along the way. What do we do then? Sakura asked quietly. The Konoha shinobi remained quiet for a moment. All three were trying to think of an appropriate action that they could take. After a few seconds, Naruto pointed in the direction of Nami no Kuni. Sakura-chan, Kiba, Akamaru, I want you all to head back to Nami no Kuni. Alert any and all bridge workers along the way and tell them to go back home for a little bit, in case if this psycho decides to come that way. After that, stay in the village. He ordered. He then turned his head towards the direction towards the High no Kuni mainland. I'll go forward and take on the bastard. What? Sakura's eyes widened. Naruto, you just said that this guy is dash. I know I said he's trouble. But I can take him. I think I can. Naruto stated. But regardless, I want to make sure you both get out of here alive. I'm the captain here, so it's my job to get you all out alive. Even if I wasn't, I'm your guy's friend. I won't let anything happen to any of you. So just do as I ordered and get to safety, okay? Both Sakura and Kiba remained silent for a moment. A few more seconds passed by before Kiba let out a small chuckle. Hey Naruto, I know you probably don't know much about Kakashi-sensei, but he has a saying that he taught us that we all took to heart. The Inuzuka said, a small smile on his lips. It goes, those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. So, thanks for the order Captain, but you can go suck on your order. The Uzumaki shook his head. Kiba dash. He's right, you know. Sakura interrupted Naruto before he could start. We're all comrades and friends, Naruto. We aren't going to leave you behind to take on some psycho. We're here to help. Both genin looked at Naruto with determination in their eyes, planning on ignoring his order. Naruto opened his mouth to rebuke their statements, but he stopped himself as realization dawned on his face. You know, I'd do the same thing if I was ordered to stand back. He let out a small chuckle. Alright fine. You all can fight. Naruto verbally stated. His face, however, narrowed on them. First, though, I would like it if you all could do as I asked. Please, get all the bridge workers further back to Nami no Kuni. Just inform the first group you see them and tell them to tell everybody else. I'd want them to get to safety. After that, come back and help me fight. I'll still be alive by then. Understood. Both Kiba and Sakura nodded in understanding. Akamaru barked, voicing his own understanding. The members of Team 7 hurried backwards, heading to alert the first group of workers they could find. Naruto watched them leave for a few seconds before he turned his attention back to the remaining bridge ahead of him. his hands went over to all of his pockets, making sure he had all of his weapons and seals at reach. When feeling ready, he began to walk forward, preparing for an altercation. "Kurama, you ready for this?" he questioned, calling out to the Kyuubi. "Naturally," Kurama replied. "Don't use my chakra right away, though. Obviously use it if needed, but you said it yourself, based on your memories, he didn't seem like he recognized you as my Jinchuriki. Play it by ear and see how much you can do without my chakra." "Got it." Naruto nodded his head in agreement as he turned all of his focus back on the bridge in front of him. Naruto walked forward for roughly 5 minutes before he began to hear the sound of loud footsteps. He reached for 2 kunao, each of which had a different sealing tag attached to them, and prepared for battle. A few more seconds passed by before Haiden rushed in. The gray-haired man was grinning manically, gripping his scythe tight in his hands. "You! I knew you'd be on the bridge!" he exclaimed loudly, laughing slightly. "Finally have the balls to face me face to face instead of using more clones." "Humph!" Naruto scoffed. "I just sent those clones out to let me know if anything was ahead of me. And they let me know that some mouthy dumbass was lurking around the corner. Fuck you, kid." Haiden spat out. "You think you're hot shit, huh? I hope you are. You're going to make a nice sacrifice for Jashin-sama." Haiden proceeded to rush forward. Within moments, he was directly in front of Naruto, much to his surprise. "He's fast," the Uzumaki realized. Haiden swung his scythe directly for Naruto's shoulder, but he managed to jump up into the air, just in time to avoid the attack. "However, he's not as fast as Yagura. If I could get away from him, then I can get away from this asshole," Naruto said, smirking slightly as he pocketed his kunao and started to make hand signs, wind style, "Great breakthrough." Naruto breathed out a massive gust of wind from his mouth directly at Haiden's body. A smirk developed on the Akatsuki member's face, however, as he managed to jump out of the way of the attack. "Your clone tried that on me. I'm not gonna fall for the same shit twice," Haiden taunted. Haiden swung the scythe in the air towards Naruto's airborne body. Unable to maneuver his body out of the way, Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a kunao with a sealing tag attached to it. He then held the kunao out in front of him and made a hand sign with his left hand. "Fuinjutsu, Protective Winds." The seal activated, glowing a bright, light blue color. The seal then released massive blades of wind that surrounded Naruto's body, forming a protective barrier. Haiden's scythe flew through the air towards the winds, but it made direct contact with them and was blown backwards, unable to pierce the barrier. A scowl developed on Haiden's face as he tugged on the wire attached to his scythe, redirecting it back at the barrier. Once again, the winds rejected it, sending it flying in the opposite direction. "I did it. I did the seal right. Thank you, Masakadoji-san." Naruto grinned as he proceeded to bite his thumb lightly, causing it to bleed. "Now that I have some time to do something, however, I'll get a little backup." As Naruto's body fell downward, he ran through a series of hand signs. Upon reaching the bridge's surface, the protective barrier of winds vanished. He then slammed the palm of his hand on the bridge. A poof of smoke filled the air before a large, familiar, magenta-colored toad, wielding a Sajumata and a shield, appeared on the battlefield. "Hey, Gameiken. Looks I got to summon you again," Naruto said cheerfully at the toad. Gameiken looked momentarily back and forth between Naruto and Haiden before nodding his head. "It's nice to see you again, Naruto." Gameiken greeted as he tightened his grip on his Sajumata. "I am sorry for not being as useful as I could be in your last fight, but I have since gotten tougher and I hope to be more valuable this time." "No, it's fine. We were against Masakadoji-san. Don't worry about that," Naruto replied. He then proceeded to make a hand sign. "However, I hope you don't mind if I buff up our numbers a little bit more." Shadow Clone Jutsu. Another poof of smoke filled the area. Within an instant, Naruto and Gameiken were joined by 100 clones of Naruto. They all got into position to charge forward and attack. Haiden tugged on his scythe, bringing it back to his side. The Akatsuki member was grinning as he looked from one clone to the next, as if trying to find the original. "You think you're so tough, having all of those clones in a giant frog by your side. Haydn taunted with a snort. I'm a toad. Gamaken corrected loudly, narrowing his eyes. I don't give a fuck what you are. You're going to be a corpse in a moment. Haydn declared as he gripped his scythe tightly. You have the numbers advantage? Well, I have a god behind me. Let's see what really is stronger. Just know that the moment I land my first attack, I win this goddamn fight. With that statement, Haydn charged forward towards the multiple Naruto clones. He quickly impaled one clone with his scythe, causing it to dissipate instantaneously. 5 clones then jumped around him and made hand signs before releasing a gust of wind from their mouths directly at Haydn. The Akatsuki member, however, jumped in the air to avoid the attack. He swung his scythe downward, directly at one of the 5 clones, causing it to disappear. Haydn then spun the wire attached to his scythe, causing it to move in a clockwise pattern through the other 4 clones, destroying them all upon contact. A smug grin developed on Haydn's face. He opened his mouth to make a comment, but he stopped himself as he looked upward. Gamaken was now in the air, directly above him, gripping his Sajumata. He swung the weapon downward, directly at Haydn's body. The Akatsuki member, however, made a pulling gesture on the wire, causing his body to fly downward towards his scythe, barely avoiding the toad's attack. Upon reaching his scythe, Haydn stood up and prepared to go on the offensive again. Before he could, however, one of the Naruto clones rushed up to him. It delivered a punch to his face, knocking him backwards slightly. 3 more clones quickly rushed to Haydn's floating body, delivering kicks to knock him up into the air. U dash. Zio dash. Ma dash. Ki. Another clone jumped off another one's back, flipping into the air directly above Haydn's face. It lifted its foot in the air, about to kick him downward and back to the clones underneath. Before his kick could make contact, however, Haydn reacted and grabbed the clone's foot. He then tossed the clone downward directly onto the body of the clone that it jumped off of. Both clones were immediately destroyed. Nice hit there, brat. I actually felt that. Haydn said with a smirk. I was right, I think you'll be a perfect sacrifice to Jashin-sama. Who the hell is this Jashin? Naruto questioned, rolling his eyes slightly. Kurama? Do you know? Don't think much about it. It's the god of his religion, apparently. The Kyuubi replied. Again, that's not a major concern. Look into that after you aren't fighting this guy. There's more to him than he's letting on, and I'm getting incredibly suspicious about what technique he has that is so powerful to win the battle after getting one hit. Naruto nodded his head in understanding before turning his attention back to the fight. Haydn was slicing through more of his clones. The Akatsuki member was jumping away from gusts of wind and blocking punches and kicks while returning them with cuts. He had now destroyed nearly half of Naruto's clones. The Uzumaki looked over briefly to Gamaken, who was analyzing the fight, trying to see when to jump in. The two exchanged a look before nodding at each other, understanding the other's train of thought. Gamaken waited a few more seconds, watching Haydn fight more clones. After seeing the man jump into the air to avoid another attack from one of the clones, Gamaken jumped forward, towards Haydn's body. The Akatsuki member, however, turned his body downward and pushed himself through the air, avoiding the toad's initial attack. Gamaken then proceeded to swing his Sajumata towards Haydn again. Haydn tried to get away, but he was accidentally hit slightly on his left arm. One of the spikes of the Sajumata stuck to his body as he managed to get away. Bastard! Haydn hissed in pain as he reached to remove the spike from his body. Exploding Sajumata attack. Instantly, the spike on Haydn's body exploded. The resulting blow sent him flying through the air off the bridge. There's my chance. Naruto realized. 2 of the remaining clones went to Naruto's side and picked him up. They proceeded to toss him through the air so that he was directly above Haydn's floating body. He quickly pulled out a kunai with a sealing tag and tossed it at Haydn. The kunai went into the man's back, causing him to hiss in pain. Naruto rapidly ran through a series of hand signs. Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation. The seal released a bright green light before releasing tornado-like winds. The winds rained into Haydn's back, forcing the man downward into the water underneath the bridge. The tornado continued to blow, keeping the man stuck at the bottom. Naruto landed safely on the water's surface. He then proceeded to jump back to the bridge and looked over the edge as he watched his tornado continued to blow, holding Hiden's body down. His clones and Gameken quickly rushed to his side, looking over the edge as well at the wind. With all the wind blowing on him and cutting him up, plus pinning him down underwater, I think it's safe to say he'll drown. Naruto realized. He let out a sigh of relief. Thank God. I was getting worried that he would do whatever technique he kept bragging about. Don't be too confident, Naruto. Kurama warned him. Those Akatsuki shinobi are supposed to be hunting us. I'm sure that he has more to him. I don't believe one of them would go down that easily. Naruto, once again, nodded in understanding at the Kyuubi's words. His eyes remained focused on the water. A few more moments passed by before the wind from his seal began to fade away. Naruto proceeded to tense up as he got back into a stance to fight. He's been underwater for a while now. If he hasn't drowned, he has to come out eventually or he will. Naruto realized, looking intently at the spot of water Hiden had been knocked down in. If you really are still alive, then where are you? As if responding to his question, a loud crash could be heard directly underneath Naruto. The blonde looked downward and his eyes widened. Hiden's scythe was rocketing forward from underneath the bridge, piercing the bridge's material. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki tried to jump away in time, but one of the scythe's blades made contact with his right shoulder, delivering a deep cut and drawing blood. He hissed in pain. Another second passed by before Hiden jumped forward from the hole he had created underneath the bridge. The remainder of Naruto's clones proceeded to jump him, but the Akatsuki member delivered a series of kicks as they approached him midair, knocking them all away as they reached him and dispelling them. Gameken jumped into the air again and swung his Sazumata at Hiden's body, but he pulled on his scythe's wiring, pulling his body directly towards the scythe and avoiding the toad's attack once again. Upon landing on the bridge again, Naruto got a good look at Hiden's body. His Akatsuki cloak was torn up, revealing his bare chest to him. Hiden's back had many cuts on it, with blood pouring freely from it. Naruto could also now see the Yugaku or forehead protector tied around Hiden's neck, with the slash through it signifying his position as a missing shinobi. That fucking hurt, bastard. God, I can still feel water up my lungs. And my back's all fucked up now. Can't believe that I let a little shit like you draw first blood on me. Hiden hissed at him. Despite the clear anger in his tone of voice, a malicious grin developed on the man's face as he brought his scythe towards him. Naruto's blood was still dripping from one of the blades. However, I still managed to make a hit on you. It's time for you to die. Hiden quickly brought the scythe to his mouth. He took a lick of Naruto's blood, which caused his grin to grow wider. Hiden's appearance proceeded to change, his skin turned black and white, bone-like markings began to appear. What? Naruto's eyes widened at the sight of the man's appearance. What the hell is this? It's the beginning of the end for you, you little shit. Hiden snorted as he bent down slightly. The Akatsuki member placed his right hand over the open wounds on his back, coating it with his blood. He then rubbed his hand over the ground in a clockwise pattern. Naruto, not knowing what the man was doing, quickly pulled out another kunai with a sealing tag attached to it and threw it at the man's head. Naruto was expecting Hiden to jump out of the way to avoid the kunai. Instead, Hiden extended his left hand, catching the kunai with his open palm. The weapon pierced his skin, causing more blood to fall from the new wound. What on earth? A chill ran down Naruto's spine as he processed what he was seeing. Why did he do that? Why does he not care about his own wounds? Heh, thanks for that, brat. I could use a little more blood. Hiden replied with a smirk as he reached with his right hand to pull out the kunai. Naruto immediately returned to reality after that comment and made a hand sign. The tag lit up for a moment before exploding in Hiden's face. Smoke covered the area. A few seconds passed by before it cleared up. Once it did, Hiden remained at his spot, seemingly unaffected by the explosion. How? Naruto's eyes widened. What is going dash? The words on his tongue died as he noticed what was present underneath Hiden. The man was now standing in the center of a red circle, created from his own blood. There was a triangle present within the circle. The symbol was exactly identical to the pendant that the Akatsuki member was wearing around his neck. "I'll start this slow, brat," Haydn taunted as he reached into his pants and pulled out a retractable spear. He then extended it outward. "Repent now and pray that Jashin-sama won't damn you to the deepest pits of hell." With that statement, Haydn forced the spear into his side, releasing a massive pool of blood. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight. "What's he?" Naruto's thoughts died instantly as an unexpected burst of pain shot through his body. "Ah!" The blonde immediately reached for his side. He looked down to his side to see what had happened, but it was seemingly fine with no wound present. Despite that, the pain was still present. "What the hell?" he hissed, ignoring the sensation and glaring at Haydn. "What did you do?" "It's not why I've done, you little shit. It's what Jashin-sama has done," Haydn exclaimed, laughing loudly. Gameiken glared at the laughing Akatsuki member before charging directly at Haydn, gripping his Sajumata tightly in his hands. He swung the weapon directly at Haydn's body, but the Akatsuki member quickly reached for his scythe and blocked the attack, still standing still at the center of his circle. Upon blocking it, Gameiken ignited one of the spikes on his weapon, causing it to explode. "Ah!" Naruto screamed. "Naruto!" Gameiken's eyes widened as he jumped away and looked back to his summoner. As earlier, Naruto felt pain rush through his body. The sensation of his body burning, as if a large explosion had just occurred point blank in front of him, rushed over his body. He felt some patches of his skin start to brown, as if he really had been hit by a real explosion. The pain nearly overwhelmed the blonde. He fell to one knee as he looked out to the explosion. Once the dust clouds faded away, Haydn remained still in his place, laughing loudly. His body, too, seemed to have brown marks over the white skeletal markings, but unlike Naruto, he didn't seem affected. "Oh man, that hurt like a fucking bitch, but I'm sure you know exactly how badly that hurt," Haydn declared, his laughter getting louder. "That's the main reason why I'm glad Jashin-sama still allows me to feel pain, just so I can understand what little shits like you experience in your final moments. It makes everything all the more sweeter for me." Naruto could not give a verbal response. He proceeded to breathe heavily as he forced himself back on his 2 feet. Gameiken's attack hurt me. His own attacks on himself hurt me. I can't do anything to him without hurting me, Naruto realized as he shook his own head. How the hell am I supposed to do anything to him? And how isn't he affected by any of this? He should be killing himself too like this. Kid, if I had to take a guess, I'd say he probably can't be killed through conventional methods. Based off the way he's talking, he's probably done this to a couple of people. I doubt he'd die if he stabbed his own heart. Kurama answered as he began to piece together what Haydn's fighting style was really like. The fox was now starting to sound slightly panicked. It probably explains why he wouldn't drown when you held him down. But just because he can't die it doesn't mean I can't. He can kill me at any time. Realization dawned on Naruto's face. Damn it, there's gotta be a way to get out of this. Naruto's eyes quickly focused on Haydn, trying to find some way to defeat his jutsu. They quickly moved towards the blood circle that the man was standing in. Naruto then immediately recalled what Haydn did after getting his first blood. He drew the circle. That's it. I need to force him out of that circle, he realized. Naruto. The Uzumaki took a moment to look back. Sakura, Kiba, and Akamaru were rushing over to his side from the other side of the bridge. The three had returned from warning the bridge workers and were now prepared to join his side. What's that? More Konoha shinobi? Oh, this is just my lucky day. Haydn exclaimed loudly as he held out his extendable spear. Guess I'll have to cut it short with you, Blondie. I'm going to have focus on the others now, so it's time for you to die. Fuck, I need to blow him out of that circle. Naruto shook his head as he began channeling more chakra into his mouth. Kurama, please, channel as much of your chakra into me. I'm going to need everything I can possibly get to make sure I have enough to blow him out before he kills me. I don't believe that great breakthrough technique is enough. I have an idea. Kurama said as he channeled chakra through Naruto's body. No hand signs needed, Concentrate as much wind-style chakra in your mouth and slam your hands into your stomachs. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. Kurama's red chakra quickly surrounded his body, altering his appearance, causing his eyes to change to red and his fingernails and teeth to sharpen into claws and fangs. A red cloak of chakra completely surrounded his body and 6 tails of chakra started to flow directly behind him. Haiden cocked his head to the side, looking more intently at Naruto. That's some unholy chakra if I've ever seen some. That's the chakra of one of those fucking Biju. This kid, is he actually a Jinchuriki? Once the Kyuubi's chakra was completely surrounding him, Naruto concentrated as much chakra into his mouth as he slammed his fists directly into his stomach. Wind style, drilling air bullets. The Kyuubi shouted the name of the technique in Naruto's mind. Naruto immediately released multiple powerful, fast-moving bullets of compressed air directly at Haiden. The Akatsuki member held out the staff was prepared to stab himself, but the first bullets made contact with his chest, knocking him back slightly. 2 more followed behind and hit Haiden in the same location. The force was enough to knock the man backwards, pushing him out of the seal. The Uzumaki fell to his knees. It felt as if the wind was knocked entirely out of him, as if he had been hit by all 3 bullets as well. God, that hurt. He shook his head. Thank God he's out of that seal, though. Now, I need to make sure he never gets back on it. Gameiken, please, don't let that man step back on that circle. Please. Naruto requested the toad. Understood. Gameiken nodded his head before charging forward at Haiden's body, gripping his Sajumata tightly. As Naruto began to pull himself off the ground, Sakura, Kiba, and Akamaru finally arrived at his side. The 3 were all gaping at Naruto and his fox-like appearance. Naruto, what is dash? Sakura began to question. Please, don't focus on that now. Focus on fending off this asshole. Naruto requested them, still trying to focus on standing up. The genin turned their attention back to Haiden and Gameiken. The toad swung his Sajumata at Haiden, but the Akatsuki shinobi managed to jump into the air. He attempted to land back on the blood seal he had created, but Gameiken quickly jumped over to the circle and swung his Sajumata again at the approaching man. Haiden was forced, once again, to jump away and place distance. Fuck you, frog. Let me get back to the seal and let me complete my ritual. Haiden demanded. I'm a toad. Gameiken replied sternly. And I will not. I'm not going to let you hurt Naruto anymore. As Haiden charged at Gameiken once again, Kiba, Akamaru, and Sakura turned their attention back to Naruto. The blonde had finally pulled himself off the ground and his breathing was returning to normal. That creepy guy has some weird ability that lets him inflict pain on other people, so don't let him hit you even once. If he draws blood, he can make you all feel the same pain he feels. Naruto said with a frown. He also seems to be immortal. Immortal? Sakura's eyes widened. Then how are we supposed to fight him? I'm trying to figure that out myself. Naruto replied, frowning slightly. I guess like just putting a stop to him. Make him so he can't fight. By decapitating him or something. Kiba offered. A smirk developed on his face. Cause Akamaru and I can definitely have a role in that. Akamaru barked in agreement. Kiba proceeded to get down on the ground as his physical features became more wild and animalistic while Akamaru jumped onto his back. Akamaru proceeded to change shapes, turning into a replica of Kiba with the same animalistic appearance. Just leave it to us. We'll play safe and get him cut up in no time. Kiba declared sharply. Just be careful. Naruto ordered. Don't let him either of you even once. Akamaru nodded his now human-shaped head as he jumped off Kiba's back. They then started to rush forward, looking for even the slightest of openings. What can I do, Naruto? Sakura asked. Naruto opened his mouth to respond, but a thought occurred to him. His eyes widened in realization. Sakura-chan, you were always the great student who knows everything. Do you know what Jashin is? He questioned. Instantly, a scowl developed on her face. I read a book about it once, yeah. Creepy as hell religion dash. You know what it is? Yes. Naruto proceeded to grin at her. You know some genjutsu top, you said. Try using some genjutsu on him in relation to his religion. This guy seems absolutely obsessed with it. I'm sure there's a way you could use a genjutsu and get him to fall for it. Just be safe and keep your distance from him. It's the same thing I told Kiba, do not let him hit you even once. Sakura nodded her head in understanding. She then moved forward, trying to concentrate on preparing a genjutsu. Naruto, now that he was by himself, turned his attention to Kurama. Since I know all of those attacks I took was internal, how badly was I damaged? How careful should I be? Naruto asked the fox. Relatively bad, but it's nothing that can't be healed. My chakra is already taking care of most of it. So long as he doesn't get the chance to go back into that seal and attack you like that again, you should be fine. The Kyuubi informed him. Take advantage of your toad blocking him off. Tear through that bastard. Naruto smirked in response as he rushed forward at the Akatsuki member. And what is this? As Haiden engaged the Konoha shinobi on the Great Konoha Bridge, a creature started to slowly lurk its head from the bridge's surface, behind the battle. The creature's head resembled a Venus flytrap, with green plant-like appendages with spikes on the inside that encases its head. It possessed a human-like head that was colored two different colors, one half was black and the other was white. The creature was also wearing the same black cloak with red clouds that Haiden was wearing. What is Haiden doing out here by himself with Kakuzu? And fighting a Jinchuriki by himself? The white side of the creature's face asked itself. What do you think, Black Zetsu? You don't have to refer to me as that. You don't even have to refer to me in general. We are both Zetsu in this form. The black side of the creature's face responded. Regardless, I don't know. I don't know why Haiden is out by himself or engaging the Kyuubi Jinchuriki like he is trying to kill it. That would go against our master's plan if he dies. We should probably intervene. White Zetsu noted. It would be an inconvenience, but I don't believe Haiden will kill him. Black Zetsu answered. As a matter of fact, I'm expecting him to lose this fight. But that doesn't make sense. White Zetsu frowned in response. Surely you feel the chakra signatures. The other two Konoha shinobi aren't strong enough to defeat him. That is true, but this is Haiden we are talking about. He's overconfident just because he can't die in battle. He hasn't learned how threatening a mindset like that is to his livelihood. Black Zetsu shook his head. A smirk then developed on his face. We aren't going to intervene. As a matter of fact, I am hoping that the does lose. Perhaps a loss will actually teach Haiden that he needs to be more careful and take his duty as a member of Akatsuki seriously. If you say. White Zetsu mumbled his response, frowning more in response. The creature did not speak to itself any longer. Zetsu remained focused on the battle, making sure to see what was happening. Let me back on the fucking seal, damn it. Haiden growled as he swung his scythe at Gameken. The toad remained steady on the ground, blocking the Akatsuki member's assault with his Sajumata. Haiden's eyes seemed to redden in anger as his scythe began to glow a faint, black color. He remained focused on pushing back on Gameken's defense. After a few seconds, he managed to push back with enough force, knocking the toad off balance. Gameken's eyes widened at the action. What dash? Heh, fuck you. Haiden snorted, laughing slightly as he stepped back onto the seal. I can increase the force of my scythe by just applying my chakra into it. You won't be able to hold me back. Wind style, drilling air bullets. Haiden looked over and saw Naruto approaching him. The blonde had released another barrage of air bullets directly at him. A smug smirk developed on Haiden's face as he jumped high into the air, avoiding the attacks. Heh, it's like I said earlier, you little shit, I'm not stupid and don't fall for the same attack twice. I'm not going to let you blow me out of my seal again. Haiden shouted in glee. The Akatsuki shinobi was about to land back on the ground directly on his seal, but Kiba and Akamaru jumped forward. The Inuzuka and his partner began to spin, rotating their bodies at a rapid pace. Ninja art of beast mimicry, fang over fang. Kiba's and Akamaru's rotating bodies formed what appeared to be tornadoes that closed in on Haiden's floating body. They rushed him before he made contact with his seal and slammed against the bridge's surface away from the seal. Their rotation continued, holding the man down in his place and cutting into his skin. Haiden's body began to release more blood as Kiba and Akamaru pressed against him. Haiden, however, grinned in response. After a few seconds, he rolled his body out of the way, managing to pull himself away from Kiba's and Akamaru's assault. Now that he was free, he then swung his scythe at the rotating tornadoes, ending their rotations. Kiba managed to block the scythe with his claws. Haiden, however, quickly applied a little more force, causing the scythe to overpower Kiba. It then cut into his shoulder, causing him to hiss in pain. Interesting technique. I can tell you're still a weak one, but you had some force behind that. I like that. Haiden explained as he brought the scythe to his tongue. I showed the Jinchuriki the effects of Jashin-sama, so it's only fair I do the same to you. Prepare for hell, kid. As Haiden was about to lick Kiba's blood, Sakura pulled out a kunao with an explosive tag attached to it and threw it at him. The kunao landed on the ground directly underneath him. Haiden looked down in time just as the tag activated, hitting with the explosion. Burn marks were starting to develop on Haiden's skin as he glared at Sakura. There's only so much pain I can take without it being delivered to others. You all are really starting to piss me off. Haiden hissed as he turned his head to face his seal. I'd run away if I were you, bitch. After I kill these other guys, you're as good as fucking dead. Sakura gave no reply, she instead began rushing through Hansing's. Haiden ignored her, however, and licked Kiba's blood from his scythe before rushing forward towards his seal. Gamaken immediately jumped between him and the seal and swung his Sajumata downward at him. Haiden proceeded to toss his scythe up into the air and pulled on the wire, causing him to rocket upward into the air, avoiding Gamaken's attack. He then fell on the ground towards his seal. Naruto, however, tossed a kunao with a sealing tag. It landed directly on the seal. He then made a series of hand signs, Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, Hurricane Manifestation. The seal immediately released tornado-like winds upward, directly at Haiden's body. The Akatsuki member hissed in pain as the wind proceeded to cut into him. The winds also prevented him from falling further downward, keeping him away the seal. I got more where that came from. Naruto shouted as he tossed another kunao with a sealing tag at the same spot. Naruto ran through the same hand signs, causing the seal to light up again and release another tornado upward at Haiden's floating body. More winds cut into his body, causing more and more blood to fall out and keeping him afloat. Fucking bastard. No, fuck the Akatsuki for this moment. Fuck Kakuzu. I don't give a shit that he's a Jinchuriki, I'm sacrificing him to Jashin-sama for this. Haiden declared, his eyes narrowing in anger. The Akatsuki shinobi proceeded to apply chakra directly into his scythe. He then used all of his physical strength to resist the wind holding him in place and tossed his scythe downward. The scythe managed to move through the tornado-like winds and embed itself into the bridge, where the seal was. Haiden then pulled on the wire of the scythe, dragging him through the wind. He landed on his seal, the wind still cutting into him. A smug grin developed on his face as he relished the pain. Ah! Naruto and Kiba immediately shouted in pain. Both Konoha shinobi fell to the ground, feeling as if multiple blades of wind were cutting into them. They could both actually feel cuts beginning to develop on their skin. Naruto quickly made a hand sign, despite the pain, cancelling his jutsus. The winds surrounding Haiden vanished. The Akatsuki member was now standing upright on his seal, looking cockily at them. How'd that feel, brats? Enjoy that pain. Haiden taunted as he reached into his pants and pulled out another retractable spear. I hope you all did, and I hope you're both ready for the never-ending pain you will find in hell. Sakura proceeded to finish her hand signs, demonic illusion, collapsing reality. As Haiden was about to stab his heart with his spear, he stopped himself as he noticed the seal he was standing under began to fade. His eyes widened as the seal completely vanished. What? Where did dash? The sky around him darkened slightly. All eyes turned to the sky as a creature fell down from the heavens. A large, towering man with red-colored skin, bulging eyes that appeared to be falling out of their eye sockets, and a long, black beard fell to the ground. He wore traditional robes and had a pendant around his neck in the shape of a triangle in the center of a circle. The man also carried a large scythe. What? There's no way. Haiden's eyes widened as he looked at the man. Jashin-sama? Is the end of the world upon us? The man, identified as Jashin, looked down upon Haiden's body. His red face contorted into a scowl. You have not honored me with enough sacrifices as you have promised. I have given you blessings in your life and you have the gall to not follow through with them. Jashin sneered, his voice foreboding. He then raised his scythe upward, as if he was about to swing it. You are not worthy of my blessings. You only deserve a place in hell amongst the other false followers and non-believers. Haiden's eyes widened. Fear rushed through his body as he took a few steps forwards towards Jashin and bowed slightly. Please, my lord, have mercy. Haiden begged. I am trying to sacrifice these 3 for you. I'll find more sacrifices. Please Jashin-sama. Jashin gave no verbal reply. Haiden looked up at his god in fear when a thought all of a sudden occurred to him. Wait, this doesn't feel right. Sakura's genjutsu seemed to have taken effect. Haiden stopped his attempts to stab himself and walked forward out of his seal before falling to his knees in some form of prayer. Now's our chance. Naruto declared. The Uzumaki shared a look between Kiba and Akamaru, who nodded their heads. Kiba and Akamaru quickly rotated their bodies, forming tornado-like objects. Naruto, meanwhile, channeled chakra into his hands and formed an orb of rotating chakra in his right hand. He then jumped to one side of Haiden and charged forward while Kiba and Akamaru closed in on the other. Ninja art of beast mimicry, fang over fang. Raise non. Haiden finally pulled himself out of the genjutsu just as both Kiba's and Naruto's jutsus connected. Kiba's and Akamaru's spinning body collided against Haiden's chest and stomach while Naruto's raise non collided against his back. Ah! The Akatsuki member screamed in pain. Both Konoha shinobi continued using their jutsus, applying more force as they attacked him. Haiden tried to pull himself away, but the pain from both jutsus seemed too much for him. A few seconds passed by before the force proved too much and Haiden's body split. Haiden's waist, his torso, and his head and neck were separated from each other. Blood flew everywhere after the man's bodies fell to the ground. Naruto, Kiba, and Akamaru finally stopped their assault and looked at the damage they did. Oh, my God! Sakura felt herself about to throw up as she walked closer to the group. Naruto and Kiba did not saying for a few moments. They just looked back and forth from different parts of Haiden's body. They then looked at each other and shook their head. I've never done this before to somebody. I know I said I could decapitate him for you but... Kiba's voice started to draw out as he looked away. Yeah. I hear you. Naruto nodded his head, shaking his head. He then turned his head to Sakura. You got the genjutsu placed on him. I did. Sakura replied, still trying to overcome the urge to throw up. I used a jutsu very similar to the hell viewing technique that Kakashi-sensei taught me, only it's a little harder to detect. I played on the little knew about Jashinism and I gave him a vision of his god talking down to him. She proceeded to shake her head as she looked more closely at his body. I think he started to realize he was in a genjutsu quickly, but I distracted him just long enough for you guys to do something. Naruto looked as if he was about to say something, but the words died on his lips as he noticed the eyes on Haiden's head open up. They narrowed in anger on Sakura. The only thing you did was commit blasphemy of the highest order. Bitch. I will fucking tear out your heart with my own goddamn teeth. Haiden screamed. Sakura immediately screamed, backing up slightly at the sight of Haiden's head talking. Naruto and Kiba openly gaped at the man. The Inyazuka, now, felt the urge to throw up. He brought his hands to his mouth, resisting the urge. How the hell are you still alive? Naruto shouted in anger. I told you, Jashin-sama has blessed me. I can't die, you fuckers. Haiden roared. His eyes then focused on Naruto and narrowed. You've made a grave mistake, Jinchuriki. The rest of Akatsuki will find you and tear out that goddamn beast out of you and you will die, spending the rest of your miserable afterlife in hell. Despite still feeling disgust at what they had seen, both Sakura and Kiba seemed confused and interested by Haiden's comment. They both turned their head towards Naruto, who was now starting to feel uncomfortable. A scowl quickly developed on his face as he went over to Haiden's face and grabbed it. "What are you doing? Unhand me, you bastard!" Haiden demanded. "Hey Sakura, Kiba, do me a favor and toss the rest of his body over the bridge," Naruto requested. Both Sakura and Kiba nodded in understanding. The two genin appeared uncomfortable, but they did as Naruto asked. Both shinobi quickly tossed over Haiden's waist and his torso deep under the water. Haiden's eyes widened as he noticed Naruto tighten his grip on his hair. "Gee goddamn you!" the Akatsuki shinobi hissed. "What? You gonna toss my head over the edge too?" "Nah." Naruto snorted in response. "You apparently live forever anyway. Might as well take you back to Konoha and see if the TNI department can pry some information out of ya. After all, you're Akatsuki, aren't you?" "The fuck? No." Haiden spat. "I'm not telling you shit about anything. That's not for you to decide." Naruto grumbled. The Uzumaki quickly placed the head on the bridge. He then pulled out a blank scroll. He took out a pen and began writing seals on it. "You are really going to take him back with us?" Sakura questioned, looking at Naruto in surprise. "Yup. Trust me, this guy may just be talking shit right now, but he knows things. He knows things that will maybe help save lives if we know them," Naruto said definitively. "Fuck you." Haiden continued to hiss. Naruto opened his mouth to fire back, but before he could say anything, something jumped onto the ground next to Haiden's head. "Zetsu." Haiden's eyes widened at the sight of the creature. Zetsu gave no immediate verbal reply. It proceeded to kick Naruto away hard, knocking the sealing scroll out of his hands and into the water. It then proceeded to pick up Haiden's hand. "My, Haiden, you got yourself into a pickle, haven't you? You're lucky we managed to get here just in time," White Zetsu commented with a chuckle. Haiden opened his mouth to speak. "Save it, we're not here for your excuses. We can discuss those later," Black Zetsu said sharply. Hey. Stop!" Kiba shouted. Both Kiba and Naruto charged forward at the Venus flytapper creature, trying to re-obtain Haiden's head. The creature, however, vanished just as the two attacked. They ended up nearly colliding against each other, forcing them to stop their attacks. They then looked around the area. What was that thing?" Sakura questioned, bringing her hands to her face in surprise. "I don't know and I have no clue where it went." Kiba hissed as he tried to sniff the air. "I can't track its scent." Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto quickly created 100 clones. "Search the area. Find that thing." The clones quickly rushed off in pursuit of Zetsu and Haiden's head. With the clones gone, Naruto immediately rushed to the side of the bridge. "Gameiken, help me out. We need to get rest of the body," Naruto shouted. The toad nodded his head in understanding. The two then proceeded to jump off the side of the bridge into the water. Kiba, Akamaru, and Sakura waited on the bridge for them to come back up. Roughly a full minute passed by before Naruto reappeared, gasping for air. "Did you find the body?" Kiba shouted. Naruto jumped back onto the bridge, breathing heavily. It took him a few seconds to catch his breath before nodding his head. "Yeah. I just couldn't pick it up. I was running out of breath," he admitted, still panting hard. "Gameiken's bringing it up." On cue, Gameiken jumped out of the war, holding Haiden's body and waist in his hands. He sat the two parts of the body on the ground. Naruto immediately pulled out another scroll to seal the parts of the body away, but just as he pulled out the scroll, Zetsu reappeared. The creature was no longer holding Haiden's head in its hands and was now looking at the body parts Gameiken had tossed. "Oh, you found them. Thanks, you saved us a swim," White Zetsu said, grinning slightly. Gameiken responded by charging at the creature, holding his Sajumata tightly in his hands. He swung the weapon downward, but Zetsu quickly faded into the bridge, disappearing. It then reappeared directly behind Haiden's body parts. It quickly grabbed one chunk with its right hand and the other with its left hand. "This is heavy." White Zetsu frowned. "We're giving Haiden shit for this," Black Zetsu noted. Who the fuck are you? Naruto demanded as he rushed forward at the two. The blonde extended his right hand. An orb of chakra began to develop and spun rapidly. He tried to slam the jutsu into the creature's body, but Zetsu quickly sunk into the surface of the bridge, disappearing once again. Naruto's jutsu failed to connect. Our name - White Zetsu began. Is not important. Black Zetsu finished. You got lucky that Hyden is an idiot, Jinchuriki. Next time, you won't be so lucky. With those words, Zetsu completely vanished. Naruto's eyes quickly scanned the area around them, looking for any signs of them. Unfortunately, there was no sign. It was as if Zetsu and Hyden had not even been there. God damn it. He shook his head. They got away. Sakura, Kiba, and Akamaru walked forward to Naruto's side, frowning slightly in confusion. Gameiken, however, looked down in shame. They're all gone, then. I apologize. The toad declared, unable to look upward. I am sorry for not being much assistance again, Naruto. I seem to still be too clumsy to be useful to you. Naruto immediately turned his attention back to Gameiken and shook his head. No, don't say that. You were a tremendous help fighting that man. Don't say that. Gameiken shook his head slightly, but he did finally look up at Naruto and smiled at the compliment. He quickly disappeared in a poof of smoke, returning back to his home. With the toad gone, Naruto finally made a hand sign and stopped channeling the Kyuubi's chakra. His physical appearance turned back to normal. He then sighed in relief before turning his attention back to his team. I'm sorry about all of that. Are you two alright? He questioned. I'm fine. I don't think he ever got a chance to attack me really. He was too focused on you guys. Sakura said with a sigh. I feel sick though. Same. And I hurt like hell. I don't know what technique he did to me, but it hurt like a bitch and it still hurts. Kiba said with a frown. Akamaru turned back into his normal appearance. The little dog walked over to his partner and licked Kiba's leg affectionately. The Inuzuka smiled in response for a moment, before the smile turned right back into a frown. What was that plant thing, though? I have no clue. I haven't seen anything like that before. Naruto scowled. I'm pissed, though. It helped that man get away. We could have actually brought in someone from Akatsuki and it just popped out of nowhere to save him. The three remained quiet for a moment. It took Naruto a few seconds before he finally calmed down. Kiba and Sakura, however, seemed more confused than anything else. Naruto, he said something about you being a Jinchuriki. Sakura noted. Yeah. Kiba commented, frowning slightly. He also said dash. Guys, do you mind if we get back on the road for a bit? Naruto questioned, interrupting Kiba. I kinda want us to get back on track towards Konoha. That guy sidetracked us for a while and, now, we have some dangerous stuff we need to report about. Once we stop for the night, I'll answer your questions. Sakura and Kiba both frowned in response, but nodded their heads in understanding. With that, the Konoha shinobi returned on their path. They continued back on the bridge towards Hinokuni and Konoha, as if the events on the bridge had not just occurred. Okay, I made my decision. I'm sticking to it. Anko told herself as she walked through Konoha towards her destination. The Jonin had been struggling with her decision for a while. She had realistic reasons for wanting to pass on the snake contract to both Shikamaru and Hinata. She felt the summons would actually suit both. For Shikamaru, she felt the snakes would suit his tactical mind. He could make very good use of snake-related jutsus to poison enemies and he would definitely know how to tactically use them. Anko was personally convinced that he could use them in a much more tactical way than she could. Hinata, on the other hand, was someone with a lot of flexibility who redesigned the gentle fist to fit her own personal fighting style. Her innate flexibility would complement the snake-related jutsus well and could help her move around the battlefield easier in tangent with her own fighting style. Both shinobi would benefit from the extra firepower associated with a summoning contract. Both would respect Mamushi's wishes and not abuse and constantly summon snakes. Both were ideal candidates. Maybe I should reconsider. No, Anko shook her head. I made my decision. I spent all night thinking about it. I know who is getting the contract. I can't talk myself out of this. The Jonin remained firm as she walked through Konoha, preparing to meet up with her student to hand them the summoning contract. It took her nearly a half hour before she finally arrived at her destination, the Hyuga clan estate. She quickly entered the estate, was greeted by a branch family Hyuga, and was escorted to a larger training area. A few seconds passed by before she was greeted by Hinata and Hayashi, who were drinking a cup of tea. Anko-sensei? Hinata questioned upon seeing her. Anko-san, it is a pleasure to see you. Hayashi bowed his head slightly at the woman. My daughter and I are currently taking a break from training. I ask, if you do not mind, if you keep this visit brief, for we are probably going to get back to training soon. Don't worry. This won't take long. Anko replied, bowing politely at the Hyuga clan head. She then turned to face Hinata. I have something I would like to offer to your daughter, actually. What is it, Anko-sensei? Hinata questioned. I need to pass down the snake summoning contract to my student. It's my duty to. Anko declared, placing her right hand over her chest. I thought long and hard about which one of my students would benefit the most from it. I honestly believe that you would. So, I am here to ask you, do you want to sign the contract? Hinata's eyes widened at the question. She was so shocked that she nearly dropped the teacup in her hands. Me? A snake summoner? She questioned quietly. Why? I think it would best suit you. I think while Shikamaru could use them for tactics, I think they'd suit your overall fighting style better. Your natural flexibility would make you ideal for the snakes to teach you how to use their jutsus. Plus, they'd provide you with a lot of force behind your techniques. Anko noted with a smile. Her eyes then narrowed slightly as she looked at Hinata seriously. However, I have another reason. The snake summoning clan's last main summoner was Orochimaru. Under his name, they were summoned constantly and forced to do a lot of dirty work that resulted in a lot of casualties and shame to their clan. They're a clan that has suffered a lot. Honestly, I believe the clan needs a summoner that is truly kind and gentle. Somebody who will use them properly, yes, but also somebody who could genuinely help them build up their reputation again and be a warm presence that can help the clan. I think the best person for that job is you. Hinata remained quiet as Anko elaborated on her reasoning. The Chunin looked downward, processing everything. I agree with your logic, Anko-san. Hayashi spoke up. His voice alerted Hinata, causing her to turn her attention to him. A smile developed on his face as he noticed his daughter's look. Hinata is quite the interesting young woman. She has a tenderness to her heart that I've only seen in her mother. I'm certain if you are looking for a person who can help be of aid to the snake summoning clan, it would be her. The Hyuga clan head proceeded to place his teacup down. He then walked to Hinata's side and placed his hand on her shoulder. It'd be a great honor, Hinata, to have the summoning contract for one used by one of the Sunin, even if it was Orochimaru. He informed her. Hinata nodded her head in response. She closed her eyes in thought. Both Anko and Hayashi stared at her intently, waiting for a response. After a few seconds, the Chunin opened her eyes and nodded her head. I do not know if I am the best choice for such an honor, but I accept it. Hinata said, smiling at her sensei. Heh. Humble as always. That's part of the reason why I think you are the best choice. Anko grinned. The Jonin proceeded to bite her thumb. She ran through a series of hand signs before slamming her open palm on the ground. A poof of smoke filled the room before Mamushi appeared in the room. Hinata's eyes widened as she looked at the large snake. The snake tried to extend herself, but she immediately was forced to lower her head to avoid hitting the ceiling. Anko-chan, you summoned me in a cramped place like this? Why? Mamushi grumbled as she tried to adjust to the room. Sorry. I got kinda excited. I should have probably asked if Hinata would come outside with me for a minute. Anko chuckled uneasily, rubbing the back of her head. She then quickly jumped in between the snake and Hinata. Mamushi-sama, this is Hyuga Hinata, the student I was talking to you about earlier. Hinata, this is Mamushi. Hinata took a moment to step forward in front of the snake. Her eyes looked up at the snake for a moment. A second passed by before she bowed. "It's an honor to meet you, Mamushi-sama," she said politely. My. A young woman who seems to know a thing or two about respect. I like that. Maybe you can teach something to Anko-chan. The snake commented with a smirk, causing Anko to scowl. "It is nice to meet you, Hinata-chan. I assume Anko-chan already talked to you. Are you ready to sign my clan's contract?" I am." Hinata nodded her head, letting a small smirk develop on her face. Mamushi's smirk turned into a more sincere smile. She then opened her mouth. A brown scroll proceeded to come out of her mouth. Her tongue grabbed onto it, preventing it from falling to the ground. She then set it down directly in front of the Hyuga Eris, extended it out. "Please draw blood and sign your name in blood," Mamushi requested. "Then, coat your fingers with your blood and place them on the scroll, giving us a record of your fingerprints." Hinata nodded her head in understanding. She then quickly pulled out a kunai and stabbed her finger slightly. She then began to sign the contract. "Hinata." Hayashi smiled as he watched his daughter finish signing her name. He then watched her getting her blood on her fingers. "I meant it, this is an incredible honor. I am proud of you." After slamming her own palm on the scroll, getting her fingerprints on them, Mamushi quickly rolled the scroll up and grabbed it with her tongue. She swallowed it once again. A smile developed on her face. "Everything is in order. Welcome to my clan, Hyuga Hinata," Mamushi declared. Sunset came rather quickly for Naruto, too quickly. Nevertheless, once time came, the group stopped their travels. They then proceeded to quickly set up camp. Kiba and Akamaru quickly caught fish while Naruto sent out clones to collect firewood. They then proceeded to cook the fish and began eating. Sakura, Kiba, and Akamaru, while eating, were looking at Naruto expectantly, waiting for him to speak. Naruto noticed their looks and sighed. "You're going to have to talk to them. You promised them information. You shouldn't have promised them anything if you didn't want to talk," Kurama informed Naruto within his mind. "Just talk to them about me and get it over with. It's pathetic seeing you so scared. If they judge you simply because you have me sealed in you, then they're not worth a second thought." Naruto resisted the urge to scowl after the Kyuubi's comment. Instead, he let out a sigh before turning his full attention to his fellow shinobi. "So, you know the word that man called me? Jinchuriki?" Naruto questioned them. Both Kiba and Sakura nodded their heads. "Do you know what it means?" "Nope." Kiba shook his head, frowning slightly. Akamaru whined in agreement. I do." Sakura, in contrast, nodded her head. "Of course you would." The Uzumaki let out a small, humorless chuckle. "If you know some facts about that psycho's religion from just reading in your spare time, you'd surely know something actually practical like that. I've read about it before in my spare time when looking into one of my favorite authors, actually, who was a Jinchuriki," Sakura said. "If you really are a Jinchuriki, then I think I can piece together what you want to say." "Of course you'd be able to." Naruto sighed. "I can't. I don't know what it means." "Don't leave me in the dark," Kiba requested, frowning slightly. "Being a Jinchuriki means I have a Biju sealed inside me," Naruto answered plainly. Kiba's eyes widened. Realization finally dawned in his head as he reflected on seeing Naruto's altered appearance on the bridge. "Not just any Biju though, am I right?" Sakura spoke up. She brought her hands together as her eyes narrowed on him. "The Yondaime didn't actually kill the Kyuubi, did he? He sealed it inside you." "Yep, you had everything figured out." Naruto, once again, sighed. It took a while to come to that realization. The academy told us that he killed the fox, so it simply couldn't be the case. But then again, what other Biju could you have in you if you really are a Jinchuriki born in Konoha? The Kunoichi had a frown on her face. "Naruto, why did the academy lie to us? Why didn't they come clean and just admit we had a new Jinchuriki? That was old man Hokage's idea." Because of the circumstances with the Kyuubi attack and the fact that I had it sealed in me when I was baby, not like a young kid or anything, he thought that if he put regulations on how many people knew about my status that were my age, it wouldn't prevent me from making my friends. Naruto's face twisted into a frown of his own. Jinchuriki are notoriously lonely, you know? They have difficulty making friends because nobody really trusts them. Everyone's afraid that they'll mess up and release the demon. The Hokage was just trying to help me with the law. He let out a small humorless laugh. Not like it helped much with kids our age, but I appreciate that he tried something. Both Sakura and Kiba were quiet after his words. Naruto looked downward to the ground, frowning. A few more seconds passed by before he heard footsteps. Naruto looked forward and saw that both Sakura and Kiba were walking closer to him. You know, it all makes sense. I always thought you had the scent of a fox. Kiba said with a small chuckle. Naruto's frown faded. In its place, the blonde now had a look of confusion. Huh. Everyone I know smells like some kind of animal. You always smelled like a fox. I didn't know why, cause they aren't horribly common in Konoha, but I guess that all makes sense if you have one sealed inside you. The Inuzuka stated with another chuckle. Guess I only got one question for you, Naruto. Why did you not want to tell us at the bridge? Why couldn't you tell us then? It's not because you thought we'd up and judge you or leave you or something, was it? Sakura interrupted Naruto, frowning slightly. Sorta. Naruto admitted, his frown returning. I was concerned that you two would be concerned about my ability to control the fox and dash. Naruto, even if I was concerned about stuff with you having the Kyuubi inside you, you displayed full control on the bridge. You were fine out there. Sakura retorted, shaking her head. Even if you really couldn't, I wouldn't judge you or something. You got chosen to do something for Konoha and hold the fox, so I can't judge you for how you do your job. You're still the same Naruto I grew up with. Nothing's going to change that. Kiba informed him sharply. Not you being a Jinchuriki or whatever the word is. Not you being Chunin or my team captain. Not even if you become the goddamn Hokage. A smirk developed on Kiba's face as he extended his fist outward. You're still the same dumbass that I goofed off with in class from time to time. Naruto's frown finally went away for good. The boy had a wide, sincere smile as he bumped fists with Kiba. I appreciate that, Kiba. Really do. He said with a chuckle. You're still the same old Naruto to me too. Sakura added with a giggle. A moment passed by before she frowned and looked down slightly. I'm sorry, if anything I did in the academy made you think I'd judge you for being a Jinchuriki. Sakura-chan, don't apologize for that. Naruto shook his head. I just know some people judge me. I wasn't assuming you would because of anything. It's just kinda a paranoid thought. The blonde's smile grew wider as he extended his fist out to her. Really? Don't apologize. If you say so. Sakura's frown disappeared as quickly as it came and a smile developed on her face as she also bumped fists with Naruto. So, out of curiosity Naruto, did you always know? Kiba asked. Naruto shook his head. A small smile developed on his face as he began to retell the story of finding out about the Kyuubi with Mizuki, while simultaneously finding out how good of friends Shikamaru and Hinata were. Sakura, Kiba, and Akamaru listened intently, wanting to learn more from the blonde. A knock sounded throughout the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked towards the door from his desk before coughing slightly. Come in. He said. The door to his office opened up. Jiraiya entered the room, followed behind by Tsunade. The blonde-haired woman had a scowl on her face and she crossed her arms over her chest the moment she saw the Sandaime. Despite her apparent demeanor, Hiruzen sighed in relief at the sight of her and a wide smile developed on his face. Tsunade, it is great to see you again after so long. He greeted her cheerfully. I take it Jiraiya gave you my scroll. Of course. Why do you think I'm here, old man? Tsunade snorted in response. Believe it or not, I missed that snark. You aren't the only person to call me old man, but there's something special hearing you say that. The Sandaime continued to chuckle. His laughter caused Tsunade to scowl more. She opened her mouth to say something, but Jiraiya started before she could. So, as you requested, I brought back Tsunade here. You can now make her Hokage and be done with it. He stated with a chuckle as he turned his back towards the door. I agreed to come here, but I'm not agreeing to that. Tsunade said sharply. The Sannin then reached out and grabbed the back of Jiraiya's outfit and dragged him back into the room before he could leave. Hiruzen watched the display in front of him and frowned. I don't think you two understand that one of you will be taking my title. I don't care that neither of you seem to want the position. Konoha needs new leadership and a new leader to rally around. And there is nobody better fit than you two. He stated sharply. Hiruzen made a single hand sign. The door to the office completely shut and locked itself. The windows to the room shut. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade turned to face the man. You two are acting selfish right now and putting your own interests and desires above the village. I have entertained you both for a long time, but I am not going to allow it any longer. I need to finally step down and you two are the people I safely trust to run the village the best. Hiruzen stated sharply. Both of you have a strong reputation, both of you are incredibly strong shinobi, both of you are skilled in politics and won't allow someone like Danzo to potentially run over your rule, and both of you, despite how you are acting right now seeming to suggest otherwise, love Konoha. Sarutobi-sensei, Tsunade opened her mouth to retort. I know what happened to Noeki and Dan, Tsunade. I know you are still affected by the events, but we have all experienced loss. I gave you all of the time in the world to mourn, I did not give you time to allow your grief to consume you. Hiruzen crossed his arms sharply, glaring at the woman in front of him and releasing killing intent. And I did not give you time to place any form of bitterness against Konoha, the very village that both Noeki and Dan loved above all else. They would both be honored to see you as the Hokage and you know that. Don't reject the title out of bitterness, the very action is a direct insult against everything they stood for. Tsunade's words died on her tongue. The Sannin looked down slightly as she reached for the necklace around her neck. As for you, Jiraiya, Hiruzen turned his attention to his other student, I know you aren't fully being selfish. I know you do not believe you have the qualities worthy of being Hokage. I also know you believe that the spy network is important and it would be difficult to replace you. However, surely you must understand that while it would be difficult, it would be possible. The Hokage size narrowed on him. You must also know that I would not give the position to someone I think was unworthy. Jiraiya, quit wallowing in your own sense of self-pity. Jiraiya looked downward as well, giving no verbal reply to Hiruzen. The Sandaime Hokage looked at both of his former students. For the first time in years, he saw two people that resembled the students he met when they had just graduated from the academy. He sighed as he took off his hat and placed it on the desk. I don't mean to be harsh. Forgive me for any comments I made and may make. However, you all must understand, I need to step down and someone needs to replace me. I need it to be one of you two. Hiruzen said firmly as he crossed his arms over his chest. And I stand by firm in that decision. None of us are going to leave this room until I get one of you to willingly to take the hat. The moon shone brightly over the Great Konoha Bridge. Zetsu was currently standing right by the entrance to the Hai no Kuni border. It was holding onto Haiden's head. The rest of the man's body parts were scattered on the ground, directly in front of the creature. Looks like the coast is clear. It took a while before the blonde's shadow clones looking for us finally dissipated. That kid must have a lot of chakra. Typical for a Jinchuriki, I suppose. White Zetsu commented. It then looked at Haiden. Anyway, we're safe now. What happened, Haiden? How'd let you a group of 3 Konoha shinobi take advantage of you so badly? Fuck you. Haiden hissed, still trying to breathe properly. That's literally the last thing you should be saying to us, Haiden. It is thanks to us that you not on your way to Konoha to be tortured for information. Black Zetsu replied. That would have been nothing. I'm immortal. I could have survived some torture, no problem. Haiden replied immediately. Really? Then why do you look so scared after just mentioning it, buddy? White Zetsu asked with a frown on its side of the face. Perhaps you realize that maybe life is ahead, being tortured for information, would have been a fate worse than death. Or maybe you were scared that the Konoha shinobi would experiment on you. Perhaps they'd discover a way to break your immortality. Black Zetsu mumbled, hypothesizing about Haiden's fears. Haiden closed his eyes. That was all a nightmare. A vision of things that could come one day. Jashin-sama was punishing me for not sacrificing enough shinobi in his names. I can't say about your god, but I know another god that would have punished you if you actually managed to succeed in what you were doing. White Zetsu noted. Was there any reason you were separated from Kakuzu? And was there any reason why you were actively trying to kill the Kyuubi Jinchuriki despite knowing the role they play in Pain's plans? Black Zetsu nearly snarled his questions. I hadn't sacrificed anybody in a while, so I let Kakuzu leave me so I could hunt some shinobi in the area. I didn't know I was fighting a Jinchuriki until he used its chakra. Haiden admitted. A scowl then developed on his face. You don't have a relationship with Jashin-sama. You don't understand, I need to make sacrifices for him. I've been a poor follower recently, I haven't made many and have allowed Kakuzu to take most of my sacrifices. I got desperate to make one. I needed to make just one. I understand, Haiden. White Zetsu replied. It doesn't change the fact that you went against Pain. You are lucky that we bothered to fish you out. Black Zetsu said bluntly. We could have left you down there and you would have deserved it. If your Jashin is real, I'm sure he would have been alright with that decision. After all, who wants a follower that doesn't fight strategically simply because they can't be killed in combat? Black Zetsu then let out a malicious laugh. You just saw how you could still technically die, even without physically being killed. Do you still think you are untouchable just because you're immortal? Do you think you are above everything else? Haiden gave no reply. The Akatsuki member closed his eyes as he recollected on his fight with Naruto, along with Zetsu's words. I was a fool. Jashin-sama is displeased with me. He realized. I broke one of my religious vows. I allowed my hubris to get the best of me and clouded my judgment. Jashin-sama condemns ignorance. He wants his followers to be smart to defeat all foes and sacrifice them in his name. Please, my lord, forgive me. Forgive me. Haiden began mumbling phrases to himself. Zetsu sighed as the creature walked to his body. Zetsu then picked up Haiden's waist and his scythe in one hand and his torso and head in the other. We'll take you back to Kakuzu, wherever he is. He'll stitch you up back together, good as new. White Zetsu said cheerfully. Please, be more careful next time, Haiden. We can't have you dying on us. You have a role in our master's plan, after all. We are giving you a second chance. Do not waste it. Black Zetsu informed him sharply. Haiden opened his eyes and nodded his head to the best of his abilities. This is a second chance. This is a rebirth. Jashin-sama has given me another chance. I won't let it go to waste. I'll double up on my sacrifices. I'll reread the sacred texts and learn as many of Jashin-sama's holy jutsus as I can. I'll be a much more careful fighter from now on. Haiden told himself. His eyes then narrowed and a scowl developed. And I'll make sure that Akatsuki successfully captures that blonde bastard and rips the Kyuubi out of him. I'll personally see to that. That little shit will regret the day he was born. I'll make sure that the next time I see him, he'll wish I killed him here. A new sense of determination filled Haiden's head as Zetsu took him away to meet up with Kakuzu. Check the description for the links to the author.